last night, they sacrificed another soul. Even the dead tremble before them. Eerie manifestations of ghostly tales. Wolf-headed greeters of the departed. Underworld rulers with dark wings of the abyss. The judges who decide over life and death. Hellish fiends, their scythes reaping crimson paths. Beware, for the Lords of Soul stir.
You ready for a show?
Last night, they sacrificed another soul. Even the dead tremble before them. Eerie manifestations of ghostly tales. Wolf-headed greeters of the departed. judges who decide over life and death. Hellish fiends, their sides reaping crimson paths. Of soul stir.
You ready for a show?
Last night, they sacrificed another soul. Even the dead tremble before them. Eerie manifestations of ghostly tales. Wolf-headed greeters of the departed. dark wings of the abyss. The judges who decide over life and death. Hellish fiends, their sides reaping crimson paths.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the MBPL. We are in our qualifiers now at this point, getting ready to get our last couple of people over into that World Championship off to Jacob. My name is Hiprain. I'm joined by Seb, and we're going to be covering some solos games today, which is a little bit scary for me because we looked it up actually. I've covered 2 solos games in the last year. Not this year. That
You've
was
done
last,
3.
Oh, 3. I did 3 last year. That's it. So it's been a while since I've been into solos. So I'm excited to see what the meta's done. Because I think it was, when did you say my last one was? Was it March last year?
It was May something. May 9th, May 10th. But the meta has...
May 9th last year. A long time ago, basically, since I've covered this particular part of the tournament. So... what the hell's been going on, Seb? I know Spider won. I know Spider's off to Jacob, but beyond that, I'm a little in the dark of what's been going on in solo. So I'd love a little bit of a rundown so we can kind of refresh everyone's memory.
So
what's happening here?
Yeah, throughout this season, it's been a very wild ride that we've had. We just finished the summer split of 2024. I was covering the MVPL solo finals a while back. We had a lot of action going on. First, let's get into a little bit of how our group stage is going to be going. The NARAKA BLADEPOINT Championships, we're going to have 3 groups, A, B, and C. Everybody will play, and then the top 12 of solo players, the top 12 trios teams are going to be going to Changsha for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT World Championship J-Cup of 2024 for the grand finals. That is going to be a very, very crazy experience that's going to be going on for all of you guys at home to come and watch. It is going to be absolutely amazing. Make sure you tune in. But yeah, getting back into what we're talking about for solos, it has been a very wild season. We've seen a lot of changes in the meta, a lot of additions of characters getting nerfed, and the meta has shifted quite a lot. You said you remembered, we were talking a little bit earlier off of stream, you were talking about Shael still being in the solos meta, which was, it's been long since gone. Shael has no longer been a viable option. We've been seeing a lot of Hadi covering the meta. Hadi and Liam have been the 2 characters to be taking over the meta mostly. We did see a rise when Kylan was first released into the game. We saw a lot of Kylan in our meta, especially as well in solos as well trios. We definitely saw a lot of Kylan coming in. Kylan took a huge hit with the nerfs and is now not a very, very viable, very much needed nerf, but is not the most viable in the solo situation, especially if you don't have a healer, and the trios comp has been all but completely eliminated. Taking a look, ladies and gentlemen, Spider, Mike, and FPX Verse, these are the 3 players who have already qualified to go to Worlds, and now we have 6 more slots out of these 12 players to qualify for the J-Cup. So it's going to be KLA's T225, DRG's Fong, EWG's Arano, JDG's Chushong, JL's AIS, SS1 Pace, TE Star, Alliance's Frostivus, Wolves Wang Liang, GG Sha, Baoda's Action, and X1's Wu Fang. These 12 players will be competing for the last 6 spots for the CN side. Everybody in North America and EU and SEA has already qualified, I believe, and so we are going to be seeing them at J-Cup already. They've got everything sorted out, but right now it's to see who's going to be our players going to Worlds on the CN side. This is going to be day 1 of our qualifiers. I believe we've got 3 or 4, 2 or 3 solos days when it's coming into it. We've got 2 days for the solos. After 12 games, we'll be deciding the top 6 players who are going to be going to Worlds. Yeah, we've had crazy shifts in the meta. A lot of changes have been coming around. Right now, our predominant hero is going to be Hadi. Hadi's versatility and movement has been coming out a lot that we've seen. We do see a lot of Liam still. His versatility in both attack, group fights, defense, and being able to get out of certain sticky situations has been very vital. The F ability to be able to keep your weapon is also something that people have been super highly valuing. We've been seeing the rise of Matari as well. Matari's rework brought her into the meta. She's been there for quite some time. She's not a first pick, but she's almost always in the games. We see a little bit of outlier picks like Justina and Akos. Those guys are coming in closer to our last round selection picks, so we don't get to see them too often, but they are a hero that people will play once they've burned up a lot of hero points or if heroes get banned out.
Yeah, well, are we still going for the 5 unique heroes rule, or is that changed now? Is it hero points instead?
Yeah, we've got 5 unique heroes.
Okay, so I'll be very interested, where the priorities fall, like you said, Hardy obviously going to be very, very high prio. I mean, had a lot of love in trios as well as character. Like you said, it's genuinely just the pure utility. It's the ability to kind of snap out of a bad situation with the cube, get up in the sky and kind of reposition. So powerful. Obviously, you get a lot of sustain, just well, sustain and damage, I guess, in the ult. I mean, the sustain's maybe in the form of a little shield, but you know, you have, you know, a bit more survivability without a lot of mobility. I think that's the main thing that makes this character really stand out. Is he's not particularly like high damage in his abilities. What he is, you know, he's a nuisance. That's what made him so good in trios. Was, you know, we're now seeing him with Monk, but we used to see him with the Kylan, who, like you said, took quite a lot of nerfs. I mean, the character was absolutely bonkers. Way too much mobility, way too much damage, very hard to pin down, had invulnerability as well off the back of it. So it's quite nice what they did going for that nerf. But looks like we're getting set up for our first game. Don't worry, it's not 12 games today. It's going to be 6 games today, but we still got 2 days left on these mainland qualifiers. So the next set of games will be played on Saturday for solos. Obviously, trios is going to kick off tomorrow, and we'll see who out of the trio squads are going to be making it to that finals as well. And I think that's obviously, you know, we're all very excited to see who are going to be our teams representing the NBPL at J-Cup, and what players are going to be going there as well. There's so many stat players obviously in the lineup. You've got Mike and Spider out of the play right now because of the fact that they are already qualified. So this is actually a really good opportunity for the rest of the guys to shine, because, you know, Mike and Spider have been a dominating force in the trios, in the solos for a while. From what I've been hearing from the outside, my little birdies have been telling me that, you know, it hasn't actually been as solid of a season for Mike and Spider as previous seasons. Now, still relatively solid due to the fact that they did get themselves that qualification and they're not having to play through this qualifier itself. But I've heard a lot of people have been shining. So my question for you, Seb, is who are your eyes on today? We got 6 spots up for grabs. You don't need to give me your 6 if you don't want to, but I'm curious, you know, give me at least 3 players who you think have got what it takes today.
So when we were watching the solos finals, somebody who really stood out and caught my eye was EWG's Arano. Arano has been a player that has been usually on the bottom of the leaderboards throughout most of this NBPL season, the whole 2024 season, the spring and summer splits. We've seen Arano close to the bottom of the leaderboard, always barely qualifying for finals, always in the finals, but not making enough noise to be in the top 3, in the top 2, or coming away with a victory. Arano played so well in the solo finals. He tied with the amount of kills and placement with WBG Spider in game number 8. It went to a tiebreaker for damage, and Arano had done just a little bit less damage and had ended up losing on just that tiebreaker factor and did not win the solos finals. So I believe that Arano is going to be someone to watch. They feel probably that he's been sharked out of, you know, some very high glory. If he would have gotten that last elimination, the zone timed out to 0 seconds when we saw it happen, and Spider and Arano were still alive. Spider had less health. If he would have gone out, it would have been Arano's game. And so I feel like Arano's got something to prove here. TT25, always going to be a classic player, usually coming in 2nd or 3rd place. Hopefully he can break that curse of, with this qualifier, end up qualifying in the top 6. Frostabus is someone who has had a very, very rough season. It hasn't been the greatest start for him so far. So I'm really hoping we get to see Frostabus at J-Cup. Gigi Shaw, another player, and Wang Liang, they haven't had the greatest seasons. Hopefully they'll be able to pull something up. And JDG Chuzhong, someone who has been very solid over the season, just hasn't been able to break over the top. Mike and Spider, they didn't have the greatest season either. They were pretty rough for the start of it, and their solo final was just phenomenal. They came back and they put everything on the line, and that's why they got themselves those top spots. So seeing these players without those titans in the lobby, they're gonna have a chance to shine even brighter. And with these hero picks so far, it's been mirrors across the board for every single player. Nobody's locking in a different hero except for that last round selection. We see the Z-Ping coming out from TE Star. That was a signature pick from Mike on Predoria, the Z-Ping pick. Mike was able to excel with it. Star tried to follow in his wake, and he's going to be starting to try and pull this off. AIS going to be rocking the Temi. Temi, another one of those players of heroes we get to see closer to those last round selections once the Valdas, the Justinas, and the Mataris have all been selected out. And it's Liam and Hadi first 2 to go. Valda's starting to become third to go, passing over Matari now just because
the rework's done us some good.
How good that ability is. The V2 is just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it's done a lot for the Valda in a much better place. But yeah, as we're having a quick look at the loadouts, seeing the Temi, sorry, onto AIS. Is that how you say it? How am I saying his name? Is it AIS?
AIS, yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say. I don't want to try and say that another way because it could walk a fine line. Very interesting to see the selections here. What we got coming out of our teams. I mean, like you said, nothing particularly unexpected. A lot of priority initially on the Hardy first round selection. Both of them snap it up. It's interesting because I know the Valda's not bad, but I am surprised that she was, third pickable right now on the meta. It is good to see as a Valda enthusiast, but maybe a little shocking.
The extra health that you get from Valda, especially when you make it to end circle, what we've been seeing a lot in these solos metas so far is if your teammate that is, or if it's not teammate exactly, but we see this family meta. Shout out to Raven for coining that phrase. We hear the term family meta, and it's when you're in this final circle and you've got somebody that's the same hero as you, you're going to try and take out the other heroes first while defending the hero that's the same as you to some extent. When they get to very extremely low health, they do usually end up turning on them. But we do see them sort of grouping up in the end circle, fighting for the same amount of space, and not engaging or attacking on each other with any sort of range damage or any sort of attack, because they know if they're both alive, they have a better chance of not getting singled out and losing themselves into these fights. So when you have somebody who's also your hero in that end circle, you do have a way higher chance to come away victorious. And with Valda, you make it to end circle and you ult at the very last second, you have that extra 2,000 health that is able to tank so much of that storm damage. We're going to get into this right away. Taking a look at Kayle's T225, going to be finding himself nice little bit of blue weapon, gray armor, SS1 paste in the wings. Looks like he's just going to try and go for a bit of loot. Frostivus already down decently low. Fistblade's going to go with the 1-2. Able to get the overhold off. DRG Fung F1 on the Justina. We've seen it come out from him a lot of times. No combo break available for Fung, but he does have that amazing heal that comes back when you use that ability, as we are going to see him jump through here. The armor swap looks like Fung missed the armor. Frostivus able to pick up that blue armor, still giving chase. Fistblade's a great weapon to have at the start of the game. The mix-up's very, very versatile. Fung looks like he's going to be able to back off, find himself a nice set of purple armor as X1's Wufang joins into the mix.
Yeah, that was really nice there. Frostivus did a good job of turning that one now. T225 finds himself in danger. Pace keeping the chase up onto him, and down he goes. Kill with the nunchucks, and that is going to be the first kill of the game, going over to Paste. Getting a little bit closer on that rage bar. Now we are going to see Wolves going up versus Arano here. EWG's Arano going incredibly low. Can he find the turnaround with the staff? Needs a nice little parry if he can find the opportunity. Does get the armor swap off in the nick of time. Gets the freeze down, and now Wang Liang's under fire. Bubbles placed down behind him. Not going to really have too much effect, and Wang Liang needs to make a break for it. Arano going to take this opportunity to go for a reset. The action just doesn't stop up with our Valdas. There's more bubbles being popped down here. Jin now turns his attention onto Shah. Shah, no armor and half HP, desperately trying to make a break for it. Is Jin keeping that pressure up onto him. Armor swap did come out, so Shah's been able to get a reset and get the better half of this fight. But the staff opens up, and that quickly turns it around. The armor stripped. Shin, low HP. Ekjin looking for that opportunity to get onto him. Does take a whole heap of damage, and Ekjin almost turns it onto Shah. Resets coming in, and Ekjin goes for an armor swap and another quick reset. Can they find that opportunity with the dual swords now for Shah? Bubble comes in, gets the pop down onto Ekjin, catches him off and knocks him down onto that low ground. Back in with the ultimate from Shah. Now he has the health advantage. If he can land the spear, that should just be it. Exin able to find the turnaround though and get himself onto Shah. Shah's health bar being going incredibly low here. Exin about to lose the armor. I believe that was another spear miss by Shah as Exin's desperately trying to make it away. And One Feng comes in to steal the kill. Exin now looking for the turnaround onto a Feng for stealing it, but they've also now got Chu Zheng as well in the area.
Exin got the kill.
Exin got the kill. Good for him. Able to turn it around. He may even get a purple armor from Feng here. As Feng's doing everything he can to get through Exin's health bar. Has been able to do so. Force the ultimate out of him, but he's not going to live for long. Feng secures the kill, but he's now got Zheng to deal with. Zheng trying to get the damage down onto Feng. Feng just does the old Justina classic. Pop ult and dash away, but it doesn't really get him far. Goes in for the freeze. And I think Chuz is going to be able to finish him up here. Gets the knock up from the wall, catches him, and then he's going to get himself a nice reward of some purple armor.
Yeah, nice having purple armor this early into the game, especially in Immortal War, where the loot is a lot harder to find in the higher rarities. So we are going to see now X1's Wu Feng jumping into the mix to try and fight DRG's Feng. We are going to see Frostvis with a nice armor swap here. Gets the overhold. Paste is going to invest that F ability to negate most of that damage. We are going to see the over come through. Frostvis going to get a huge parry off, though. Great follow-up attack. Ultimate is going to be invested now for Paste. Hottie ult coming out now for Frostvis on the back end. Going to go for that triple charge. Misses the first one. We do still have one charge of that ultimate left available for Paste, I believe. He's going to be trying to make his way around using that river, the Mercury River, to try and get away. We're going to see the ult cancel to just gain a little bit of that ult percentage back. But now Frostvis is going to get caught out in the ult of Paste. Going to have that overhold come around again. He's trying to make it happen a second time. The 0.9 from Paste to release into his face. Frostvis very low in HP right now, is going to get himself parried, and there we go. SS1 Paste picking up his second elimination of the game. We saw his earlier kill with the nunchucks onto X1's Wu Feng. Now back into the mix. Wu Feng fighting against Chu Zheng. We are going to see the weapon swap come out from the dual halberds. Gets the second uppercut into 3 jumping LMBs to finish the kill. Wu Feng, you dirty dog. What? Oh my goodness, what an amazing elimination right here. The halberd katana weapon swap into a second katana uppercut, 3 jumping LMBs to follow that up. And look at that, TE Star on the other side, purple nunchucks in hand, also has that Volpine Essence Soul Jade to grant him 1000 HP if his health is ever brought to 0. Wow, it's
really nice,
incredible start to this game.
And the Volpine Essence also is just super impactful when you get into the realm of Yang, so it can be spawning up soon as well. The ability to turn the tides of a fight when you get that chunky heal in, it just makes life so hard for your opponent. You can see all of our teams are getting themselves in the area for these realm of Yangs. Paste, going to be looking to jump in to 1, but actually everyone's kind of... Oh, of course. Yeah, been a while since I've played solos as well, so I got a little confused there. Wolves, looks like Wang Liang may just find himself in a heap of danger. Star, more interested in that than the realm of Yang, actually decides to back off. I think he's just effectively turned Arano away from a realm of Yang and onto Wang Liang. As they are going to keep the chase up for the moment. Hasn't jumped in. You can see Exin also in the area. Arano continuing to chase onto Wang Liang. The ultimate pop by Wang, though, does mean that he has a little bit of extra safety, a little bit more health, but Arano, hungry for this chase, catches the spear. Exin comes in with a grapple, doesn't break it onto Wang Liang, and Wang Liang almost found the turnaround there, but not going to get it. They are just hounding him down. Both of these players teamed up onto the Valda. Wang Liang gets himself frozen, gets himself eliminated. That was relentless, and it looks like very few people have gone inside a realm of Yang. That fight onto Wang Liang just keeping so many people away. Actually looks like our solo SS1 player might be the only person to get in a realm of Yang.
Oh, we're gonna see everybody starting to jump in pretty soon. We've got that to refresh your memory a little bit. We have the Yang pass in solos. So you when the realm of Yang first opened, it's locked for a minute, and you have to hold that area for an entire minute. Stay inside that area, and you get to secure the Yang pass. And only one player can enter with the pass. You can't enter as soon as it opens. These players have to defend. Wang Liang was the player with the pass. Everybody saw he was on low armor. They started to attack him, and the defense that he brought out was not enough to hold off. He tried to exit the zone so that players would try and fight for the pass instead of going for him, and it just wasn't enough. He was too low HP. The target was too juicy for him, and everybody wanted a piece of that. As we're now going to take a look, X1's Wufang versus SS1 Paste. We're going to see him try and go for the heal, holding with the nunchucks. Great overhold to connect with the damage here. We are going to see the one come out in the 1.0 as Wufang very, very low in HP right now. We are going to see, oh my goodness, he hits it, but we are going to see another parry coming out. Wufang might be able to turn this around. Paste getting very dangerously low in HP, but there we go. Paste able to find himself a parry as well as he tries to turn it around on to Pace, but it's unable to complete the elimination. Now we're flipping over to Star. Star gaining back HP from the ult, but we're gonna see, oh, the Volpine Essence coming out back to full HP now. GG Shaw forced to make a play. We are gonna see the huge parry coming out into the longsword combo. Punish tries to go for the swap into the greatsword, is unable to connect on that. Gets Prio again, is gonna be able to go up with the combo, extending it into the greatsword a second time here. We're seeing GG Shaw very, very nice with the combos right now, as we are going to see Star getting hit with the scale rush into the one, followed up by a second one attack into the jump LMB. Star trying to kite this out for as long as possible. There's only 17 seconds left in this Realm Yang, but the jump LMBs from GG Shaw, there's too much to handle. The scale rush into the jump LMB. Star has 5 seconds on his F. He's got 8 seconds left to survive. Shaw popping his ult now. We're going to see Star being able to avoid it. Now the jump LMB, 2 seconds left, and we're going to see a timeout for the first time in a very long time in this Realm Yang. Shaw clearly frustrated with himself, and the Z-ping just so difficult to take out. The amount of health back that you get. It looks like
the reason we had a timeout there is it's a zipping with Volpine Essence. Like, that must be the most frustrating thing to fight in a Realm of Yang under a time scenario. That, like, it honestly completely outplayed the opponent. Just got outplayed by the amount of sustain that they had, and it was a bit of a shame there for Shah because they played that really well. But now they've got that debuff on. We have TTT5 hunting on to Feng here, trying to see if he can get the damage down onto him. Feng, it's a little bit of heat. TTT5 actually turns it around, strips the armor off Feng, and this fight has gotten really nasty really quick. Up into the skies here for Hardy. He's going to look for those charges forwards, catches one onto Feng. Feng actually did get an armor swap off and jumps into the zone, but gets battered on the way back out, and that armor swap means nothing as TTT5 has been able to strip it away. And now you can see our zipping is coming in to try and cleanse that debuff for themselves. They are not going to be getting that one though. Still on the run for the moment here, as you can see that start trying their best to try and get the damage down on to TTT5. TTT5 though has actually run out of armor, committed a lot to the fight as Star finds himself caught up in the knockup. He's just almost kept in an infinite there. Healing comes in. Gonna have a lot to deal with on that one, but it looks like TTT5 is going down. Does have the rebirth. Tried to fight him in the zone to try to help with the anti-heal cut that the zone gives, but wasn't going to be enough as Shah now trying to cleanse himself on Wufeng. I don't think I'm going to get it. I mean, they've still got ultimate. They held a long time in that Realm of Yang on using the ultimate before. It looks like Wufeng is finding himself in a bit of danger here. Back to the zone as well. Going to be forced into it by Shah. Shah quickly working through that health bar. Pops the ultimate as he's now keeping that chase alive onto Wufeng. Wufeng trying to make an escape away from this one. All it takes is one good spear here, and Shah will have it. Misses that spear, and that gives the brief opportunity for an escape. Trying to break his ankles inside the zone here. Wufeng, will he be seen by Shah? Shah throws the bubbles, looks for the spear connection, doesn't get it, but now Pace has shown up into the fight, and Shah has had it potentially turned onto him. Wufeng needs to be the target here. Shah running a little bit low on time, still got 2 minutes though. Wufeng, can he make the escape? Pace has got the knock up on the to Shah. Shah was playing it so well. I don't think he's going to have the survivability to go toe-to-toe with Pace right now. It has to be perfect. Catches the bubble, catches an armor swap, but it's not enough. And now Star comes in for the turnaround onto Pace.
What a beautiful third party from SS1 Pace to come in, absolutely decimate GG Shaw. sending Shaw out with no eliminations in game number 1. It's not the place that he wants to be in here, but he does get that 0.5 placement point, so at least he didn't leave with nothing. We're going to see the Cav Bloom coming out from SS1 Pace with a follow-up blue. Huge damage coming out. Very, very interesting play here. You've got to have a lot of courage to throw that out and not expect to get yourself parried as TE Star not expecting the attack to come, as we do see Pace like backing off. He does have those gold nunchucks in the back pocket, opting to go for the dual blades because he's got that Soul Jade to assist him here. Star almost fully reset, still has most of his shield and all of his HP left, so he is going to be in a decent position, but he does have that F ability to pop. Ultimate is going to come out now. Pace hungry for this elimination. He wants to come away with the kill. It looks like he's getting more chase on to Star. Star not going to let up though, trying to run away as fast as possible. Already back to full HP. Gonna try and cancel this ult quickly here. Already gaining back some rage. F ability is also online. It looks like Pace is just gonna back off for the time being here. He's already in 4 eliminations. SS1 Pace, player who has been performing very well over the season, so it's not unexpected to see him already dominating the scoreboard. KLA's T225, 2 eliminations so far. He did win that Realm of Gang against Frostivus earlier. We're going to see him take to the skies, the gold dagger in hand, going to try and make something happen. Pistol shots are going to come out, the flank coming through from the dual halberds, but a huge parry is going to come out, using that charge attack to avoid the parry punish damage negate that we do see from the gold F coming out from that Temi. JL's AAS now trying to kite. We are going to see that charged LMB coming out again and again. Overhold going to try and happen. AIS not going to throw it out. Clank going to come in as well. You see the RMB come out from both of them, and another huge parry into that jumping, into that charged RMB, into the slam RMB here as well. We are going to see now ultimate invested from AIS, going to try and get some healing off while KLA is stuck inside, just holding blue to make sure not to get hit with the wind whips, letting AIS heal for almost completely free. We're going to see the scale rush come through though, gets the 1-1-2, going to come rack around from the nunchucks that AIS has. We're going to see him switch to that purple hung sword in hand as well, or great sword, my mistake. We're going to see the triple charge coming through. Wow, so much damage coming up from this gold ultimate, just relentless in his pursuit. And there we go, the 2 charge to finish it off from the Hottie ult, going to come away with his victory in the second Realm of Gang, securing himself a nice bit of gold armor, gold Soul Jade, and he's also got himself a beautiful pair of gold fist blades.
Yeah, very set up here for TT25. Looking incredibly strong at this point. Heading back into the world with himself the White Tiger's prowess as his chosen buff. Interesting to see that there's a difference in the solos and trios meta on that, because a lot of teams in trios will take the Draco Storm. Is this a standard thing to go for the White Tigers, or is this purely something that TT25 has done as a response? Because I feel like with the Draco Storm actually being quite strong at the moment, I'm amazed that they don't go for that.
Well, we don't see Draco Storm in solos. It's not.
That's going to be the big difference there.
Yeah. So
as you can tell, for everyone at home, I am very much a trios guy. It's what I play. It's what I watch. You know, it's interesting to come and experience the solo side of things. That makes sense. Why not Mystic Might then as a potential scouting buff, or is just the buff, the kind of combat buff of White Tigers, just infinitely stronger than the ability to kind of scout out what's going on?
The heal that you get from the White Tigers and your ability to hit one of those Thanos snaps that we've seen in the trios a lot of times, it's definitely on a lower scale when it comes to solos, but the healing that you get is very coveted. And having just that ability, the extra attack, the extra defense, it's something that all of these players have been favoring over the Mystic Might. When we see it in Spirit Wells, people still contest it, but White Tigers has just been the chosen buff over Mystic Might. The benefits for White Tigers just outweigh the benefits that we get from Mystic Might nowadays. And it's a very good buff. So a lot of these players have been using it. T225 is going to be the one to have that here. The 1-2-3 going to get thrown out from AIS here. He is on that Yang depletion, the only player to hit Yang depletion, as we didn't see another 2 players jumping into Yang.
It's like the worst character to chase if you're on a time limit. Like, I have been wanting, look, no offense, Star, I want to see you get knocked out of this game for a while. Zip is so boring. I actually like her in trios. I think she's fine in trios, but in solos, it is unbelievably boring to watch because they just heal and run. That's all they do. They just wait till late game. Star, he's inside the zone quite happily, just running around, healing up, getting back in. As AIS finds himself in some serious danger. Action with the musket shots coming in. Chaseong, I think, actually may pressure up onto AIS here. Although Star is in the area, AIS will get himself a full reset off, but still got 2 minutes 40, so it's not like they're super pressed right now.
He's got
Definitely
no
do need to get a
heal
wiggle
pots,
on, though,
though.
and try and get these kills.
He's got no heals left remaining. He's got very low resources. I think he's got only 16 grapples remaining. Yeah, fighting against a Zip when you're on Yang depletion, probably not the smartest move. But in this case, fighting against a Hottie, Liam, or Matari doesn't seem like the greatest idea either. Even fighting a Justina would be a challenge. And right now, we are going to see him ending up taking a lot of damage from Bowda's action, as everybody's just going to be trying to kite this out. They know if they commit too hard into this fight, they are going to end up losing a lot of HP and are going to get third-party sent out of the lobby pretty quickly. AIS now getting very dangerously low, going to try and invest that ult to capture the Matari that had invested the ult, was unable to. Now X1's Wufang going to be giving chase, hits the musket shot, isn't going to connect with much else. Everybody desperately trying to come away with this elimination here. It looks like he is just going to try and kite this out, holding. He doesn't have any resources, waiting to go into zone, but T225 is going to be the last damaging player and is going to come away with this elimination. Now, all of these players are going to start to scatter, nobody wanting to re-aggress onto another player. If they do attempt to do that, it is going to be their downfall. You see 2 Liams left in the lobby, 2 Mataris, and then we've got the 1 Hottie. KLA's T225. 4 eliminations for T225, 4 eliminations for Paste, 2 for Chuzhang, Arano, and Wufang, and X Shin on Bowda has 1, as well as TE Star, the lone Zip in the lobby. We forgot about the Zip, and we do also have a Justina. I'm realizing now, Arano on the Justina F1 or F2 V1, I believe, where we saw DRG's Fung playing the F1 V2 variation that we typically see him play. It's really at user discretion when it comes to Justina. Some players like the extra freeze and the ability to, if you hit 2 players, you are able to get your freezes back. It's a lot more difficult to get those guaranteed freezes on players like Hottie when they're constantly in focus, or when you're fighting against a Matari or a Liam. But having that extra freeze is often some of the deciding factors in why these players win some of their fights. SS1 Pace now is going to be trying to contest this Spirit Well.
Yeah, looks like Pace now have control of the Spirit Well. No one really going to go in for the contest. Got himself some golden armor. Oh, wait, no, it wasn't golden armor. It was just purple armor.
He got the gold. He's just going to leave it as an armor swap because nobody else can touch it.
Ah, good point. Good point. Yeah. They're just going to hold on to that for the moment. Pace also rocking now that White Tigers. See if they're going to go aggressive. I mean, Chaseong finds himself relatively isolated. So if Pace hunts them down, could be an opportunity. That's immediately what they're going to be doing. Pace opening up onto Chuz. Chuz going to just get forced back here. And T225 finds him. Comes in with a fist weapon. Gets a whole heap of damage off onto Chuz. So Chuz did his best just to break away, and actually looks like he's been able to do so. Does get found though by Wufang, and this is just the unfortunate thing in trio in solos. When you are isolated, you know, there's no one to cover your back, there's no one to look after you, and if you get hit up, the whole lobby smells that blood in the water, and you can see everyone knows that Chuz is a kill right now, and it's on Chuz to either somehow turn it into someone else or get a great escape off. They have been able to buy a bit of space, but Star saw it coming down. The Bane's Breath actually came in at a miracle nick of time here. Separates the entire lobby, and Chuz is going to get a full reset off as Star just ran past Chuz. Pace is in the area. Now that the full heals come in, I think it's a little bit harder to go for that kill, but they really have a bone to pick with Chaseong. Like, he is not getting away from them. They are consistently chasing on. Pace ultimate ready as well, ready to throw that one down if he needs to. Is just going to open up onto Xjin. Xjin going to break for it. Very, very aggressive, even with the Bane's Breath. They're just kind of circling around, chasing. Xjin gets some damage down onto Pace. Gets the armor a little bit low. F used there by Pace. Just try and put some damage down onto Xjin. Xjin is going to lose his armor. Gets knocked back onto Pace. Pace pops the ultimate there. Uses one of the charges, and now Xian going incredibly low. Invisibility comes out from that ultimate. Paste still keeping it in the pocket. Looking for the dash behind there. Xian finds himself in a little bit of danger. The F was used by Paste. Didn't actually find enough damage, though, to kill Xian with it. As Xian still in this game for the moment, but Paste is consistently keeping the pressure up onto him, and down he goes. Paste secures the kill.
Yeah, Paste, beautiful persistence on that already with 36% charge left on the ult. Invested the ultimate to be able to come away with some huge damage on the Cavalry Broom. Getting the stun off to be able to fully connect with that blue attack was one of the deciding factors in that fight to be able to come away with that beautiful elimination. He is going to get himself parried, though, by EWG Zorano. F ability invested to negate the damage and keep him his weapon. You're going to see the 1-2 coming out. Paste does have that armor swap available if he gets in a lot of trouble, and it looks like he is going to be taking a lot of damage right now. Don't know if he's going to be able to get out of here, but JDG Chuzhang is going to come in, steal the elimination from EWG Zorano. Zorano now on gray armor. This is going to be very difficult for him to try and get out of here. All these players are going to see the gray armor and go instantly for the elimination. T225 going to try and make something happen with the jump LMB. We're going to see the scale rush come out. He does have a dagger, so he's in a very good position to be able to try and kite all of this out, but 1 HP right now, trying to get away. No stamina left, trying to go for the scale rush, and Kayla's T225 is going to follow up on to the elimination. Paste is going to get himself eliminated at 5 kills. Kayla's T225 takes out the kill leader spot in the lobby with 5 kills for himself as well. And now we're seeing these players starting to back off. A lot of stuff has happened here. We saw someone go all in for the elimination. Arano trying to make that kill onto Paste and ended up becoming the target in the process here. We saw Paste going for a kill. He became the target from Arano. Then Arano gets the kill stolen from him by Chuzhang, but he gets himself low nonetheless, and was now the target of everybody else. T225 picking up that elimination, and now we've got Chuzhang, Wufang, Star, and T225 remaining. No double picks here. Everybody is playing on a different hero. We've got 1 Matari, 1 Hadi, 1 Liam, and the Z-Ping still in the lobby. TE Star on 1 elimination. Doing a very fine job. Playing Z-Ping exactly how they're meant to be played. Very boring, very runaway, lots of heals.
It's a very sustained focused character and playstyle in solos. In trios, pretty much the same, but doesn't really run away. Is more aggressive because you have a team to back you up, but on her own, you have to kind of rely on just those mechanical outplays and those movements to be able to play her. She's kind of very core knowledge check as a character. Can you remember how to use the movement and kind of different kind of surfing with different weapons and all the maps and where you can kind of break people's ankles on the maps? It's kind of where the skill comes in on the zip there. We are going to see, though, the 4 players are just wending out. TT25 using that wild wind sprout just to keep his area nice and safe. Also kind of threaten everyone with the fact that he does have it. Zone's going to start to move in the next 30 seconds, and then we'll see these players go all in on each other. 4 players remain standing here. Like you said, all on unique heroes. TT25 with that ultimate still available and the golden weapon to make it a golden form of the ultimate. Going to be capable of doing a serious amount of damage. That's why he's quite happy to hold that low ground right now, because he knows he's safe down here. He knows as soon as he needs to, he can also just pop up into the sky and get away if he needs to. Starts to move up and joins everyone else of the zone on its final approach here. TT25 remains to play on that low ground. He knows that he's got the kill lead. He knows that he's in control. Chuz could technically overtake him here, though, if he gets enough kills. So TT25, he's not completely out of danger yet. Wild Wind Sprout opens up onto Star. Misses out onto that next one there. He's just going to jump up into the sky using the cube to break away. Star battered into the zone. You can see Chuz also just holding up in the high ground for the moment. TT25 using the ultimate to keep himself in the zone and keep others out while battering at their health bars. Star gets sent baseball batted out. TT25 continues to apply that pressure. Can he stay alive long enough? I don't know if he can. He is able to secure himself a kill. Chuz is the last man standing, but that is TT25's game.
Chuzhang is going to be able to stay alive to the very end, picking himself 1 elimination in that final sequence. Kaylee's T225 was also able to pick himself uphill, putting him on 6 eliminations and that 2nd place, even though he doesn't have that 1st place kill multiplier and he doesn't have those extra placement points, he is still going to be a little bit ahead of JDG's Chuzhang at this point, but is going to be the MVP of game number 1. Chuzhang is going to be picking up a very close 2nd place, and TE Star doing a phenomenal job at staying alive. Wu Feng, I don't believe he picked up any eliminations into that final sequence, so it's not going to be a very successful game for him, but he was able to survive into the top 4, so keeping himself alive for that long, still a very good position to be in, holding yourself up with a pretty consistent game. You want to make top 6. This is all about qualifying for Worlds. Obviously, you want to be in that 1st place position, but at the end of the day, all of the top 6 players get to go. So as long as you're in that top 6, you are safe. So excellent Wu Feng, not completely disappointed with his performance in game number 1, but some of these players are definitely going to be working on some new strategies for game number 2 to try and bring this back. Predoria definitely still a factor for this new map coming in. A lot of these players are still having a bit of trouble adjusting to it. We do see Wang Liang picking up a donut. Frostivus also unfortunately picking up a donut there. I was really hoping to see him shine on the Hottie game. It's going to be very detrimental to him. His 1st game on Hottie wasn't able to pick up a lot of kills. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got a quick question for you guys. A little bit of answer for treasures. Our question of game number 1 was, who won game number 1? We just saw it. Who was the MVP? Who got the most points? Is it A, KLA's T225, B, CD's GG Shah, C, TE Star, or D, JDG's Chuzhang? It is
a very easy question.
We just saw it.
It's a very easy question. A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat. Check your whisper boxes, because that's where you'll be notified upon winning. And make sure you grab yourself some goodies. A, B, C, or D. I don't know when they're going to do it. Just spam Twitch chat until you win. Easiest question of the day. Game 2, I believe, is always the hard one. If I remember right, we always do one pretty hard one in there. It's like, you know, what was on the front page of a certain newspaper in 1980 or something? Like,
very skill testing question.
You just had to be there, man. Like, it's a very hard question. Honestly, the 2nd question is not that hard, but it is pretty hard.
They've started nicing us with the questions.
Yeah. So, game 1 goes over to Spoilers, TTT5, taking that one for the side of KLA. Big win for them off the bat. Good start to the day. Still got 5 games to go. We go to Holoroth next. And like you said, I think Predoria is still a map which the players are still learning. It's only been in play for this split. So it's still kind of early days. I remember it took like a good solid year until it felt like we actually had teams who had teams and solo players who had Holoroth down back when that first got released as well. Like, I still think to this day there's teams who look worse on Holoroth than any other map, because I don't think they're that comfortable on it yet. I'd say the vast majority of the players in MBPL across solos and trios are now comfortable on it, but it took a long time. So Predoria is a bit of a wild factor, and I do think it's one of those things that actually shows us like your good teams or your bad teams, like the players who kind of able to pick up a map really quick and kind of learn all the nuances and locations and almost how to kite around it and everything off that. As you can see, our scoreboard has come up. A couple of big front runners already in Chuzhang and TT25. Pace pretty close to them as well, but other than that, relatively low scoring game for a fair few people, but they still have plenty of time to bring that back as we move over to Holoroth. For our next game, we'll also be rotating our pick order, so our players will be able to pick something a little bit different. You know, if you're at the bottom of the pool and you're taking zipping pace, or you know, if you go for the Temi, right? Yeah, Temi was our other last pick. Could look towards that Hardy angle. I mean, I expect to see Hardy first all day. Where my attention is going to be looking as going over some of these replays. We're playing played that really, really well, actually.
That was a beautiful elimination by Wu Feng. Absolutely crazy. It's Frostivus in the realm of Yang the one from Kaylee's TG5's fan. And now we're going to see how he was eliminated. Tries to go for the extended spear combo with the grapple bump in the middle. And then we're going to see him just get hit by the Matari F. Instant prio, instant uppercut, and there we go. The grapple bump into the 1.0 is going to eliminate him. Unfortunate to see him go that way. These are our highlights brought to you by Thunder Robot as Kaylee's TG5 takes on AIS in the Rumble Gang. Relentless pursuit with the Haughty ultimate, just outputting so much damage. The movement, unstoppable pace, picking up a beautiful elimination, but ended up being his downfall in that game. And then Chu Zhang being able to kite at the top for such a long time, tries to come through with the F to pick up eliminations, gets a kill off on the teleport, and then the Clank at the end is also able to come in and give him another elimination. 4 kills for JDG Chu Zhang in the game, but 6 go to KLA's T225 to finish him with a total game score of 8. This is going to be his first time MVP in the qualifiers because we are resetting our MVP qualifiers for the NBPL season. Going to have 6 kills, 24,000 damage. He's got Wild Wind Sprout. We saw him holding space with that at the end game. Switch Dazzle, I don't believe we saw him use it, but it would have been nice to see that in an NBPL game. Ripple Step, Phantom Step, great to be avoiding getting yourself grappled. We see the Desperation as well, definitely came in handy near the end. Most of his damage coming from the dual halberds and fist blades, with equal amount of damage almost coming from his ultimate, the Plume Blade of that Haughty V2. Phenomenal performance from Kaylee's T225. And, you know, without the Titans in the lobby right now, we don't see Mike, we don't see Spider. KLA is sort of the next in line to be able to claim that throne. And so we've always talked about the TG25 curse, the fact that his name has 2 2s in it. He's always been doomed to finish in second place. Maybe the China Mainland qualifiers is where he's going to shine and get himself that first place that he's been searching for so long and get himself a spot into Worlds. Who knows? Maybe he can pull out some stops and win Worlds. I'm definitely rooting for T225. He's a player that has been stuck in the shadow of Mike and Spider for too long.
That's their duo. That's their like duo name. The pair of them combined together. Yeah, I mean they have ever. I mean Mike since day one. I remember seeing Mike play in the first couple of weeks. He was really underwhelming back in the first split of the league. I remember thinking this guy's kind of good actually, and then suddenly he just took over the league. And then Spider showed up, and someone kind of equal skill was able to go toe to toe with him. So I think Solos has had that where it's exciting on one half, but on the other half it's a little bit kind of like it's a bit sad for the other players because there's just 2 guys who are just so much better than everybody else. And this split was where they wavered, and yes, they've qualified, but they've definitely shown us that they're not as high as maybe we once thought they were. So I feel like this is the World Championship. This is the year where these players are actually going to be able to potentially go toe to toe with these guys and challenge that top spot. And you know, this is the best opportunity you get to get some practice in without them, because they're obviously just going to be watching today. They're not actually playing. So you've got 5 more lobby games with no Spider or no Mike to deal with. We also have the FPX player whose name completely eludes me, but they've also qualified. Thank you. They've also qualified, so 6 spots up for grabs, 12 players playing, so only half of the players are going to be qualifying. So every game really matters. You want to be towards the top of the table, and for people like Frostivus started on 0 points, these next couple of games have to be seriously good to make up for that donut, because going out on a donut in qualifiers is super scary. And yes, there's 2 game days worth, so you got 12 games total, still 11 to go. Every game you get 0 points, the closer you kind of circle that drain, and you don't want to be going down. So I'm excited for game 2. I'm excited to see what changes. I expect, but we'll see, you know, kind of more of the same kind of pick priorities. You know, Hardy to start off with. Surprised to see the Valda such high priority, because both Valdas got bullied out of that game early. Maybe that was a tactical thing by the lobby, just knowing what Valda can do in the late game, with the amount of survivability that they have through their ultimate and all the extra health. But yeah, I was surprised to see that she was kind of third pickable, to be honest, from our solos players.
Yeah, well, we saw Wang Liang go out extremely early in that game. It was very unfortunate to see how early Wang Liang did end up going out, but getting a Valda out that early in the game is something that lots of these players, it is a crucial moment in your game. If you're able to have it so no Valdas are going to be closer to that end circle, the higher chances you do have of coming away with that victory. If we see two Valdas in that end circle, it goes a completely different direction. So I do believe it was a strategic choice by the lobby, and also a matter of chance, positioning, timing. There's so many other factors that go into it, but generally, yes, when you see two Valdas going out this early, they were meant to go out because these players wanted them out. I believe we saw one of them go out from the Yang depletion, trying to cure it, going around, and we saw GG Shaw trying to cure that Yang depletion, wasn't able to complete that. The timeout, he timed out in the realm of Yang with the Vulpine Essence and TE Star on the Z-Ping.
No, that was...
It was Shaw.
It was Shaw, yeah.
GG Shaw fighting against TE Star. Star had the Vulpine Essence.
Shaw wasn't on... Was Shaw on Valda?
Shaw was on Valda, yeah. Yeah, he Valda ulted so late into the Yang fight. He ulted with about 18 seconds left.
You are correct.
Desperately tried to chase him down. Yeah,
you are correct. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. Bit of a fumble from Shaw, actually. I felt like, once the Vulpine Essence popped, that should have been their button just to press go. Like, you're going to get your ultimate back, so you're pretty safe to throw it down. Like, you then have those spears, you then have that kind of lockdown to deal with the Zip. I mean, Zip in Realm of Yang, especially with Vulpine Essence, is just miserable. And Shaw, had the Vulpine Essence not been there, Shaw probably would have won that Realm of Yang, and it would have been a very different game. But alas, Vulpine Essence exists on Padoria. The good news for anyone playing any character this next game, Vulpine Essence doesn't exist on Horroroth, so it's going to be a little bit different. You don't have to worry about that during the first Realm of Yang. But yeah, I'm gonna be interested in what the team's what the players' game plan is going into this game. Again, like you said, I think it's towards the end of the day where we start to see some of the more wild picks coming out from these players. The things that they may have out their sleeve safe for later. I'll be excited to see what the game 5 and 6 comps start to look like and what people are playing. But yeah, right now I think the earliest stage of the day we're probably just gonna see a lot of Hardy, a lot of Valda, a lot of everything really, all of the big kind of picks right now.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty standard to what we just saw. With the only variations is Justina sometimes gets swapped out for Akos, and then we see a few more Temis in the lobby. Sometimes TG25 breaks out the Takeda. It's very rare, and in a place where the stakes are so high as to this is your shot to go to Worlds. If you don't make it, you gotta wait till next year for the season to restart to get back into your competitive play. So I don't believe we're gonna get to see a Takeda today, unfortunately. But the Temi, Chu Zhang is a very, very strong player when it comes to Temi. We do see Tessa come out every now and then. I believe it's on a specific map, so it's not all the time that we get to see the Tessa come out, but it does every now and then we get to see a Tessa. We did see a Kylan V1, I believe, in some of our other games in our last chance qualifier, but it'll be difficult to tell if we'll actually get to see a Kylan given the state of this meta. People have fully adapted away from him. He's not a viable option anymore. The amount of damage that you are able to deal with the ultimate, the amount of lockdown that you have is not worth the risk of, if you're running V2, losing all your HP, and the amount of damage and lockdown you have in V1 is just not enough compared to something else that you could run like Akos, or you could run Temi to have that extra lockdown, that ability to get out of a fight as well. Whereas the only upside, there are upsides to Kylan, but every other hero in the meta currently does everything that Kylan does better. Mobility, you have Matari. Extra health with that immortality proc, you have Valda, who gets that extra 2,000 health. Lockdown, you have Valda, Temi, Liam. Damage, you have Hottie. There's just no place in the meta for Kylan anymore. And as a person who loves to crutch broken heroes, I was a little heartbroken when Kylan did receive his nerfs. But for the betterment of the game, I held my heart, and I realized it is probably a very good idea.
As someone who covered a lot of Kylan in trios, I was very excited for those nerfs. They were absolutely necessary. I mean, fights versus Kylan were really, really uninteractive, I think, for the opponent. It was quite frustrating to watch. Just because you basically just get one person gets picked on by the dashes, and the Kylan takes them out and then moves to someone else. And it was just a little bit too much. It is interesting though, because you were talking about, you know, things like the oh my god, I've forgotten his name now. Not Takeda. There we go, Takeda. Like how Takeda, it's completely fallen out of the meta here in the solos, which is really interesting because times past, Takeda had a place in solos. Then when he kind of moved out of solos, he moved into trios, and then there was a point where he was shared between both. And it's interesting because this is the first time I think, you know, in a while I've not had to think about a Takeda, because obviously last week we were thinking about, on Sunday we were thinking about him a lot because he's literally the best character in trios at the moment. Very interesting that, along with obviously the Tessa, who's definitely more of a team play character, so I kind of understand why she doesn't hold as much value in the solos. But it's interesting to see, you know, a kind of powerhouse character like that not even really thought about by these solos players. As we'll see if at start and AIS do have first selection going into this one, so
I don't know if I can fully agree with you about Takeda being one of the strongest heroes in trios right now. It's
Sandsiphon literally is the best comp in the game at the moment. Like,
fair
it's
enough.
Not even close. It's not even close.
Fair enough. Yeah,
I was not gonna sit and have that slander, mate. I was not.
Fair
gonna,
enough.
That comp is unbalanced.
I will shut my mouth about that. But as far as solos goes, yeah, Takeda, there's just so many better options. If you want lockdown, you pick Volda. Yeah. If you want damage off of that lockdown, you pick Volda. You get the extra 2,000 health. The F ability, you don't have a combo break. Volda has a combo break. Volda is just the better version for the situation of solos. You know, in trios, Takeda has that V3 ultimate that is able to cover a lot more ground than Volda Spear. So for trios, 100% more versatile.
Yeah, it's interesting how like self-sufficiency is kind of the highest priority in solos. You know, I mean, so obviously, of course, that makes sense. But like, you know, you kind of want a character who maybe doesn't excel at one thing, but excels at multiple things. And I think that's what kind of makes like a good solos character. Like Justina has, you know, a bit mixture of mobility, a mixture of kind of defensive utility. She also has lockdown in her kit, and you know, they're characters that do all of those individual things better than what she does. But the fact that she has all three under one belt, and you know, they might be weaker than other characters' single ability to do those things, but having them all encompassed into one hero actually gives her a spot in the meta. It's very interesting to see, you know, how the kind of solos priorities do fix out, and the sense of like Puddy, literally best character in solos right now. I mean, everyone wants to pick it in their first round. It's super high priority. It has a position in trios as well, but more as a kind of utility support and not kind of like your main go-to guy. It's very interesting to see, you know, that the kind of the backbone of what makes a good solos character is kind of having a little bit of everything while not overly excelling in one area.
Yeah.
Interesting hit picks this time around though.
Ooh.
There's it. Thank God.
Hey, take a look. We see EWG Zerano. He did this in solo finals as well. He's running Liam V2. So he's got the capture ball ultimate, where he can throw a little ball out, capture a player, and hold him down for a decent amount of time, and then throw him either up into the air, into a wall. You get Siphon off of the throw if it does a lot of damage. It's an interesting ult. We haven't seen it get a lot of play just because of how versatile the V1 is. You're able to get the teleport off of it to kite out of situations if you need. And the stun from V1 does take a lot more. And it has a lot more value than the V2. But if you're able to hit the V2, the combo potential off of it is absolutely insane. So Arano going to be going for that V2. We saw it in solo finals. I hope we'll get to see some crazy action from the V2 again. It's a great thing to see. Taking a look at our spawns, though, we're going to see a few players near Plumed Castle DRG's Fung going to be going for that Salvation Podium, trying to get that guaranteed gold weapon out of the Morris Blessing from solving the puzzle. Up by Imperial Village, we've got X1's Wu Fang, we've got Alliance's Frostavis, we've got GG Shaw, T225 in the very back, and EWG's Arano. As far as everyone else, we're going to see Paste and JL's AIS closer to the city of Tang on that western or eastern side of the map, and then close to the western side we've got Bauda and we've got TE Star right next to Plume Castle in that surrounding gold zone. As we're kicking things off for game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, we've got 4 games to go after this. 12 games in total over the course of 2 days to be played this weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your host, Caster Seb. I'm joined alongside Hip Rain. Here we go. KLA's T225 going to be facing off against EWG's Arano right at the start. And here we go. The juggle in the air into the double pistol shots. Trying to connect on this elimination. We're going to see the armor swap come out. Blue armor for Arano, gray for T225. It looks like he's going to continue with these pistol shots, connecting on almost all of them. Arano able to back out of this situation, but GG Shaw waiting in the wings pretty closely. We are going to see the scale rush coming out. Arano able to kite out a decent amount of distance. It looks like T225, Shaw, and Frostavis all closing in close behind. Looks like these players might have started to go for a little bit of looting of their own. T225 going to get hit with a shot. Frostavis completely kitted up here. We're going to see the 1.0 come out from T225. Frostavis able to dodge out of there, but purple fist blades, blue armor. This is a very good position for Frostavis to be in. On Matari as well. It's a very good hero to start on, and 1 HP. Here we go. Frostavis with his first elimination of the tournament here. Beautiful kill with the fist blades, and here we go, jumping in again, right back into the action, gets the charge attack off onto GG Shaw, coming in with a full frontal attack. We are going to see the armor swap coming out. Shaw able to connect off of that clank, coming off of the freeze. Shaw looks like to be backing out of this situation, but Frost is not letting up with the pressure. Purple fist blades, he wants to get as much damage in before these players start getting kitted up. It looks like the chase is still going to go on. Wu Fang now jumping into the mix. We're going to see the traps come into play. No grapples available for Wu Fang for a decent amount of time. It looks like he is going to just take the time to back off. Doesn't want to engage, especially if he doesn't have those grapples to be able to get him out of those situations. Frostavis now is going to get hit with a scale rush, as we are going to flip over now. Wolves Wang Liang and DRG's Funk.
Yeah, Funk. I'll go in for the fight versus Wang Liang. Wang Liang misses the uppercut with the dagger. Funk. Purple armor on him right now, so he's feeling pretty comfortable. Can get a little bit of damage off Wang Liang. Able to hold his own for a second there. Is losing an armor pretty quickly though. Dagger versus dagger fight. Massive knockback onto Wang Liang. Wang Liang tries to close the gap. Feng almost got himself a pot off. He's trying to kind of get the full potting in. Wang Liang also going for a pot. Loses that armor entirely. Uppercut lands onto Feng. Both of them stripped of their armor. Quick swap out for the melee. As the freeze breaks here from Wang Liang. Pops the ultimate. Is he going to get the freeze down? Is able to connect it on to Feng. Feng finds that turnaround. Another dash comes out. Doesn't make the connection. And there he goes. Secured by Feng.
What a beautiful elimination. Able to counter the freeze with that Liam ultimate, being able to knock him out of that position and come away with a beautiful elimination. DRG's Fung with the dagger. It's his signature weapon. There's no beating Fung on dagger. He's always going to come out on top, and he shows just how proficient he is with the weapon. As Wu Fang now on the other side, close to GG Shaw. You're going to see now TE Star jumping into the mix. Fung just enemy after enemy, not allowing him to go and get this golden weapon. It looks like Paste jumping into the mix as well. Fung, no ultimate available. Star has ult online, and I believe Paste does as well. Matari and Hadi coming in to contest Fung on the Liam. We're going to see the wind wall come out from the fan. The scale rushes come through. It looks like these players are just going to go for a bit of better positioning. Star not wanting to aggress into this fight anymore. Looks like he is going to try and back off. Fung not going to let him get away with it, though. He said, you start this fight, you're going to finish it. Fung still trying to give chase. Very, very aggressive right now. Star is just going to be doing a great job at kiting this out, and he's in the perfect position to do it. Ring around the pillar is the name of the game here, as Star is going to be able to kite this out for a decent long time. Fung might try and go back for puzzle as we speak, but it's going to be difficult with all these players trying to aggress onto him, and especially since puzzle's in the storm, he might not have the opportunity to do it without losing a lot of HP, and then could go down to a ballista or some other sort of damage. We're going to see another trap shot getting hit up by 2 traps here. Now Arano going to get hit with the overhold from the fan. Shaw still trying to give chase, gets hit with a 3rd trap. This is a lot of stun coming out. No grapples for a decent amount of time for Shaw, and Arano is getting chased by 2 players. Now Wu-Peng jumping into the mix.
Yeah, looks like Shaw not been able to close that gap, and Frostivus had a very good start with the purple weapons, the purple fist weapons. Hasn't really been able to translate it into anything more than that 1 kill. Remember, a donut last game, Frostivus really needs to accelerate their score this game to kind of catch up to some of those guys at the front. Down 7 points already to TT5 at the top of that table. Right now, the line is 3 points. If you're above that red line, you're at Worlds. If you're below it, you're not at Worlds, and your year has come to an end. And does look like Wang Liang, a bad game last game, and honestly, another bad game this game. Being hunted down by Feng. Is going to be able to get himself a little bit of loot. Gets an armor swap off. Can he find that turnaround? He has done a lot of damage. Freezes. I think gives Feng an opportunity to quickly swap. Steal that purple armor from Feng. And now Wang Liang lost his armor to Feng, who's going for another pot. Not going to let him get the opportunity to get it off. But Wang Liang also needs to reset himself, and now looking to make a breakaway. Has been able to do so. We see Shah in a fight here. So able to catch himself the uppercut. Does get some damage off. As Wu-Feng put some damage down into Shah, but the freeze was pretty effective there to deal with Shah. Shah also very low on the scoreboard right now. Desperately looking for a kill. But it looks like Wu-Feng successfully giving him the runabout. Able to full pot off, and Shah, I think, just took a Lorraine shot there at Wu-Feng, but that's going to be all she wrote on that action. Is Roma Yang spawning up momentarily.
Roma Yang spawning, revives are going down. These players are realizing how mortal they truly are and opting to wait for the Yang before taking another fight. Because if they lose the Yang, they do have that insurance of the Yang depletion to be able to come back, try and get a Soul Bloom, and jump back into the game. Pace going to be first into the Yang, fighting against JL's AIS. Pace has been a very dominating force. This game did end up going out pretty early when it came to that end circle due to a few misplays. Hyper aggressive on a couple of eliminations. Tried to go really big, ended up going home. We are going to see now Pace with the 1-2, trying to come out with the nunchucks, going for the overhold. We are going to see now F going to be invested from both players. Combo starter from Pace, combo breaker from AIS. We're going to see the crouch to avoid the horizontal, but we're going to see the vertical 1.0 come out into the 1-2, trying to go for the overhold again. We're going to see Pace turn around, but does get hit with the prio into the carousel here, into the wall, and misses the grapple though, as we are going to see now. Pace has the opportunity to ult, isn't going to ult there, just stands still and takes the L. As we're now going to take a look at TE Star versus JDG Chuzheng. Chuzheng with ult available. Bow shot's going to be coming out from him. Star trying to make something happen with the Hottie ultimate. We're going to see the pot come in, unable to get the heal off. But now Star trying to go for a pot of his own. Chuzheng going to miss that first spear and going to get hit with that burn damage from the ultimate of TE Star. Ultimate down now. Star going to try and go for a pot. Chuzheng doing the same. So both of them in the same position. Star doing a great job of tap dodging that final spear. And I believe ultimate is down now. Chuzheng going to try and go for the taps. Turns it around. The 1.0 coming up from Star. Beautiful follow-up. Going to try and make it happen again. Chuzheng going to go for the scale rush, but gets hit with the uppercut into the charged attack, into the jumping R&B, and then the beautiful parry to finish off the elimination. TE Star, textbook play on the fan, came through with a beautiful read on the scale rush to come and claim that victory.
The worst thing there is he also got the staff off him, the purple staff. So now Chuzheng is going to be reviving onto the map, and he's going to be down a purple weapon, and he's got to get that kill in you know, a very short period of time. So Star denying him the tools to come back into this game. Lovely little parry there from Star. And right now, Star last game, obviously on the Zip, didn't really get too many kills, but did get placement points. So they're going to be sitting happy off the back of that one. Now on something they can be a little bit more aggressive on. So the defensive game is over, and their aggressive game starting to look pretty good for themselves right now. Now Paced, purple nunchucks, trying to find some damage down, but Did lose Wang Liang briefly there. Wang Liang, again, had a pretty rough game so far. Has got the golden sword, and he is missing Paste up. Paste forced to use the ultimate, but gets caught by the freeze. Massive amount of damage coming out here. Pace starting to go incredibly low. Wang Liang comes in for that vertical strike, doesn't get it, but the next freeze comes in. Wang Liang is back, baby. That was beautiful.
Wow. Wang Liang, persistence in these games, ladies and gentlemen. He waited everybody out to go and solve the puzzle. He doesn't have a buff. He didn't have any eliminations. That wasn't a Realm of Yang gold weapon. That was the puzzle's weapon. He went back into the storm. He was trying to prevent Feng from being able to solve puzzle. He was able to get it, gets himself that gold longsword, and pulls off a beautiful play. He almost had the Raw Dragon TOD off of that, the Touch of Death combo, to completely eliminate him right off the bat, but the Matari ult saving Paste for a little bit, but was unable to. Both of the freezes were able to connect, and he was able to come away with the elimination. And now we're taking a look at Wu Fang in a lot of trouble, forced to pop that ultimate. Is going to end up catching AIS out here. We're going to see he's not able to get the second one. Does catch the second one. Wu Fang wasn't able to pot up fast enough. Isn't able to get away. Little bit of a misclick here. Didn't pot in time. Canceled it too early. Now AIS with the gold fan chasing Wu Fang into the zone. Wu Fang not on Yang depletion, but AIS does. No buff on AIS as well. He's just going hyper aggro for this play here. It's an interesting play to make. He did get Wu Fang extremely low. We are going to see him.
AIS needs the kills.
He does. He definitely does. One elimination on him so far, but a very, very aggressive play coming through. I believe he did have Vermilions earlier. We are going to see the ultimate come out now. Wu Fang in a tough spot. No ultimate available. Going to take to the skies with the F, but jails AIS already in the sky. Going to jump through. F ability throwing down. Wu Fang trying to kite this out as fast as possible, but AIS hot in pursuit. 1-3 charge, and it's all over.
It's so hard to get away from an ulting Hardy. And Wu Fang finding it out the hard way. The golden fans putting the pressure down onto Wu Fang. Armor almost stripped away. Now there is a third party coming in, and it's Frostivus. Frostivus looking for the tidy up off the back of this one. Wu Fang gets out of one shark's mouth and just jumps into another one.
Oh!
Frostivus finishes it up, and now AIS is going to be miffed with that one. Now cutting over to Xjin, looking for the spear onto Wang Liang. Doesn't quite make the connection. He's only got 30 seconds to get this kill, though. A couple of spears left and available to him. I don't think he's got the time. I think Wang Liang has given him the old broken legs. He can't even find him. He just has no idea where he is. He's inside the building. And Xjin, a total fumble on his behalf. He just spent 15, 20 seconds trying to find Wang Liang. If he gets grappled, he goes down here. Xjin making the breakdown, doesn't want to give the kill over to Wang Liang as down he goes, denying the kill. Wang Liang going to be a little annoyed about that one, didn't realize that the timer was that low. But man, what an ankle break in there from Wang Liang.
Look at this as well. He's leaving the Soul Bloom, so just in case he finishes this round fast enough and loses, he does have that emergency Soul Bloom. We did see a couple patches back a long time ago from now, but earlier we saw players getting kills early game and stashing the Soul Bloom so that if they lost the Realm of Yang, they had that insurance option way out in the zone. Now we're going to see the double slap coming up from Wang Liang right at the start, but AIS taking advantage of the fact that he's not able to parry. Wang Liang now hitting a huge parry. The double charge is going to come out. No F from AIS invested. Slap going to come out again. Both of these players heavy with the slap play. Very interesting coming out here. The one charge is going to come out from that longsword vertical into a huge attack from AIS, getting Wang Liang very low. But Cryo is going to be given over to Wang Liang into the one charge, and AIS is going to fall. Beautiful play from Wang Liang to come away with an elimination. Longsword tech showing on full display here. We are seeing Star getting hit with some pull sword damage and a little bit of musket shots coming through. The scale rush potential that you get from this pull sword. We do see the uppercut coming up from T-Star on the fan. Now, switching over to that golden hung sword. Combo potential very crazy here. Scale rush trying to come out, going for the overhold. Is going to try and send that attack right out. Arano is on that V2, remember, so he doesn't have that area of effect like most of these other Liams. Is not going to be able to catch him in the bubble. The F ability is going to come out. Star doing a great job of kiting out this V2. And this is the downfall of V2. Now he's got no ultimate left. He's got nothing else to do other than to try and kite this out. Now the V2 from the hottie coming out in full force. Triple charge coming through with the burn. Doing a very good job of dodging right now. Scale rushing with the dagger between pillars, but he is going to catch him here. Star catching out Arano. Now the burn damage is going to be very, very unfortunate for him, but the ult is going to go down. Arano still has a fighting chance here. 38 seconds left. We are going to see the dagger come through, dealing a lot of damage. Clank going to come in as well. T-Star does have a huge weapon advantage, trying to go for the scale rush into the uppercut, switching over to the slap as well. We've seen happen. F ability invested, gets another charged R&B off, and Arano in a very good position right now. Going to try and go for something, but the uppercut isn't going to connect. Tries to go for the focus attack, but is unable to make anything happen. Tap dodge roll going to come out from TE Star. Trying to go for the scale rush again. Both of these players going for the scale rush. The read is going to happen, and the catch comes through. The jumping LB going to come around. He tries to make the play with the dagger, but the clank comes in, and Arano was too low. Star picks up the second roaming egg.
That was very close, though. Arano played that as tight as he could. Two very exciting roaming yangs there. I will admit, Solo's roaming yangs do slap. The 1v1s are always so cool to watch. So we are going to cut over now to AIS going up versus TT25. AIS with that roaming yang debuff on. Desperately trying to secure himself this kill. Hit with the dual swords. Gets a massive chunk of damage out to TT25. And now TT25 in danger. The pole sword equipped, though, is going to be able to absolutely clap through that armor. Gets a massive chunk out of AIS. Did look for a scale rush. Didn't find the opportunity to actually connect it onto him. And now AIS finds himself looking for a reset, but also running out of health. Goes in for the full Cavalry Bloom, I believe that is, on to TT25, who goes in for a scale rush. Doesn't make the full connection, but does get a big chunk out of AIS's health. Both actually just going for a full reset at this point. It's too hairy. But AIS knows that a reset could potentially mean him going down. He's got 2 minutes 30 to secure this kill. TT25 waiting off in the distance as One Feng is in the area. Don't know if he knows they're there. There is a bell. Could have rung it. As Feng is going to find himself TT25. AIS desperately trying to chase in and potentially going to have a kill and a Soul Bloom stolen away by Feng here. Feng actually pulls off for the moment, but now does see the other player in the area, AIS. There are too many players in this area. This is getting very hot now for him. Needs to be careful as Feng is actually going to be his attention right now, but Feng's got the golden fan, making him very scary to fight.
Scary to fight, and it is going to be difficult to catch him. You know, dagger and fan movement from Feng. It's one of the things he is known for on NA. He is incredible at kiting situations that lots of players have adopted his playstyle. As we see here, EWG's Arano switching over to the dagger to be able to get that extra movement off. We're going to see him hit Bell, be able to see where his opponents are. He does have that Yang debuff. 3 minutes left on the Yang depletion. AIS desperately needing elimination as well, with only 1 minute and 22 seconds left on his. We're going to see him go through here. Kaylee's TG25 on the side. He needs to pick a target fast. He's only got 1 minute left before he has to succumb to that Yang depletion and get himself eliminated from the game. He does have ult. He does have his F available. He sees Wang Liang. He's going to try and go for the Justina. Does get the one charge off from the R&B. They're trying to make it happen again now. Wang Liang very, very low in HP. The entire lobby deciding to shark onto it. Frostive is picking up the kill. AIS is going to get the Soul Bloom, and he gets out of there just as fast as he got in. Able to pick up a beautiful Soul Bloom to get himself back into this game. And now Arano very, very low in HP. All of the players trying to shark for this elimination now, trying to get himself out of the situation. And it looks like TE Star on the other side is going to pick up this elimination onto Arano. Arano had the Yang depletion, but he was eliminated, so no cure for him. Bloom,
I don't think it's still the Soul Bloom, by the way.
I think
He's
he
still
did.
orange on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I guess he didn't. I thought he was able to get there just in time. It looks like somebody might have stolen it out from underneath him. And that, I guess that does mean he has no time left. So we are probably going to see him heading away here. We might get his perspective in a second. if he is going to go out to Yang depletion, it will be any second now. So I'm
It might be a
so
visual
sure
bug.
he got. I'm so sure he got that blue.
Well, we'll have a look in a moment. If he's still around in 2 minutes time, then we know damn straight he's out of it. Well, no, he's cured.
He only
but
had a minute left though, so he's
yeah,
gotta be good.
he must be. Maybe it's a visual bug. Either way, getting into the end game right now. Plume Castle as well. I mean, it was a rough one. If you have that Roma Yang debuff and the whole lobby is hanging out at Plume, you know you're probably in some trouble. It is really, really hard to get kills in Plumed. It's like Celestia on Morris. Like there's just so much opportunity for movement and kind of just escaping. Everyone fighting over this Mystic Might. Like, we are seeing some serious action breaking off here. Frostivus decides to cool it. I mean, they've got a pretty good start to this game. They need a good game. If they go out here, that is very costly for their potential world chances. Star actually coming in. Frostivus re-enters into the fight on the Matari. TT5 throwing down the Sandstorm to make sure that nobody else can contest. And it should just be their Mystic Might for themselves. Ultimate invested. Doesn't really matter too much because of the fact that they can they get it back. Like you said earlier, holding off on that gold armor just so they have that armor swap opportunity so they can kind of have that aggression right now. Star could be up for grabs here for them. Looking to jump down onto One Fang with the golden fans. Gets blinded by the plants though. That's going to cost them any opportunity to go forwards. This Star being hunted. Trying to make a break for it. Fang, half-armored Star right now. You can see, but actually AIS is also in the area. So AIS is definitely cured. The orange is gone from the portrait. And they're looking for a kill. I mean, they're going to need it. AIS is second from bottom right now. Star uses the F just to get some movement off. They're close to having that ultimate, which is going to give them the mobility. They're going to immediately pop it.
And everybody backs off.
Yeah, the moment that comes out, it's just an instant pot on the go angle as AIS. Must be a little bit careful here. Star cancelled the ult early as well, just to make sure that they get as much charge back as possible. TT5, unrelenting though, does find Star with the fans.
There's two hotties left in the lobby right now. They are the driving force. If they both make it to end game, it is going to be very difficult for them to succeed. They're going to try desperately the entire lobby to get both of these hotties out. At least one of them. They're going to try and go for two, but you can see the family meta start to take place. They're AIS and TE Star are not fighting each other right now. We do see they are trying to kite for each other as best as possible. TT25 is going to try and full aggress on the TE Star here as they need Star out of the lobby for any sort of success to happen from a Temi or a Matari. Even a Liam would have trouble fighting against two hotties in this lobby, so taking him out is definitely the play that all of these players are going to be trying to go for. It is the smart play. F ability invested. 82% almost has that ultimate back. Is Frostivus leading the chase here and gets the elimination? My boy Frostivus, that's my goal, ladies and gentlemen. 4 eliminations on the play here as we are going to see beautiful kill coming out with the print. Absolutely amazing on the fist blades here. Came through.
He just booted him in the head.
A beautiful play.
There was just nowhere to go. Just quick smack to the head. Down you go. You're out of the game. AIS could now just be the next part of the attention here for the lobby. On the other Hardy, having a pretty rough game as well for AIS. So he's pretty undergeared. Purple armor's gonna do him some goodness, but Frostivus was caught out there by the grapple, and now AIS taking a whole heap of damage. Quickly armor swaps back out, but I don't know if that's going to be enough here. Frostivus breaks away from AIS's ire, although he's just hunting him down. Not sure this is going to be the game plan here for AIS. Does get half health onto Frostivus's armor. AIS goes very low. Frostivus should be able to break away. Nope. Just consistently going onto him. Frostivus knows that right now he's not the person the lobby is after. It's gonna be this Hardy who forced to use the ultimate. Frostivus going very low though, is just gonna make a break for it. Again, catches out onto one, gets a knockback, and he is on the run. AIS, did Frostivus just like insult him or something? Because AIS is just constantly going for this Matari, looking for the lockdown, and that should just be the kill onto Frostivus. Frostivus now, the attention of the lobby has successfully been turned from AIS on to Frostivus, but ultimately the kill doesn't go to AIS, it goes over to TT25. And AIS is only really playing for placement points here because he is very low on the kill front.
Yeah, the play to take out AIS there was with the entire lobby starting to bring their attention over to the second hottie because they wanting to get him out because of how dominating of a force he is in those end circles. Frostivus aggressing just a little bit too hard, and AIS needed to make a decision on who he was going to try and divert the attention off of himself onto, and it just so happened to be the damage connection was given the most on to Frostivus. Frostivus ended up taking the most damage, had to invest the ultimate, lost a lot of HP in the zone and to other factors, and AIS did a successful job at diverting the attention away from him onto everybody else, but now the attention is back onto AIS with barely any HP remaining. Fung with the fan, 2 fans against the fist blades of AIS. 90% on the ultimate though. He just needs to kite out for a little bit longer. He's able to find himself a spot where he's able to get a heal off, but Fung is gonna come in and take the elimination away. 2 kills for Fung, 2 kills for TT25. The winner of this 1v1 will be the winner of the game. Huge parry coming out for Fung into the grapple bump, but doesn't hit the grapple. It does not connect, sends the grapple high into the sky, unable to complete the combo off. In a shambles right now as he's trying to get up these buttery rocks. It's a very difficult position to scale rush. Losing your footing and spacing is something that happens way too often. These rocks here now. Fung gonna try and back out. F ability just to try and regain space. TT25 gonna continue to play around, but we do still see the healing constant from DRG's Fung, able to get himself back onto the reset here. Overhold going to connect. TT25 taking a lot of damage. No gold armor left through his name. Scale Rush going to connect from Fung. Fung in the 1-2 into the overhold. Kayla's TT25 taking so much damage. Scale Rush coming out again, back into the corner. And Fung still has ult available, ladies and gentlemen. All he's got to do is press V, and the game is over for TT25. He's trying to do it without the ult. Insurance option if he needs it. Ultimate is going to come out here. And now the kiting begins. TT25 just needs to kite out for a second, but no HP remaining, and there we go. Fung with 3 eliminations is going to take the MVP for game number 2. Beautiful finish, relentless attacks, able to pick up the kill onto AIS, and then relentlessly finishing the eliminations of T225. And there we go, the T225 curse strikes yet again. He gets second place in this game with 3.
I think he's still probably pretty happy with this. Very, very solid game from TT25. He may still be at the top of the scoreboard at the end of this game as well. Obviously, it's still 4 more games to go today, so you have to continue to perform like he has to hold on to that top spot, but that was a really good performance from him on the Temi. Really had a lot of impact, so it was great to see. And I'm sure right now, Frostivus is a little bit miffed, but AIS decided just to hunt him constantly in that final circle. He was having a very, very good game. That kind of comeback from a 0 pointer to start the day off. Rough for Frostivus, but he's not done. He's not over yet.
Yeah, he's
to make sure the rest of the day goes well. Yeah, he had a good comeback from that first game. A 0 point day to start on into a relatively decent game. Like, he was 4th placed at least in the lobby. I don't know how many kills he got in that game, but he did get a fair amount. So it's not like it was a bad set of games for him. He's just gonna have to kind of take a step back, reassess, sort himself out for game number 3 as we heading back to Morris Isle for that one. But before that, we have a question for you guys. So let's bring that one up. See what goodies you can get. Which hero did KLA's TT25 use in game 2? That's very fortunate because I just mentioned that. So was it Akos? Was it Tamoj? Was it Zai? Or was it Matari? A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat. Check your whisper box because that's where you'll be whispered all your goodies. That is, honestly, normally it's a bit harder than this. If you weren't paying full attention, you definitely don't know. But I did mention it literally about 2 minutes before we got into this. So should be easier for you guys at home. A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat. Go. Spam.
Yeah, the spam is crazy. Just the way to time it, a little min-maxing secret for getting yourself almost guaranteed. Wait until the 1 goes and then try and spam. Have that be ready. Just have your finger above the enter key, and as soon as the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Twitch channel has that 1 that comes out, it's usually the first person after that to claim the prize. We are going to take a look at the scoreboard here. DRG's Funk is going to be with 3 eliminations, 6.6 game score with the kill multiplier and the ranking points in first place. Star with 5 kills, not placing too high, is still going to be in second place because of the sheer amount of eliminations he got. Frostivus is going to pick up that second place with a 5.5. Kaylee's T225 gets bumped all the way down to 4th with only 2 eliminations under his belt. Shaw, 3rd place with the 3 kills and the 3.5 game score. Arano is going to be finishing in 6th with a 3 game score. And Wolves Wang Liang going to be finishing in 7th. Better than we saw from game number 1, but it's only a 2.5 on the day. Frostivus in 7th place now overall with a 5.5. He definitely has a good shot at coming away. If he keeps this momentum up, we know he's capable of doing it. He's got it in the bag. And now we're taking a look at our top scorers. Looks like Kaylee's T225 still in first place with the 12 points. Star with the 8.5 in second. Chuzhang with 7.8 is going to be in third. 7.6. Only 0.2 points behind is DRG's Fong. Haste and is going to be with 7 points in 5th, and 6th place is going to go to Arano. And if you're taking a look at the trend in the scoreboard right now, everybody's had 1 really good game and 1 off game. Arano's the only person who's been consistently in the middle of the pack right now with 3 points for both games. We see the 7.8 and the 0 from Chuzhang. We see the 2.5 and the 6 from Star. These players are not playing extremely consistent right now. We do want to see a little bit more consistency from these players. Taking a look at some of our highlights, Thunder Robot, we get to see some of the beautiful kills. Frostivus with that beautiful first elimination. Then we see Chuzhang getting eliminated by Star in the early game. Bong, the beautiful kill and the ult to seal the deal onto Wang Liang early into the game. Wang Liang was still able to come back and solve that puzzle. And there we go, the ultimate ending for Bada's action, and Wang Liang
so
able to
nice
get the elimination on the face. Frostivus with a beautiful Kari F2 elimination. Wang Liang, a beautiful comeback in this Realm Liang with the cryo into the grapple bump, into the 1.0.
Honestly, Wang Liang played out of their mind in this game. They played so good. I'm sad that that prior replay where they just come out with the golden sword wasn't longer. We don't get to see the full kind of like just absolute efficiency they played it with. As final moments of the game, see, is going to be Feng, who beat out TTD5. And TTD5 did a good job of holding on, but unfortunately he did just get a little bit too chunked. And it probably could have been a closer fight had he not eaten quite so much damage. But here we go, Feng as our MVP for game number 2 here. Yeah, see a very, very solid game from him. 22,000 damage, 3 kills, 16,000 healing. A lot of damage to the fan. 10k with the fan. That is huge from them.
And he's a fan dagger player, so having 10k damage coming from the fan, not very surprising, especially when you get a golden fan. You're going to be spamming those blues a lot. Starfall, we didn't get to see it come out with the Varza's grip in case he gets parried. He also has Liam F in case he gets parried. Soul Release, able to reset F cooldown. It's definitely a crucial element in his gameplay. 3 eliminations for the MVP. It's not the most amount of kills that we saw in the game, but he did have that longevity to survive to the very end. They played it very smart. They took out both of the hotties, and then they came and had the 1v1 at the very end. TG25 versus Fong. Temi was the answer to the question, ladies and gentlemen, but we saw him come out with that ultimate, and he ults right off of the elimination of AIS by Fong. And the ult is in such a bad position. He's not able to take control of the entire battlefield like we usually see with the Temi ult.
I think the game plan was to try and catch by getting back into the zone and try and then like chunk them and keep and basically use it as like a gatekeep, but like it just didn't go to plan like that at all, and they weren't able to gatekeep the zone and the kind of inner area. And after that, they then were ultless. They then got jumped. They lost more HP, and you know, you just get absolutely taken out. Anyway, we are going to throw ourselves to a quick break, and we'll be back with game number 3. So we'll see you shortly. 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 So we'll see you shortly
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT World Championship China Mainland Qualifiers. We're not in the NBPL anymore. We're here for you guys at the World Championship. I mean, we are at home right now, but
That's
this
some
is
copium, brother.
the road
Look
to
above
the
you.
J-Cup. I know.
Look above you.
I know. I just saw it. I
mate.
saw it.
We're in
I saw
summer
it.
split. You've got some
We're
serious
in China
copium.
Mainland.
It's not started
qualifiers.
yet. It's not started yet. We do have a little bit of time until Worlds, but this is the in a way, I guess it is as close as you can get. It's the qualifier. It's
as
the,
close as I'll get this year to the Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously, we've still got 6 spaces up for grabs for both trios and solos. Right now, solos is, like, I think you summed it up quite well. There's been quite a lot of inconsistency. So realistically, it's honestly anybody can still qualify for the J-Cup. I mean, even at the end of today, I don't think that says everything, because we still got 6 more games to go, and that's on Saturday. So it really is, you know, a good spot to kind of get a solid footholding going into the second day. If you have a really good day today, it means even if you have a kind of like midday on Saturday, you probably should still make it to Worlds. Like, it doesn't matter if you're qualifying in 1st or 6th here, as long as you're in that bracket, you are happy. That means you've made it to J-Cup, means you've gone all the way. So heading off to Morris Isle, we talked a little bit about kind of like the understanding and the knowledge of maps. Everyone knows Morris Isle. This is the one map you can't not know. These players have been playing it for a long old time now, years at this point. They got it under their belt. This is the map they know most comfortably. And yeah, we're going to see these guys obviously go all out. I think this is the map where, you know, a lot of the players are going to feel they're most comfortable. And they only get 2 Morris Isles per day. So this is your opportunity to really pop off. And TT25 right now, leading the charge. Have some very, very good games. A 1st and 2nd place finish so far under his belt. A serious amount of points put together. I've got my eyes on Fosterus going forwards. And if I'm right, he's a former NA player, right?
So he is what we like to call the tri-region champ. So he was playing in SEA, qualified 1st in SEA qualifiers, went to Worlds. And then he went over to do some studies in NA, played in the scrim, qualified 1st, went to Worlds. Now he's playing in the NBPL in the CN region, competing in the Chinese Mainland Qualifier. So he is very well versed in the game. He's been playing for a very, very long time, and he's played in multiple different regions. He's got definitely the best of all of the worlds in him, and it's been a little bit difficult for him to adapt to the NBPL stage. We've seen it happen. He definitely has the skill. He has the know-how in this game to come out victorious against these players. He wins these fights a lot of the time, but it's been a bit of a rough season. I think there's a huge mental toll that has been taken, and he hasn't really found his footing this season. And I'm really, really hoping that he's going to be able to come through and qualify for the J-Cup, because he always does well at J-Cup. He performs well at J-Cup every single time he's been, and I'm really hoping that he's going to be able to get there. Again, he did have a very rough season, didn't make it to the solo finals, was not able to qualify in the last chance qualifiers. So this is his last chance, and this is everybody's last chance to come through. And, you know, we're really rooting for Frostivus. I know a lot of the NA side really does favor and root for him. He's a player that is more well-known on the North America EU side when it comes to these NBPL players. But regardless, he does have to keep up the energy that he had in Game 2 if he does want a shot at coming away with any sort of success in these games. And he is going to be playing Justina. I do believe that Justina is one of his favorite heroes. He is extremely good at. So hopefully we'll get to see him on the Justina game play get himself a lot of eliminations. And we're seeing the double pick from every single player here. And there we go. DRG's Fong going to be rocking the Tessa, and EWG's Arano going to be on the ACOS. We're seeing double picks from everybody except for the last round. This is pretty standard. The only variation we might get to see is in the Justinas, which alt they're going to be running, and then in the ACOS, which F is going to be drawn out. DRG's Fong, the only Justina player to play F1, the non-combo break, gain your shield back F, get a little bit of time to chill in the middle of a fight.
Old school. That's the old school Justina F as well. I remember that one. Back in the Yoto versus Justina meta. It was just those two in the game, basically. It'd just be full lobbies of Yotos and Justinas. So we are getting ourselves ready to go into this next game. Game number 3. Back to Old Faithful, back to Morris Isle.
And this is a
Now,
map that, at this point...
ACOS setup, I'm interested. Okay, yeah, V2.
F2, V2, yeah. Pretty standard. We see some players, I know Mike usually goes for the F1 instead of the F2.
Yeah.
It gives you a little bit more defense. It's not a combo break, but it is a defensive F, whereas F2 can be used as a combo starter. It can also just be used to relieve pressure off of yourself. You can go into gold focus by holding onto it for longer. It's a very, with a lot of the changes that have come, it is a very good ability to pick over the F1, which did give you a bit of damage reduction. Taking a look though, we are seeing Frostivus picking the V2, and T225 is going to opt for the V1 on the Justina. So those are going to be the two distinct factors. These players are going to be running different alts, and Wang Liang going to be running the V2 on the Liam. I'm excited to see it. Arano wasn't able to make too much noise when he popped out with it, but Wang Liang known to make some waves when it comes to the Liam V2.
Start.
And wow, the cluster going off.
My favorite thing about Morris Isle is you can have circles that go into the water. I've talked about this quite a lot actually over the last few weeks because it's actually happened quite a lot recently, but the circle can clip off the map, effectively shrinking that zone by a massive amount because you can't go into that water bit. You're just cut off. It trims the amount of resources available, so there's less kind of loot you can grab because the circle therefore is smaller, and you can have some very fast games. So with a start this cluster to a very northern start, we could see a circle that does that, and we actually could be in for a very, very fast-paced game here, Seb. We'll have to see upon drop who is going to be going where. Action is going to be absolutely manic at the start, I think. Pace, desperately trying to put some gear together. Quickly find some blue nunchucks and blue armor. Immediately opens up onto Jin. Jin does fire back out. Bubbles come out. Don't actually hit onto Jin, though, from the bubbles. Does catch him with the uppercut from the nunchucks, though, and Jin's already in some serious danger. Needs to find an armor to swap into, but Pace is not giving him the opportunity. Oh. Down he goes. Nunchucks are huge and already 66% of the way towards that ultimate. Very, very big start for Pace.
That was a dirty catch. He caught the uppercut out of the Hottie F on the nunchucks and turned it into another uppercut to finish off the combo. Something you very rarely get to see. We are going to see the overhold come through. Shaw able to use that F ability to get out of the Dragon's Rush. Almost going into a Neja's Might. Pace could have had a huge combo opportunity off of that. F ability invested into the katana weapon swap. Bring it back around. Double uppercut into 2 jumping LMBs. 3rd jumping LMB comes out. GG Shaw now bringing out the purple katana. Gonna hold blue into the jumping LMB. Pace gonna use that ultimate to confirm the elimination. Getting that extra shield for the insurance option. Shaw back to the soul altars. We see Arano now going for the scale rush, trying to connect off, gets the prio from the scale rush, doesn't connect off of the first LMB, and now T225 with the opportunity to run away. We are going to see the grapple come out here. T225 finding himself a nice armor swap into a beautiful parry, now turning this fight completely on its head here, able to get the connect, but the terrain's going to grief him just a little bit here, giving Arano the chance to get away. Same situation we saw reversed with Arano and T225. Now he's going to try and find where Arano went, and it looks like the chase has been picked up by Feng. T225 backing off a little bit, going to find a blue armor swap here, able to get himself in a better standing, jumping to the top of the temple. An eventide here. T225 back into the mix, trying to make something happen. The combo starter going to come out. F invested from T225 to break the opportunity of combo. Toronto still trying to kite this out and go for a heal. Wants to be back at more HP before investing himself into this fight. Tries to send the blue out. Parry almost connects from T225. Stun is going to come out, and now the kiting begins. Arano trying to make his way away, but the uppercut is going to connect into the combo starter. F ability invested. Now Frostive is jumping into the mix. We are going to see the Tesla Charm from Fung. Now ultimate going to be invested as well. Fung going to pick up the elimination, and now I believe Frostivus was caught up in the Tesla Charm. F invested for Frostivus now as he's going to back off, and everybody goes for the reset.
Yeah, a lot of people are backing off at the end of that one. Frostivus could still be in TT5 sights, but decides not to pull that trigger on him yet. Looks like Frostivus is actually the one to pull the trigger. TT5 looking for the unleash with the Hong Sword. Is it going to get it onto Frostivus? Frostivus also rocking a Hong Sword as well, so they're just going to be going toe-to-toe. Massive chunk of health taken away from Frostivus. He has to freeze himself up, but pops the ultimate. Is he going to be able to find that turnaround? Nice amount of chunk coming out of TT25. Gets the freeze in. Can he find the follow-up? No! Thane comes in and turns the play around, and Frostivus needs to bolt. Ah, Thane completely undoing Frostivus's hard work and beautiful turnaround. Lots of spaces there for Frostivus to get a pot off. Is able to get one. Does get some recovery in. Feng, though, going to keep that pressure up onto him. Pops the F just to pop him away and get that combo break out. Frostivus freezes himself. The Tesla Charm comes down, and it is going to completely undo the play. Now Feng getting run down here by TT25, who has been able to full reset and turn the play. Feng saves TT25's life, and he pays him back by taking it.
Oh my goodness. Frostivus, 1 HP to Dream, tried to get away from that fight. Almost had the elimination on a T225, but was unsuccessful as Fong came in with a beautiful third party, stole the elimination away, but ends up getting eliminated himself. And now Fong and Frostivus are back to the Soul Altar as we wait for the mid game. They're going to try and get themselves a little bit of scaling going, maybe some quests to get some Dark Tide coins. Go for that purple armor in the box. We see Frostivus is going to take that furthest northwest Soul Altar to revive, get himself a bit of loot. I don't think anybody has been in that direction yet, so he's going to get a decent amount of time to loot up, scale back into this game, so he's got a fighting chance for endgame. Being on the Justina, it is definitely one of the more difficult heroes to come away as the MVP, but if he has a decent mid game, he won't be able to take Rama Yang. He does have the opportunity for Yang, but I don't believe he will be going for the Yang with the little amount of scale that he has. Losing your life so close to when the souls actually disappear for your first life, it makes it a lot more difficult to scale into the game. Most of the loot has already been taken by these other players, and as you can see, Fong is forced to go into the zone to try and find himself some loot. It looks like he's not finding too much. He's got a gray dagger in hand, gray armor. So he does need to find himself a little bit better scale. He's got himself a blue fan now, but still gray armor in hand. It's going to be very unfortunate for him, as we do see the Realm of Yangs are starting to spawn. SS1 Pace is going to get that pass, and now he's going to hold out for 55 seconds as Arano decides to go for another pass.
Oh, that's that Wang Liang going toe-to-toe with TT25 here. TT25 about to get that ultimate back. The parry is huge. Wang Liang just bonks him out of the zone. TT25 may just have to give this one over, although he may just go for a reset and come back in. Wang Liang holding now just for another 30 seconds. I think he's actually uncontested, so lovely little play there from Wang Liang to be able to control the zone, get it under his belt, and he's going to be going into that Realm of Yang. Start in the area here for Jin. Jin just looking for slaps, just slap swapping right now between the dual swords and his unarmed strikes. 5 seconds to go, and we're going to get some good Realm of Yangs here. A lot of people all ready to go kick in for this one. Jin actually waiting a little bit just to see if he can get a freebie. Paste already inside his one on the Valda. Got himself the golden katana. No, it's not golden, purple katana. I swear I'm not colorblind. Still, like you said, expect to see some people joining in. Wu Feng going to be joining up here versus Paste. Valda looks like they got it for themselves at the moment, but again, I expect these to fill out relatively soon. Wu Feng going Gonna go aerial right now. Valda versus... I didn't actually see what he was on, actually. I totally didn't pay attention. Oh, it's Valda versus Valda. There you go. Pace gets himself a massive opener there with the staff. Wu-Feng just isn't getting the opportunity to play. He may have to pop this ultimate sooner rather than later. There go out the bubbles. Trying to get himself a potential scale rush set up, but Pace going to be able to play interrupt on that one. Wu-Feng not getting the scale rush off here. Just keeping him at arm's length with this staff. A massive turnaround. Bubbles come out. Ultimate follows up as well. Pace throws down his ultimate in response. Misses the first of the spears here. Looks like it's going to be just a bit of a reset coming out. Catches with the spear onto Wu-Feng. Wu-Feng answers in kind of his own spear. There's another one available to Pace. Is he going to be able to find the opportunity to get it off? Wu-Feng dodging away on the spear, and that's all the Pace spears gone. Ultimate timed out. Does look like Wu-Feng also has been able to get through his spear for the moment. Now going to try and strip that armor off Pace here. Pace able to avoid and evade. Looking for the katana opener. Bubbles come out again from the pair of them. There's the parry. And down goes Wu-Feng. Pace takes the realm of Yang.
Pace had a very brave play in such a parry-heavy meta. Throwing that many blues consecutively was a very risky play to make. But it turned out in his favor. Nobody is expecting that many blues in a row. Pace able to get away with throwing 3 and connecting on all 3. F ability used after the third one. And he was able to run down the alt-timers, hold off long enough for him to be able to come away with the victory. And now we're taking a look. Wolves Wang Liang versus Baoda's Action. Action going to take to the skies with that F ability. It looks like ultimates have been burned here. Wang Liang is going to end up backing off. Tries to go for the scale rush right back into this. Focus scale rush going to be available. Backing off to take a pot. Cannon shot's going to come out though. Wang Liang able to get some huge damage off of the cannon. Going to end up getting himself parried though, and that will be his downfall. Action picking up an elimination. We're not going to flip over. It looks like Chu Zhang has lost his Realm of Yang to T225, and now T225 going to try and take to the skies with the ultimate available for him. He's going to use 2 of his dashes, able to get the third one, but he's going to get himself parried, losing that golden weapon, and T225 now forced to give up the chase. It looks like he is going to continue though. JDG's Chuzhong very low in HP, going to find himself a pot and jump right back into this golden dual halberds or dual blades available for him. Both ults invested. The 1-2 going to come through from T225 into the bow shot. Chuzhang very low in HP. T225 wants those dual blades back. He didn't want to lose them so quickly into this. Chuzhang trying to kite this out, able to get a good scale rush away. We are going to see him playing a ring around the building here as 1-2 is going to come out into the 3. The 1-2 F ability invested, and 1 more bow shot and he's all done. Very, very low HP, and it's almost over for Chu Zhang. Yang depletion as well for him. If he loses this here, he is going to be out. And it looks like T225 was able to pick up the elimination, but Arano, I believe, stole the Soul Bloom away. And now T225 getting very low. F2 invested, trying to start another combo off from Arano. T225 going to take to the zone to try and get himself a pot off. It looks like he's able to get the pot, but Arano not giving up the chase. Arano doesn't have that Yang depletion,
no.
but there we go. He loses the gold weapon again. T225, what's going on, man? We do gonna see the combo starter is gonna connect. So much damage coming through. Ultimate invested now to secure the elimination, as the storm damage is gonna be taking a lot of HP away as well. T225 could finish this off, but the tiger grab is gonna connect. Narano able to get that soul bloom and reset his health, losing his gold dual blades.
I know, and like even with the fact that he has the Vermilion Birds Might, just going down and using your golden dual blades, that is so rough. Just emotion is greed. You're throwing those out, not being ready for the parry, and face the ultimate prices. We can see Wu-Feng on the Valda here, being hunted down, and unfortunately for him, with Frostivus in the area as well, and no HP to speak of, Wu-Feng even needs a big old armor swap or the perfect reset. Does pop the ultimate. Action gonna be able to avoid and evade onto that spear there. Next one coming up. Wu-Feng has obviously got a bunch of extra health. He's gonna find himself caught out by the whole lobby though. Tries to get the attention to get turned around away. Should be able to get at least 1 pot off here. No spears left to speak of, and now that the ultimate's timed out, Wu-Feng is going to be exposed, but somehow they're able to actually get a pretty big reset. They're able to cleanse themselves of the Realm of Yang debuff and get the hell out of dodge. Wu-Feng turn the attention off them absolutely flawlessly. They're really, really nicely played. And now we're moving over to our final player with that Ram Yang debuff. Looks like it's Wang Liang here for the side of Wolves. Still having an absolutely horrendous day. Does catch himself a Pokemon, throws it out on a Pace. Pace gets sent back out here. It's Pace with the golden staff. He's going to be able to do a fair amount of work here on the Valda. Doesn't actually have the opportunity to really survive much longer though. Wang Liang desperately trying to keep him going. Bubble comes out. Pace gets caught by Charm. Pace gets inside the realm of Yang. And Wang Liang. That is a Giga Tilter. Bye-bye, Wang Liang. Game number 4 will go better, I promise. Oh, my word. I'd be fuming. I'd be fuming.
Very unfortunate. Wang Liang 1 second away. And yet again, DRG's Fong on the Tessa manages to ruin the day of another player. Beautiful Tessa Charm coming in and an amazing third party to pick up the elimination onto Wang Liang. Pace was able to make it out of the way. We saw earlier that I believe it is Wufang versus Pace again. I don't believe Wufang's gonna fall for the same tricks, as we do see Pace throwing a lot less blues, but he is gonna go for the staff swap into the katana here. We saw him do earlier. Is going to go for that uppercut into spear, and here we go into the katana swap, back over to the staff, into the 1.0, into the jump LMB. 1 HP and a dream for Wufang. As soon as Wufang gets out of that ultimate, it's done here. Wufang already sees where this is going. Oh my goodness, traps him in the F3 extended combo into the, oh my goodness. Look at this. He has that extra 2,000 HP, and it was already almost completely eliminated. Tries to catch him again. Wufang bringing this back around with 1 HP. If he's able to scale rush, oh my goodness, he was not able to chain the carousels with the grapple bump. He almost succeeded in ruining Pace's day there, but Pace able to come away with the well-deserved victory from a beautiful elimination in the realm of Yang.
Pace is just a little bit cracked at Valda, isn't he? That is 2 times in a row. He has absolutely destroyed him. Really, really good stuff. But Wufang now, 5 minutes on the timer. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Maybe they leave each other alone. Maybe Pace says, I want another Valda in the final circle to keep the attention off me. That family meta you were talking about coming in. There is a world, but we're back inside another realm. Yang TD5 is getting parried. Does go for the freeze. Arano's trying to keep the damage up onto him. TD5 actually finds the uppercut here. Gets the second one. And suddenly, this fight has turned around. Arano, can he save the day? No, he can't. TT25 able to secure himself the victory. Now, don't get parried and lose your weapon this time. I think Ace is taking his son for a walk. They're looking for Feng. If they might just gang up and take out Feng to make sure that there's 2 Valdas in the final circle.
Don't touch me or my son ever again.
I actually feel like that might be the game plan here. They find TT5. These guys are duoed. Look. They're playing it so well. TT5 goes into the immediate freeze, but they know if there's 1 Valda in the final circle, they're going to get absolutely giga bullied. So they're making sure that actually there's going to be 2 and increase their odds of winning this entire game. TT5, he's playing duos right now, but he hasn't got a duo.
He's got Frostivus in the back end there that could do a little bit to assist him, as Frostivus is on 0 eliminations. Looks like he has backed off. Alias TT25 they have lost line of sight. So Wufang still looking for that elimination. It looks like GG Shaw showing up into the mix. They might start the pursuit onto him here. Fong also in the play, just hopped right back into the bush, overlooked by everybody. The tunnel vision onto Shaw right now is that it looks like Paste has lost them a little bit here. GG Shaw able to get the 1.0 off into the scale rush, over into the jump LMB, jump RMB. X1's Wufang taking much damage right now, just getting stuck on the wall. Wufang forced to F and go for the reset here, but GG Shaw's not going to give up this elimination. The amount of damage he's just invested into this uppercut into the 1.0. GG Shaw with the fan tech right now, just putting in absolute work, forcing the ult out from Wufang. Tap dodging away from the first spear. We're going to see the 1.0 come out again. Huge parry going to come through though. Now, Shaw, ultimate invested for himself. You're going to see him use that to teleport away. KLA's C225 jumping into the mix now too. You're going to see all 3 of these players jumping through. Oh my goodness, he doesn't die. He gets the stun, and he's trying to go for the bloom. He's unable to collect it. DRG's Fong gets the bloom. T225 gets the kill onto Shaw and to Wu Fang. Fong uses the ult to try and back out here. It looks like he is going to be able to get himself away. Action jumping into the mix. What a chaotic play just happened there. GG's Shaw went absolutely low. We saw the ult come out. And oh my goodness, Wu Fang wasn't able to come away with the Soul Bloom, and T225 cleaning up with a beautiful third party.
Yeah, really nice little third party, and honestly, came down to losing Paste. That was probably what cost them the hardest here. Paste still keeping some pressure up onto Frostivus right now. Frostivus very low, the whole lobby looking for him. Freeze comes out, looking for the lockdown. Frostivus has to go for an armor swap. Arano pops the ultimate here. Is just going to keep the chase up. Tiger form. Rah! Down goes Frostivus, losing a whole heap of HP. Arano looking for one more. Does have another charge available to him, but actually ends up losing a fair amount of HP. This could get a bit dicey. Catches onto T225, strips through his armor. That's going to be Star who actually got the kill onto Frostivus and took him out of the lobby. And now Arano gets himself frozen up, and everybody froze every little bit of CC onto him. AIS is the one to secure the kill. That was brutal there for our lone Akos as he goes down. I mean, no ultimate meant he was a lot less scary to deal with. They're able to deal with him nice and efficiently. 6 players left in the lobby, 8 minutes left in the game. I said from the drop spot I expected this to be a pretty fast tempoed game, and honestly, it doesn't look like it's letting up. I think we might see some of these players continue to scrap.
From the moment Wu Fang on Yang Depletion takes on GG Shaw, the entire lobby converging onto that one location. T225 getting a huge full sword damage attack onto Shaw, coming in with the triple charge, and the ultimate gaining him just a little bit of HP back, but the one coming through, and Wu Fang getting eliminated. Fong trying to come in on that third party as well, but was unsuccessful in picking up any eliminations. Now the lobby has focused their attention on the Star. Looks like nobody's letting up. They sense you're low. They sense that you have a little bit of health or shield gone. You are going to get targeted right now. Siphon it coming through from the Matari F in the ultimate ability. He's able to get himself a blue armor swap as well, trying to see if he can gain a little bit more shield back from the thrust. Cancels ult to be able to have that last Matari F available. We're going to see him just scale rush away. He's only got blue armor now, though. We are going to see him able to take the reset as all of these players start to go for the Spirit Well. Kayla is T225 on 6 eliminations here. Paste is going to pop that ultimate so he can secure that. Has the buff ready for him. Ultimate replenished. Pace on 4 eliminations. T225 on 6. Having a monster game right now. Those 2 kill steals as well. Super vital performance of his game. I believe he won both of his Realm of Yang fights as well. AIS back on purple armor here, able to get himself a decent setup. I believe Star was the one that was on the blue armor swap, so we are going to see him hopefully try and get himself a little bit better armor. Paste opting to go for the gold armor right away here, as we saw in previous games. He waited for the gold armor swap and ended up costing him as he wasn't able to get that armor and replenish his life. So Paste going for a bit of a different strategy here. Yes, Star still in the bottom corner. Blue armor, blue weapons, and it looks like Paste is out for blood.
Yeah, could find Star. Star immediately makes a run for it. Paste now golden pole sword and golden staff with golden armor as well. This is one scary Valda. I don't think the lobby really wants to turn onto them. I think it's a bit too risky. The amount of damage that Pace could put onto any one of them. If you're the one to start that fight, he gets a big hit off. Everyone's going to ignore the Valda and finish you up. So it's just a bit too scary right now. Pace is quite happy just to play the low ground. Chill out for now. As Star finds himself in the Bane's breath, eating one of those breaths as well. He's gone so low. If anybody saw that happen, I think Feng did, because he comes in with a bow. Star's able to get one armor pot off. Can he get a second? Is going to get some health back as well. And continues to go for the full reset. It looks like Star's been able to get away with it, but that was a little dicey. Feng also going for a full reset himself. I don't know if he took a shot from the Bane's breath, but regardless, has been able to get himself back to full health.
I believe he took a double shot there. The T-Star was very, very low in health. And you know, this Bane covers about 80% of the remaining playable map. So it is very hard to try and maneuver around this. These players start to get very close and personal when this Bane does erupt. And as soon as it goes down, they will have a little bit more space, but the circle will already be almost completely closed by then. So it is a very difficult situation to be in. Star, though, does have that purple armor back up instead of the blue. He's able to make it around the swap, get himself back a complete reset. He did have a second there where we thought he was going to go out. Somebody had seen that he was such low in HP, but nobody wanting to all in a fight just yet. As you start to all in a fight at this point in the game, you are going to be the next person eliminated after the person you're fighting does go down. They try to turn the attention back onto you. You start losing HP. You might get the kill. You might get the bloom, but you definitely become the target. And now, Kaylee's T225, the lone Justina in the lobby, is going to take himself into a bush, as we're going to take a look at a little bit of a replay from the end.
Yeah, this is obviously the T225 versus Chuz fight. I actually don't remember who came out on top of this one, but already you can see the beautiful parry, beautiful opener here from Chuz, able to get some serious damage down on to T225. Has to go for a freeze. Wants to make sure he doesn't lose those katanas, though, as Zhang finds himself eating a fair amount of HP. Lovely little parry, actually, to follow up from TT25. It's a massive chunk out as well. Ultimate burn. The freeze is obviously the most important thing here. If he can find those shots, those freeze on to Zhang, it is going to be rough for him. And yep, into it. The katana charge click as well. Nice and easy.
3 minutes left. Circle 6 closing into Circle 7 in about 20 seconds. 6 kills for T225, 4 for Pace, 3 for Fung, 2 for Star, and 1 for both AIS and Action. Bada's Action lost a little bit of armor here. Gonna go for a reset. Has a decent amount of resources to keep him alive till the end game. We are nearing that point. This is a very interesting final circle. There's a lot of levels to it. It's really going to come down to how long this high ground is going to stay in the final zone. Having that positioning, especially as a Matari, being able to kite up so high, the Hottie not losing that extra ult charge because there's that level above. Pace now, though, taking a lot of damage, is going to lose a good bit of that gold armor. I believe he might have a swap somewhere hidden, but it could be out so far out of the zone. We are going to see T225 starting to deal damage on to these other players. TE Star waiting on the top. Pace unable to contest that space. Scale Rush going to come through from T225, and now Pace, everybody wanting the Valda out of the lobby, forcing the ult out early. This is exactly what these players wanted here, and they're going to start jumping onto Pace as soon as possible. They don't want the Valda to be able to survive to end circle, and that is what these players are trying to do. It looks like they're giving a pretty free reset, because the moment these other players start to jump in, like Action here, they start to lose a lot of HP. Funk trying to go for the Hottie. Hottie ultimate is going to be invested. We see the Windy Trinity come out, and Action taking a decent amount of damage is going to fly up, lose a lot of that ultimate from flying very, very high into the air. We are going to see the full reset come out into the ult cancel. 28% left on the ult. Pace back up to full HP on the top of the tree. T225 going to climb up to try and contest the tree. Pace going to take to the skies. No ultimate available, though. He needs that ult back if he wants his strategy for endgame to work, because without his ultimate, he's not going to be very outlasting compared to these other players. T225 going to start the scale up onto the top of the tree, has taken the place away from Pace, as Pace jumping down to the bottom, sending out these charge attacks with the pull sword as fast as possible. Action now taking a lot of damage, going to turn over the attention onto AIS. AIS getting dangerously low here. Everyone sending their musket and pistol shots over that way. Parry is going to get dropped over. I believe Pace was able to pick up a parry onto Fung. Justina, or Matari dash going to come through. AIS able to get a huge dash off. Charm is going to come out as well. Action getting very, very low here. AIS able to pick up a kill into the Octa Slash. AIS on the backside. Fung getting eliminated. TE Star able to pick up that kill. AIS, 2 Mataris versus 1 Justina and 1 Balda.
T225 still in the game, though. 6 kills under his belt. This is getting dicey for Pace. Pace is able to heal somewhat. He's close to the ultimate, but he's not going to survive long enough. Star takes him down. T225 looking to finish Star up here. Can he find it? Oh! Yes, he can. Beautiful play from T225. And that is his second victory of the day. A first, a second, and a first so far. This guy is popping off today. Absolutely huge performance from the KLA player. And he's now halfway through the day, and he's had a, we were talking about consistency. He has been consistently popping off today. Really, really impressive stuff from this guy. Serious points in the bags, and he is looking like a very, very solid lock-in for Worlds. It has to go horrendous from here, really.
There is the sheer determination of T225 at the end there to complete every single elimination. He was on about 6 kills. He gets up to 8. He's able to take that elimination near the very end. Paste had ultimate, was knocked in the air, wasn't able to pop it in time. Storm Tick was too heavy on him. T225 with that pole sword was able to take the last kill away. It was between him and TE Star. Star had more HP, and with one final attack, he was able to complete the game with 8 eliminations. KLA's T225 breaking the second place curse. What a beautiful finish into game number 3. He's got 2 MVPs in the qualifier under his belt now. He had a second place finish in game number 2. He is showing exactly why he is going to be going to Worlds almost 100%. It's a pretty sure lock in here. That was a crazy finals.
Yes and no. And it's definitely not locked in. He could literally play terrible for the rest of today and then also play terrible on Saturday, and then he may just lose his spot in the top. He's definitely set himself a really solid foundation. If he carries on playing this well today, I think the odds of him getting knocked out are incredibly low, but again, it's not 0, because if he goes full donut mode and people at the bottom start popping off, then things can be taken. You can be usurped at the top. But I think, he's definitely set himself up for a really solid spot right now. He's got to keep it up, though. Its consistency is going to be a big thing for him here. If he carries on playing well today, as long as he's consistently decent today, then he's set up nicely for Saturday, as long as Saturday doesn't go horrendous. But it's a very, very solid start here for T225. Still, you can't take your foot off the gas yet. You still need to kind of make sure. I mean, again, like I said earlier in the last game, as long as you are in 6th place, you're fine, right? So that is the bare minimum. But here is the scoreboard at the end of that game. 12.6 points. I mean, he is 6.6 points ahead of Star in second. This is a massive slingshot in his play, and obviously getting that kill multiplier on an 8-kill game, really, really big for him. And T225 is going to be sitting very happy with himself off the back of this game. This is a tremendous victory for him, and a real boost in his placement. And I'm excited to see the actual overall scoreboard and see how far ahead he is of everyone else after this, because everyone's got to be getting a little nervous. But there may only be every game that this happens, the more likely you are to only have 5 spaces left at the Worlds, because T225 will get closer and closer just to locking himself in. Oh, Wang Liang, it has not been your day. Donut 2.5, Donut 2.5 overall. Really, really struggling on that front and heading up to that top of the table. Yeah, it's a whole 10 points between Star and KLA's T225. So he is in a very comfortable position off the back of this one. And the rest of the lobby, you have to do some stuff to deal with T225. Otherwise, he is going to be every game stepping closer towards just being locked in for that World Championship spot.
The smart play of being able to take that Valda out before Pace gets his ult back was the deciding factor in that win. If he doesn't take the Valda out, and if Pace is able to ult, look at how well Pace was playing it. Some of these highlights brought to you by Thunder Robot. If Pace ults, he gets the win by default with the amount of healing he's able to get. But because Pace gets taken out, he loses out on the opportunity to come away with the ultimate, with the kills, and KLA's T225 was able to capitalize and come through. We saw earlier his first elimination in the game onto Fong, Paste had a phenomenal game. The amount of aggression that was shown from him was just beautiful. Winning his Yangs, coming through on top. TG25 does go out here, but Vermilion's Burn Might saving grace, and then the double kill steal to come away with a beautiful double kill right there. And here we're gonna see that final circle again. AIS getting himself that Octa Slash, forcing the F out. Pace is gonna go down to TG25, and then there we go, the one and the back around into the bow shot finisher off. 1 HP remaining, and TG25 takes it. We do see players get 8 kills blocked, but getting 8 kills with the multiplier, the amount of points that you're getting is just so many. We do see a damage reduction Jade. I believe he might have had the Mortal Defiance that switches to the damage reduction Jade after his pop. We do see the Pride's Fall, Thunder Call, Tempest Kick, and Venom Tip Tuna as well. 8 kills, 28,968 damage, most of it coming from the Pole Sword, some from the Dual Blades and the Hung Sword. Just a
That's crazy, actually, because he switched to the Pole Sword towards the end of the game, right? Or was that,
Pole Sword being, I believe he played Pole Sword when in the Yangs, and then or Dual Blades and Hung Sword in the Yangs, and Pole Sword was his outside of Yang weapon.
I might have been thinking about Pace, to be fair. I think it was actually Pace too. We saw switch his
Pace had staff
switch into a he had a staff, but he also had a Pole Sword. He switched his great sword into it. So yeah, I was slightly misremembering there, but yeah, a lot of damage coming out from TT5 there on that Pole Sword. Really good Justina performance, and this now puts us at halfway through the day. 10-point lead between first and second. I'm sure people towards the top of the table starting to get a little bit worried about how much of a gap TT5 is actually putting between him and the rest of the lobby, knowing that, you know, if he's not dealt with, then there will only be 5 spaces left at the end of everything, and they're going to be playing for 1 of 5, not 1 of 6. It's going to really have a bit of an impact on the lobby. We'll see if they can deal with him, as obviously we've got 2 games back to back coming up later on, so it's going to be kind of like very quick successive games for the players, and they've really got to make sure that they're popping off during that section of the game, or you know, I think that's why like you get that kind of like mentality snowball when you have those back-to-back games, because you kind of get that game in, have a very quick break, and then you come straight back in again. So positive or negative mental snowball is very capable, and we've seen it a lot during that section of the day.
Yeah, after game 3, you get a bit of a longer break. You know, some of these players are taking interviews, other people are rewinding, taking a look at some footage, seeing where they went wrong, just resetting and jumping back into a 1-2-3. Because you really have section 1, game 1-2-3, section 2, game 1-2-3. Doria, Hollerath, Morez. So speaking of interviews, we're going to head to one right now, and then we'll be right back with game number 4.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to the post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with Frozivas and let him say hello to our audience.
Hello guys, I'm Frozivas from Team Lion.
Welcome, and we would like to see long time no see. And how are you these days recently? Because we really have long time communicate with you.
Yeah, because I missed this summer tournament, I ended up not coming here. So it's been a while since I've been here. And yeah, I've been practicing.
Oh, practicing for the day we didn't met. Okay, and for now, we know that today we are the Chinese Mainland Qualifier, and you know Jacob is really important. And how you think about today's matches, and how you think about yourself? You have confidence?
Well, today I got unlucky in some situations, but I'm still trying to just get as much points as possible, because the threshold is top 6, and that is very hard. Like when you think about the current competition level.
Yeah, it's maybe like different from the last year because you are qualified from the other region, and for now it's really hard, but it's okay. We still have the rest of the game, and you just cheer up. Okay, let's move on to the next part. Answer for treasure. So let's see. The question for this turn is, what is the total points of aliens for Zivas? And I think you know the answer. And before the answer, and I would like to know, because today from the game 1 to game 3, I saw that a lot of our players, they would like to enter to the realm of beyond, but for you it's not. I would like to know why like you just planned this strategy.
Right now, the debuff from Yang, if you lose, is way too strong, in my opinion, and it's very hard to find a flower, especially when everyone is just fighting together. You pretty much put yourself at risk if you try to go in, so it's very dangerous.
But how you think about the buff from the Realm of Yarn?
I think only the second Realm of Yang is actually worth it. The first one, if you die, and then you have the Yang depletion, you pretty much will have like 0 points or maybe 1 or 2 points if you get a kill early game. So
Okay, that's why you're really different from like other players that we saw that really they like to enter to the Realm of Yarn. And I think you're prepared and we can start counting, okay?
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, and let's find out the correct answer, please. You know the correct answer is...
The correct answer is D.
Yeah, the correct answer is D. And congratulations to our lucky guy. Okay, at last we know that we're going to have the J-Cup. And for Zivas, not only that your opponent, they will come together, and also your friend, who you really looking forward, and maybe some plan can share with us?
Well, I guess like Raven and the guys are coming here, and I think they already like plan to go somewhere.
Yeah. Maybe they are like watching in the screen room right now. Anything you want to say to them?
Yeah, I think they are watching. I'll try my best. You know, it's very hard right now.
Yeah, we will wish to you that good luck to you, and also cheer up, okay? Just back into your stratus, back into the track, and we will looking forward that your performance in the J-Cup, okay? Cheer up,
Thank you.
thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NBPL. We're getting ready to go into our second round of 3 games, our last section of today's games of the qualifiers for our solos at the World Championships. That was a real mouthful, but in short, 3 games left to go. Still got another day on Saturday. Top 6 players are going to qualify for Worlds. I'm HitBrain, that's Seb. Yeah, I'm starting to get back into the games. We've had some pretty good ones so far. That last game, very aggressive as well. Paced taking I think it was Wang Liang under his wing. No, it wasn't. I've forgotten his name, but he took someone under his wing. Both the Valders teaming up to try and keep themselves alive until the end of the game, but unfortunately Pace lost sight of his little Valder and ended up kind of suffering for it himself because he got kind of bullied out right at the end there, and TT25 took his second victory of the day.
Yeah, it was a pretty funny sequence that we had going on there, where he took him under his wing. It was X1's Wu Fang, I believe, and he was trying to come away with the elimination, and then KLA's TT25 came in with a beautiful third party, took out GG Shaw and Wu Fang, was able to come away with 2 extra eliminations, and in the late game, getting both of the third party kills is big. It's very difficult to pull off. The Pole Sword was able to do it, made the magic happen. He came away with 2 more eliminations after that. Came away with a beautiful 8-kill victory with the first place finish and the multiplier with the placement points, a 12.6 game, highest scoring game in the qualifiers so far. But we have lots of games to come. 3 more today, 6 more on Saturday, and then we will decide. The top 6 players of this lobby will be going to the J Cup. The other 6 are going to have to call it quits until next season. And in Frost we pray, ladies and gentlemen, to get him into that top 6. He's just got to play consistent. Game number 2, he played very well. 5.5 points on the board. He's got to do that again a couple more times. He's got 9 games left to do it, and we believe, we have faith, it's going to happen. Hopefully we'll get to see it. And next game, jumping in game 3, we're back onto Predoria. We might get to see a few more Z-Pings coming back into the mix. I don't think we'll see too much ACOS on Predoria. Back to the Temi picks for the players who haven't picked him yet. Hopefully, I'm excited to get to see JDG Chuzhang on the Temi. He's had some very incredible plays on Temi in the previous games in the NBPL season. So I'm really excited to see that. Hey, Brent, what are you excited to see? I know you're pretty getting back into the solos, but
yeah, so obviously it's been over a year since I last casted a solos game, so I'm kind of just like absorbing all this information. Like, this split has been amazing for me. The main reason why my favorite character, Valda, is back. And she's now back in trios and solos, which is super fun to see. Although I will say, and I'm going to put my caveat on this, because as much as I'm a Valda enthusiast, I miss the old tidal wave. That's the Valda I love. I understand why this spear variant with the extra health is so much better, but I do low-key miss the old tidal wave variant. I mean, it's still there, it's just not good. But what I'm actually really excited about seeing, because I know I'm going to get to see lots of Valda today. I'm very spoiled on that. What I'm actually excited to see is more of these kind of like off picks, because, you know, we were talking about how like the Tessa isn't actually that amazing. That Tessa had a lot of impact. The charms are super powerful. We actually saw quite a lot of like third-party potential, and that's what Tessa does in trios as well. She's exclusively like a third-party character. You see her, like, her comp is designed to run in, grab a kill away, zip out with the Wu Shen. Obviously, you don't have that same potential because you haven't got a Wu Shen playing for you. You are playing on your own though. But I think seeing things like obviously we had one game of an ACOS as well in that last game as well. It's fun to see some of these kind of like less meta picks getting shown up, and that's always the thing in an NBPL, which regardless of solos or trios, off meta will always excite me. I like to see what people cook up. I like to see what kind of counters they come up with. Now, obviously, in solos, it's not so much about building a comp around certain characters and having like a kind of identity in that sense, but it is about, you know, pulling out these characters that people maybe aren't so ready for. And I mean, we saw the damage of that ACOS. If they hadn't got, you know, ganged up on by the lobby, It could have been a real threat going later into the day. But here we go. We're going to see the Frown selection, where everybody is going to be in today's action. And yeah. Game number 4.
Looks like we're going to see Wang Liang and Shaw first. Action and Xu Zhang going to be picking second. Rano and Feng third. Star and AIS fourth. Frostivus and TG25 are going to be on that 5th round selection. And the last round will be going to Paste and Wufang. Pace and Wufang are going to have to play some off-meta picks here. And yeah, watching these off-meta characters come into this current meta, it's a lot of fun because there is a lot more room for them to succeed. Whereas in previous seasons, it's been 80% of one hero being played in a single game, and then the 20% outliers just not succeeding in the slightest. So it is really cool to see that the off-meta heroes are starting to make their way back into the game.
Yeah, I really like this system. I mean, I've been a big fan of the trios rework as well, because trios had a real issue, and they originally we had like the 5 unique hero system for solos, and I mean that's still technically what we're running, right? They still have to play 5 unique heroes, but I much prefer this system because you're kind of not overloading the lobby with one certain comp. I think it makes it way more interesting. But
oh yeah,
what it does mean is a kind of like a rotational meta shows up. I mean, the first 4 are always guaranteed to be in that order. 5th and 6th can actually be a little bit different though. We do see some stuff showing up, as you see here. TT25 locking in the Tessa here. The Matari was open, but Frostivus is going to take that, and then was in an ACOS for Pace. And Wu Feng could mix it up. We could see 5 unique heroes getting picked up here. Nope, going for the Matari, but 3 unique heroes in that final round. Nice and fun to see. TD25 popping off today. So far, a 1st, a 2nd, and a 1st under his belt. Now locking in that Tessa. See how well he uses it.
Yeah, well, Frostivus as well. Gonna be locking in that double pick early in game number 4. I believe Matari was his game 2 hero, who he had that pop-off game on. So if he plays the same way he did on Matari on Holoroth, he is gonna have a very good shot at coming away victorious. And we did hear a bit about his strategy. He's not wanting to take too many Realm of Yang fights because it is hindering his play if he does end up losing. So he has opted to stay away from the Yangs, and there you go. That's his double pick. I believe that's the only person who's double picked so far. We've seen 2 games. This is going to be his 2nd game on Matari, 1 game on the Justina, 1 game on Hadi. He's still got Liam to play. He's still got Valda to play. So he still has 2 very strong meta heroes to play when he is in the higher round of picks. We are going to take a look at some of these abilities and ultimates of these players. V2 going to be run for both of the Justinas, and everything else in completely standard. No V2 run for any of the Liams, and no outlying ultimates run for anybody else. TT25 on the Tessa. It's going to be interesting to see how TT25 is going to play this Tessa as opposed to Feng. The way that Feng played the Tessa, beautiful third parties came in and griefed the fights to come away with a nice elimination, clean cut kills. We saw it early game, we saw it mid game. He almost succeeded end game, but TG25 with the gold pull sword was able to negate most of the damage. Taking a look at our spawn, we've got a couple of players just to the western side of Imperium in the surrounding gold zone. Up by Azoth Peak, we're seeing a whole cluster of players. That's KLA, X1, and TE, and then Arcadia is going to house a couple of other players. I believe that's Wang Liang and a few others going for that Vulpine Essence Red Jade, which is going to be very crucial in their gameplay. They're going to want to have that, especially if they're going to be playing for Yangs. Having Vermilion, having Vulpine is something that these players are going to be trying to go for in their game strategy. Whereas a player like Frostivus, who isn't opting for Yang, going to try and just get some scale, get a couple kills early game, play the mid game out, try and go for the cave, is what we've seen him do pretty recently. He goes for the cave strat. While everybody else is busy fighting the Yangs, he takes the cave, contested by 1 or 2 players. It's not that many. We're going to kick things off. KLA's TT25 with the grapple on 2. That's X1's Wufang here. We're going to see the charge coming through from the Matari F. unable to connect on the T225 and low HP for Wu Fang right now. The scale rushes are going to come through, but the pull sword, not the greatest weapon to chase with. He is going to get himself a spear to switch around to. Wu Fang going to try and make something happen. Dual blades in hand now for T225, and X1's Wu Fang able to kite this out pretty well, get himself out of here pretty quickly, but the max grapple distance coming out from KLA's T225, able to just come and close the distance so fast here.
He's
Wu Fang able
as well
to get out, and look at this. F ability going to be invested to create a little bit more distance and a little bit of movement error, but not much, as he's able to pick up the pace a little bit. And Wu Fang, purple dual blades in hand now, has found himself an armor swap, but still very low in HP as the game continues. And SS1 Pace battles JL's AIS.
AIS with the purple fans, though, it's going to be able to do some serious damage if Pace gives him any opening to do so. Blue longsword means Pace definitely doing significantly less damage. Shah comes in for a third party. Pace has to armor swap and miss all of this action. He's got himself the mic fans as well, actually. Haven't seen anyone rock those yet. As Pace clang off here on to one, is just trying to make a break for it. But now multiple people are actually chasing onto Pace. Pace is looking to get the attention turned onto AIS. Massive strip of the armor. Now Pace is actually going to lose all of his armor in response. He goes down to AIS, and Shah looks to finish up AIS in response and seeing if he can get something, but he loses all of his armor. These purple fans absolutely melting through the health bars, goes for the quick turnaround, pulls out the purple katana, and now AIS, he's going to get burnt up here by the dashes from the Hardy. AIS going in for a pop, but looking for the freeze, catches it onto Shah! And down he goes. The Justina outplay from AIS is beautiful.
Oh my goodness. Shah having a very rough day. I don't think he's been able to get a single kill on the board so far. We are going to take a look now at Wolves Wang Liang trying to kite out both Arano and Chuzhang. Able to find himself a gray armor swap. Now Chuzhang trying to go full frontal assault. We are going to see now combo coming through. Wang Liang is going to take to the skies. Haughty ultimate invested. Arano could opt to just go for that blue armor. Chuzhang going to find himself an armor swap. Wang Liang going to go for a heal quickly before re-aggressing onto the fight. Looks like he is just going to take up to the top of this temple, get himself back around. But Arano not giving up the chase here. Balda ultimate not online, but close and getting ready. Gaining rage with every passing moment. As Wang Liang is going to try and kite this out. Dagger in hand, so it's going to be pretty simple when he's going to be trying to kite this, but he's using his last shield pot. It looks like he does have that soothing boon Soul Jade, which gives you a small chance for your items not to be used once you use them. It won't take them away from your inventory and give you a basic free extra resource. So we now see Arano with 6 of the 7 Thunder coins that he needs to get himself that Jade. We're going to see him go for the taps on the LMB, but is not going to connect. Chuzhang is going to back off. He also has 6. I believe they have to kill one another to try and get themselves that 7th Thunder coin, as one of them could have picked it up there. I don't know exactly the number of coins that are on the map for display. You're going to see Frostivus trying to go for a parry here. He has 1 elimination under his belt. You're going to see him fighting against AIS. That purple fan just dealing so much damage. Tries to go for the grapple cancel. The grapple cancel does come through. Is going to try and go for that F. Huge parry opportunity for him here. Is going to get hit with that 1-2. Forced to bring that ultimate out. We are going to see the first dash come through. Siphon off the dash is going to connect. Gets a pot off too. We see the next dash coming out. F ability invested for AIS. Ultimate is going to be available for him as well. We're going to see it come out now, and Frostivus could be in a lot of trouble. Able to get the connect over, off on the teleport. Focus attack here. Tries to go for a second time, but the dash is going to come out, and then the freeze comes through as well. Able to get combo, but the F ability is going to come away with the kill. Frostivus, 2 eliminations on the board. Purple armor, purple weapons. This is his game. Matari's his hero right now, ladies and gentlemen. Frostivus able to come up with 2 eliminations right in the early game. This is exactly the position he wants to be in since he's not taking Yang. We're flipping over now to Wang Liang fighting against Chuzhang.
Yeah, start also in the area. 3 people about. Very, very high tempo actually. We're seeing T225 make his way over. He's got purple dual sword, purple armor, so his health is going to be absolutely brutal. He's going to strip through people. Charm comes in from him. Chuz, a whole chunk of damage here from the side of TT25. You see everybody's in the area though, and Zhang trying to make a run for it, but TT25 with the dual swords is just keeping on top of him, looking for the freeze opportunity, able to get it, but the question is who takes away the kill? Zhang just knowing that he is the one everybody is hunting, trying to play the escape game, but it's so hard as he walks into the waiting hands of Wang Liang as well. Is able to break the ankles a little bit, but grapple's coming in. He has got pots. He just needs to find an opportunity to get an armor swap off or some kind of escape. But TT25 comes in. The armor swap comes down, but it's not going to be enough. TT25 secures the kill, and now he can turn his attention towards Wang Liang. They actually back away from each other, deciding they don't want to get involved in any action. TT25 got that ultimate up and available, so maybe it's a little bit harder to go for it. The Bane's Breath from Frostivus, actually, he bought this earlier to secure himself this Bane's Breath, secure himself this Realm of Yang. No one's going to contest him on it. 17 seconds to go. Bought himself a fair amount of time there with that Bane's Breath. And I don't think anyone's going to contest old Frosty Boy. So he's going to be jumping in to that Realm of Yang. Is TT25 going to go in? I mean, he's set up, but he is on a Tessa. So maybe a little bit weaker on the old 1v1. Better with the third parties.
As the desperate search for that final Thunder coin happens, we're going to see him dropping all of the coins in. He needs one more coin for him to be able to unlock that. And I believe EWG's Arano has 6 coins of his own. I believe those are all of the coins available. So nobody going to be able to capture that Vulpine Essence Jade unless Arano goes back into the storm after Wang Liang leaves this location. And going to take a look at that earlier fight that we saw, Zhang, the revives were getting to a point where if they didn't give themselves that res, if he didn't let himself die, he would have lost his res and lost his life completely into the rest of this game. So he had to let himself get eliminated. He tried to hold out for as long as possible, see if he was able to get himself a reset and back out of the fight. But at the end, it was inevitable. TT25 had his number and was able to come away with a nice kill. Frostivus now in the Realm of Yang, trying to go for his 3rd elimination of the game. Matari v Matari. X1's Wufang going to be able to get the first bit of damage off. We're going to see them playing both over the pillar. The 1.0 is going to come out into the 1. We're going to see the ultimate now invested. Wufang going to be able to get Prio off into the nunchucks. And now, ultimate invested. Frostivus able to get Prio into the wall. He could carousel here. Carousel into grapple. Into carousel again. Frostivus, ladies and gentlemen, that's 3 eliminations. He wins the Realm of Yang. Oh my goodness, what a play. Carousel into the wall. Grapple bump into another carousel. Able to come away with the Vermilion Bird Bite buff. Oh my goodness, what a play.
Shah here taking on Jin, has been forced to use that ultimate, is lower than Jin. Jin, I believe, has been able to get a reset off here. Has still got that ultimate ticking away here for Jin. 2 dashes available, that F for Jin, putting some serious damage in, catches him out briefly. Doesn't actually get the full damage off. Looking for a potential scale rush there, I believe, from Shah, but Shah didn't give him the opportunity to go for it. Both of them pretty much the same HP here. Jin has got the ultimate, and there it is. Nice and easy, tidy up. Bowder X Jin able to secure himself the victory, and it's a little later than the others on their one, but just meaning as the Birds might a little bit later into the game. See what goodies he gets as well. Obviously, going to be getting some level of golden weapon. Hopefully, it's not totally trash. As now got 3 players on the map running around with that debuff. 3.5 minutes to get themselves cleansed, sort themselves out. Star is one of them. Looks like he's hunting on to AIS inside of JL. Could get a little dicey here. Star will see him. Is he going to pull the trigger? No, decides not to. Wufang also in the area. It's Wufang, it's Shah, it's Star, all with the debuff on.
Here we go. Frostivus taking a lot of damage right now. Gonna go for that charge. Able to get a bit of siphon off from GG Shah. And now Shah's become the target. Star chasing over. The 1.0 is gonna get released from the Fist Blades. We're gonna see him try and go into the Dragon's Rust. Star almost able to make that happen, but he's gonna end up investing the F to get away from Shah. Ultimate, or Pot's gonna go, but he cancels the pot into the jump LMB. Star gonna go for the jump LMB of his own to try and gain prio. Scale Rush gonna come through. Scale Rush clanked twice in a row into the jump LMB. Shaw getting dangerously low now, forced to pop that ultimate and back out. Star is gonna pop that Justino ult as well to try and give up the chase. Doesn't want to let Shaw go. Very low in HP right now. Losing that ultimate ability as well is gonna be very difficult for him to continue into this game. 2 minutes left on that Yang depletion. Gonna be very, very difficult for Shaw to make a comeback here. Is going to just take to the skies and try and get away as fast as possible. Pistol shots are going to come out as well. Frostivus has gone down, but he does have the Vermilion's bird buff. He will be able to continue into the late game. 3 eliminations on the board for him right now as Shaw trying to get away from all of these players. And it looks like someone, Action, has cleaned his Yang depletion up, but TE Star still looking for that flower. Shaw is going to get himself parried here. Sap damage coming through into a jump LMB. 1 HP in a dream now, stuck into the zone. Going to find himself a blue armor swap, though, very quickly onto the side. Arano not giving up the chase, though. Ultimate available for him, but GG Shaw is nowhere to run. Has that F, is going to invest it, trying to scale rush away. Jump LMB to create a little bit more distance, but Shaw not in a good position right now. He can't go into the zone to try and kite out because he has such little white health. Is going to be able to find a little switcheroo, breaking the ankles of Arano for a second, but he was able to catch on, running himself into AIS, and now the freezes are going to come out. 2 Justina dashes from AIS. He missed both of them. Now it's going to come into everybody. F ability available again for Shaw, and the whole lobby chasing after him right now. Arano, Star, AIS, Wang Liang, and everybody coming through trying to get this elimination onto GG Shaw. Oh my goodness, he's kiting so well, breaking the ankles, but there we go. AIS with the pull sword slash able to come through. Wow.
That was so bad luck regardless. Like, even if he somehow got away, even if he turned the attention off, he wasted like a minute and a half of his debuff to get to just escaping. So then he would have had absolutely no time to commit to a kill and no time to, you know, secure himself the cleanse. It was honestly just a worst case scenario. A bunch of teams are grouping up in the, well, a bunch of players are grouping up in the area. Very, very tight quarters, and I actually think this is going to be relatively low action just due to where we are. There's too much terrain, there's too many buildings and windows to kind of fly through. It's very hard to make damage really stick on a map like this. I mean, we just saw how much time was bought earlier as Start goes down to the debuff, just decides to jump into the zone so no one can get any goodies nor the kill credit.
Yeah, it's the right play there. You're being with 30 seconds left and not having really anything to do. You're going to send yourself into the zone. You're not going to give anybody the kill. You don't want anybody to take your loot. Although he only had blue armor and blue weapons. We're going to see Chu Zhang able to get this Spirit Well, but AIS able to steal almost all of the loot away. As these earlier Spirit Wells, you're able to take away the loot. When it comes to those late game Spirit Wells, the loot is locked, except for the player who did originally unlock the Spirit Well for the first, I believe, 5 to 7 minutes of the loot being available. It usually gets lost in the zone after that, so no one else is able to claim it. And it is a huge advantage that you want to have. But in these early game Spirit Wells, you don't have that advantage. Speaking of, we are going to be taking a look now at the Realm of Yang. X1's Wufang taking the fight against Baoda's Xshin. Both of these players losing their first Realm of Yang. Bowshot's going to come out. Xshin able to get a huge bowshot off onto Wufang. Wufang losing most of that purple shield. We're going to see the scale rushes coming out from the pull sword. Looks like Xshin going to try and make something happen with these dual blades. Seeing if he can get a connect off. Heavy sword versus dual blade weapon. You're going to see nunchucks now coming out. F ability invested from both of these players. Wufang trying to start the combo. Xshin having that combo break to be able to avoid that. Wufang still with ult available, as well as Xshin. You ult first in this situation. It's going to be very difficult. And now Xshin, huge grapple bump combo into the follow-up. Able to get the extra follow-up damage from the follow-up focus attack after the 1.0. Xshin trying to make something happen now on the side. Stoneform going to come through. Tries to go with the 1-2-3. Unable to connect. Trying to go for a teleport kill here. Exploding armor going to knock him back into the prio. And Xshin coming away with the victory. Exploding armor knocking back X1's Wufang just enough for Baoda's Xshin to get the restand and come away with a beautiful grapple bump combo into the 1.0 on the dual blades.
Really nice there from Xshin, able to grab himself golden armor as well, so he is nice and set up off the back of this one. 10 players left in the lobby. Obviously that number will be going down, especially when these Realm of Yang debuffs do wear off in 5 minutes time. Wu Feng back on the map, just making sure he's kind of stocked up on everything he needs, grapples, all the likes, weapon repair kits and everything. Feel like they're probably pretty comfortable at this point. And oh my word, I've not seen this in a while. Players just sitting alone in a bush. Paste, does he check the bush? He's got a roommate.
What's up, homie? You think I can share this with you?
What is going on? They've all just decided to play passive.
I think this late into the game, if you show any sign of aggression, the room will know that you have the Yang depletion debuff. They know one player has it because there wasn't a second Realm of Yang fight. It was only Action versus Wufeng. And so they go, okay, you're Wufeng, you have the Yang depletion. We are all going to focus you now and try and get that elimination. We're going to kite you out until your Yang depletion is almost up. You get super desperate. It looks like they have spotted each other out now. And, Tessa and Akos, they are two off-meta picks. So when it comes to the family meta, the off-metas do start to join together. As when you see the Liams taking the same space, you see the Mataris holding their ground together, you see the Valdas playing in the same sections. The off-meta heroes will also try and do the same thing to a certain extent. It's not as powerful. We've seen some very crazy family meta peel going on in some of our other games when it has been 2 Kylans, 2 Hotties, and 2 Liams. But when it comes to these off-meta heroes, they decide to play cool with each other at this stage, but when it gets to about 4 or 5 minutes, it doesn't matter. It's fair game, open season. Now X1's Wu Feng trying to find himself precious elimination. It'll actually be so unfortunate for Frostivus that Wufeng took that Yang and lost, because he needs an elimination and he won't have his teammate for family meta. As Paste has now become the target of the lobby, everybody starting to deal the damage over, and Frostivus trying to make this happen for his teammate Wufeng right now. And I know I shouldn't say teammate, but it is very similar. And now Paste with the ultimate burnt, Akos being the main target of the lobby right now. Everybody going for Paste. Armor swap has been given to him though, and he's found that super lucky armor swap, able to get an almost full reset. But Wufeng hasn't used his ultimate yet, still has a good chance. I believe he still has a few minutes left, hiding in the bush. What a crazy play. If nobody finds him here, it is absolutely cooked.
Yeah, it'd be really crazy if they're just able to chill out. It looks like that may just be the game plan here. 10 minutes left in this game as well, so we got a little while. As our teams are just having a flip around. It honestly, the tempo in this game 4 is significantly lower than what we've seen in all of our other games up to this point so far. The other games have been kind of mad dash aggressive, but Wu Feng kind of scratching his head going, where is everyone on the fight? Like, I can't see anyone, and he's got a minute 45 left on this debuff, and he is desperately trying to find an opportunity to get in and get some kills. Because the longer he waits, the harder, the less likely and the harder it is for him to actually get that cleanse off. And I honestly think he might be a little bit donezo, unfortunately. Hasn't been able to achieve much of anything, and now the Bane's Breath coming down, all that does is really scatter people even more. So the odds of actually finding anyone's even lower.
Yeah, I know Raven says he starts to panic with about a minute left on the clock. I think the time to panic is a lot earlier, because with only 1 minute, a player with ult like DRG's Feng and a fan in hand on the Buttery Rocks is going to be a very difficult target to catch and kill. We are going to see now 1.0 release from Feng to be able to connect onto Wu Feng, all of his health and all of his shield gone. We're going to see Dragon Roar coming out from Arano. Great peel. As you see there, Valda ultimate has been invested for Feng. Wu Feng going to be able to get himself a pot off, trying to get a bit of siphon here. Was able to do the teleport into the Matari thrust, getting himself a pot as well. Arano doing a great job at peeling for Feng. Feng gonna try and use that ultimate, but now Chu Zhang is gonna try and make something happen. Wu Feng, 30 seconds left on this Yang depletion. Gonna see if he can get an elimination, and it's looking very difficult for him right now. Gonna go for the 1-2 onto Arano. Arano still has that ultimate available though. You're gonna see now getting hit by the Tesla Charm. Now AIS trying to go for the follow-up with the focus attacks from the, oh my goodness, and it's his own teammate, Frostivus, coming through. It's the other Matari in the lobby. decides to put him out of his misery, sees how low he is, goes for the pistol shot, and comes away with a beautiful kill steal right from under the nose of AIS. Arano forced to pop that on. Now the Valdas are on the back foot right now. Valda, very, very low pace, going to be giving pursuit to this, trying to see if he can pick up this elimination. Getting a Valda out of the lobby this early would be super huge for their gameplay as well. All of these hotties wanting the Valda out of the lobby too. Tessa looking to see if he can steal the kill. Arano able to find himself a armor swap and a full reset. They live to fight another day.
6 minutes left on the clock. 9 players left in the lobby. This is probably one of the busier final circles we've had in a while, actually. And this game's just been so low aggression, which has really surprised me, actually. Do see that they are still hunting on Tu Feng. Xin. Golden hung sword. Golden armor. Very stacked up. Look at the bow shots. Not able to actually make them connect onto Feng. Feng does eat a grapple, though. And it's just playing the evasion game. But they got to play the evasion game for 6 minutes. It is a tall ask for them, especially when you don't have your ult on your Valda. It's going to quickly slip underneath and away from everybody. So they have successfully pulled off some of the dogs. In comes the Bane's Breath. And Arano still waiting on their ultimate. Bow shots coming in to chase them down. They are just eating a couple of bow shots here and there. Really is bully the Valdas, isn't it? They both want, everyone in the lobby wants those Valdas out of this lobby. Looks like they've both been able to successfully evade the attention of the rest of the lobby for now. But very much it's just a waiting game to see where the next kind of burst of action breaks out. And KLA, TT25, he has the Volpine Essence. So we're in late game, and this Tessa has Volpine Essence. Like, if you somehow get all the way to the end of the circle, and that pops, you just win the game off that by default.
Oh yeah, it would be very, very hilarious to see if TT25 is able to make it to the end of the game with Volpine and outlast everybody, even the Valdas on their 2000 HP. And that's why everybody started going for the Valdas there, is both of them burn their ultimates in that fight sequence trying to take out X1's Wufang. They were attempting to get this elimination that ended up going to Frostivus, but both of them in the process took a lot of range damage, took a lot of melee damage, and started to get very, very low. They were forced to pop ult, and now they know both Valdas are without ultimate, so if they're able to give enough pressure, they could get one of them out of the lobby, and it's giving a huge chance for the likes of the Liams in the lobby, who are Chu Zhang and I believe Xshin, to come away victorious. Now Fong taking a lot of damage here. Chu Zhang trying to come through with the follow-up onto the full sword. Fong hiding in the corner, getting knocked out here. No. Huge parry going to come through. T225 picks up the kill with a bow shot from downtown. Sneaky T225. What a play. Oh my goodness, and it's starting to get put into motion, ladies and gentlemen. EWG's Arano still no ult on the board. Action gonna go for the chase here, and look at Arano knows that there's a threat there. He does have Dragon Roar on the nunchucks. Dragon's Roar with the Valda ult, very, very lethal combo. Frostivus has those gold nunchucks as well. This could be a very difficult situation for Arano. Still doesn't have that ultimate up yet. It looks like they have backed off for the time being, but rest assured they're going to start aggressing onto Arano as soon as this circle starts to close even more.
This might be just the prettiest final circle I think I've ever seen. It's so, look at that. It's so scenic. Amazing final circle to end this game on. And right now, Frostivus and TT25 are the ones set up. Actually, Xin as well. 3, 4 kills across the board. And we know that TT25 has been consistently good as of late. See if he can continue that performance that he has been putting on so far throughout today's games. Frostivus coming back after what's been a bit of an underwhelming start to the day for him. Those 4 kills of slingshot. Yeah, it was all right. He hasn't been like pop off yet. But he has been able to put himself into that top 6 position, which is all he really needs to get into for Worlds. Still got a lot of games to go, but give yourself a good foundation for Saturday is today's game plan. The better you perform today, the less pressure you have on Saturday. And the worse you perform today, the more pressure you have on Saturday. Zone now starting to move. Everybody is getting forced close into one another. Arano has been able to survive, has got those bow shots, and with the nunchucks. Able to buy a lot of space, forcing them away. Gets a reset off as well. Gets a pot to make sure that they get some health back. Don't have to rely solely on that ultimate health. Frostivus staying up nice and high. My attention really is on TT5 with the Volpine Essence and the ultimate. He's going to have 2 charges during the middle of this fight to use as well, and that's going to have so much impact. Throws one out onto Arano. Arano forced to panic ult early. Cannon fire coming down onto him. Does have the spears. In comes the charm, and Arano's ultimate burnt heavily off the back of that Tesla ultimate. TT5 already impacting the lobby. Shisheng gets hit by a spear though by Arano. Looking for another spear. This time onto Pace. Goes a little bit wide. Spears have run out. Arano has been able to full reset, but 1% on that ultimate charge. You are going to struggle to get that back by the end of the lobby. TT5 looking for bow shots here. He's just charging up that ultimate. Remember, he can charge. He can throw it out on 60%, I believe, and 100%. So 2 effective charges, has been able to build that one back up for himself momentarily here from TT5. Going to be a very, very impactful lane game as we see Frostivus just rocket into the sky to break away from all of the action. Everybody is on the low ground though. It's getting very heated down here. 30 seconds until this zone fully closes. Pace forced into the zone. Goes for the ultimate, doesn't quite make that connection there, unfortunately, with it. Still has the charge left to go for, though. As you can see, Frostivus coming down onto the low ground. Everybody is just trying to stay aerial. TT5 gets battered miles out of the zone, throws down the charm, looking for the bow shots onto multiple people. AIS trying to keep himself alive as TT5 catches the kill, catches the freeze. Frostivus popping off in the middle of the fight though. Wang Liang holding fast, and Rano goes down. Wang Liang is the last man standing. I think that's Frostivus' game
Frost
though.
MVP.
Huge performance from him to close it out. He was the night to kill multiplier though.
I do, yeah, he went out in about 3rd place there, but had so many eliminations. It looks like the win is going to go to Bauda's Action. Looks like Action was able to survive just a little bit longer on that Liam, come away with a few more kills in that end game, but we did see Frostivus pick up an elimination near the end there. It was just difficult for him to make it back. He was kiting up for so long in the sky, was able to come down and try and come away with some eliminations, but the hottie Bulls Wang Liang was able to come through, take the elimination on to KLA's T225, was able to pick up a good amount of kills, but being on 0 kills going into that end game was very, very difficult for him to come away with this MVP. He did have the multiplier. It did put a decent amount of points up on the board for him, but unfortunately, he wasn't able to get himself the MVP for game number 4. He was the last man standing. He still good points, better than some of his performances in past games, but wasn't enough. Too little, too late, if you ask me. Hopefully, we'll get to see a little bit more performances like that from Wang Liang in the future. He was one of our top players in the first couple seasons of NARAKA, and it just seems like the skill ceiling caught up to him. He was here, everybody was down here, and slowly they built it back up. But ladies and gentlemen, we got a question for you guys before we get into anything further. And our question for game number 4 was, which player killed JDG's Chuzheng in game 4? Now this is a very tough one.
That is a tough one.
I'm looking right now, and I'm not 100% sure. Was it A, TE Star? Was it B, EWG's Arano? Was it C, KLA's T225? And D, X1's Wufeng? Now, if you're like me and you like looking at the kill feed, you will know who did it, because in that last sequence was eliminated.
Also, so, that implies this same player could have killed Chuzheng twice. Because technically you have the kill before rebirth. So I'm curious if that's like the final kill, or if they got 2 kills. I'm going to make the assumption that we're talking about the final kill, but we could also be, there is a world where this player took them out twice. I genuinely don't know the answer to this question. Good luck for everyone at home if you want to grab some goodies. This is definitely a tough one. Normally it's game 2 that's the tough question, but this one...
Actually, you're right.
It's pretty hard.
He did take him out twice.
Oh, they did?
So,
well, there's your clue. They had at least 2 kills. There's your clue. That is a hard one, though. That is a very, very hard one. Have a look at the score. Frostivus, 0.5 of a point from the MVP. Etienne able to just eke it out, and really just comes down to he had those extra kills. Didn't get a kill multiplier, but still able to make it work. As we do get Wang Liang with the 1 kill, was the last man standing, so he gets the kill multiplier, putting him up to 4.2 points thanks to those ranking points as well. But man, that is a relatively low scoring game, pretty chill for a lot of people. I mean, there was 3 donuts here from Wu Feng, Star, and Sha. But again, just a big game coming in across the board. TT25 comes out in 3rd there. He's just been consistently at the top 3. I mean, this is his lowest scoring game and his lowest placing game of the day, and it's 3rd. That is terrifying for everyone else. I mean, GG Sharp starting to look like a Krispy Kreme with the amount of donuts he's collecting this game day. 4 points over to him. Honestly, it's lower end of the table. It's not that interesting to me right now. AIS could be interesting on 11 points. We'll see once we move up how many points 6th place is on. And that's probably going to be a bit of a outline of where, you know, who can catch up. Because Chuz through, or Chu Sheng through to AIS. It's 11 points onto XG. So actually, there is a little bit of wiggle room on this lower end of the table. But I mean, TT5, 29 points. The gap doth grow even harder, especially with Star going on 0 points. It is getting harder and harder to catch up to TT25. This guy is popping off today.
TT25 having consistent games. When he's not getting the 12.6, he's still getting at least 4 or 5 points in his games. We're going to take a look at some of these highlights brought to you by Thunder Robot. But yeah, TT25, the answer to your question, ladies and gentlemen, he killed Xu Zhang right before Rebirth. As Xu Zhang let him have the elimination. Right here is we're going to see it as he takes his hands off the keyboard, because if he doesn't do that there, we do see him lose his life completely. And then right at the end in the kill feed, you will see as well, he gets the elimination in the final circle skirmish. We're going to see a look at Baoda's Action's beautiful catch onto GG Shaw. And then here, look at this. Another beautiful catch. Action, a master on the dual blades. The shot from downtown from Frostivus. The shot from downtown from TT25. And then look at you see here, the kill feed. KLA's TT25 takes out JDG's Chu Zhang, and Wang Liang holding up at the top, able to get the elimination off the kill points. I believe he gets the kill onto TT25, and that's it actually, as he does get that 1st place with the multiplier, but Action able to pick up the elimination onto Frostivus and AIS, putting him from 4 to 6 eliminations, and that gives him the ability to MVP.
The weird thing about this game is the fact that Wang Liang was last man standing actually benefits literally everyone in the lobby. Because if you are any of those players, there's a bunch of people with decent scores. If one of them gets the victory and the kill multiplier and their placement points, they shoot ahead of you in points. So Wang Liang getting that doesn't matter really. He's had a bad day. He's pretty low down. So really, really big. But obviously XGen is our MVP. Low damage game here. 14,000 damage coming out from him. 6 kills though. Did have a counter strike in there. Did 6,000 damage with the dual blades. It's especially when you got 3 legendary soul jades as well. That is actually kind of crazy. I would have expected, you know, higher damage coming in, but very, very relaxed game. And to be honest, there wasn't much scrapping this game, was there, Seb? It was very much a game where like people got into the bushes. It almost was a return to like old NARAKA, which is a meta I thought we'd luckily got rid of, but it looks like occasionally we do still get the game where the teams or the players just decide to play nice and chill. They kind of play for the kind of sitting in the bushes and playing for the late game, and that is what we experienced in this game. I was surprised by it, but that was the ultimate outcome there.
Well, after first Yang, I think we only had 2 players on depletion, and then after second one, we only had the 1 player on Yang depletion. So there wasn't as many mid-game fights as we usually see with the 3 Yang depletion and 2 Yang depletion after the Yangs that we typically see. So yeah, we definitely had a calmer mid-game than we usually do. And then everybody was holding out except for the range damage onto those Valdas until the very end. Nobody wanted to engage because nobody had a super huge advantage as soon as those Valdas went out of the lobby. There were 2 Liams, but there were so many other heroes. Everybody else was on a different hero, and there was about 6 players left in the lobby. You had an Akos, you had a Hadi, you had a Tessa, you had the Matari, you had the Justina, and then you had the 2 Liams. So there were 5 unique characters in the game, so they didn't have the need to shark anybody else out other than obviously the Valdas, which they did, and the lobby made it happen. They said, we don't want these Valdas in the final circle because they're going to ruin it for us. Let's take them out fast. And, you know, it worked for them. They were able to burn ultimates of both Valdas before final circle went down. They didn't get that healing buff that the Valdas were trying to play for. That's the strategy you're attempting to play on Valda, is survive to the last circle, have the most HP, and then get that extra bonus 2000 HP as soon as the circle closes and everybody starts dying from Storm Tick. Try and get as many kills as you can follow it.
Well, very, very big game there coming in. I mean, actually, I say a big game. It was actually a very, very small game there. Great for TT5 though, because the rest of the lobby kind of stood still while he got some points under his belt. I mean, the lead he has accrued over the rest of the lobby is tremendous. Like, it is actually a really, really big lead. And I'm sure there's a bunch of people in the lobby starting to just go, okay, TT5, he's done it. He's in a position where it's going to be hard for us to catch up for at least today. Sorry, excuse me. At least today. So I'll be interested to see if Saturday TT5 kind of finds himself more contested, or if he just continues to kind of snowball into the World Championship. But right now, you're kind of just playing for top 6 at the end of the day to give yourself a good jumping off point for Saturday's games. Realistically, you're playing for top 2 to 6 because first is locked at this point. Like, it has to be a bad couple of games and some really, really good games to the guys behind him for TT5 to lose first for the end of the day. He's pretty comfortable going into Saturday at this point. I think he's got a great starting spot.
Yeah, he's gonna have to pull a print if he wants to not qualify. He's got to go donut for the entire rest of these games, and he is not showing any sign of letting off at the gas right now. Game 5, we've got 2 games left today. We have 6 games on Saturday. All he's got to do is put at least 2 points per game on average, and he has this in the bag. He's got a score that is leagues higher than anybody else right now, and he'll be able to do it. I said it was a sure thing earlier because I was sure that he was going to be able to keep playing consistently, not because he was guaranteed to make Worlds just because of his performance in the first couple of games. I know he is a very consistent player. He's super level-headed. He's not getting too cocky. He's not overheating, and he's playing just in the right amount to be able to progress on and keep going at the same pace. He doesn't have to pop off very insanely like the 12.6 point game, but he's putting up enough points to keep the lead incredibly far from his competitors.
Yeah, well, it is going to be a big game for a bunch of our players. Frostabus on your screen, really, really big comeback actually after that first half of the day. Like, the first half, you know, like you said, game 2 wasn't terrible, but game 1 and 3 were particularly not great. Put him definitely in a bit of a deficit, but he has been able to slingshot into 5th place overall in the standings after this one. So also getting 2nd rotation means he gets, you know, higher priority pick. I mean, realistically, the first 4 kind of don't matter. Like, we know what the order is going to be. We know what they're going to be playing in these first 4. It's 5th and 6th, which I find really interesting. We'll be getting into that nice and soon. And very interested to see what Asian and people have got their sleeves. Although we are getting to the point there where people have started to use up their heroes.
Yeah, Frostabus burned his double pick for that last game on the Matari, knowing that he was going to be in the 2nd round selection, I believe. So he has the opportunity to play Liam, and he has the opportunity still to play Valda. Those are the 2 heroes that he's going to play. So we're going to see the Liam come out here, I believe, unless he tricks me and goes on to Valda. He's going to hold out on us. And there we go. We see the Liam pick. And I believe he'll be 3rd or 4th round selection, where he is going to go for the Valda pick. As we did see the Justina come out. We saw the 2 Mataris. We also saw the Hottie game. He didn't have the greatest game on Hottie. Frostvist, one of the first people to use Hottie in the J Cup last year, and really utilized him in solos, and he sort of revolutionized and pioneered the Hottie meta. But now that everybody's sort of caught up to the skill level on Hottie, he isn't seeming to perform as well on him. He performed very well on the Matari. Didn't have the greatest performance on Justina. Hopefully Liam will be a bit different, and then hopefully the Valda will get to come out for that last game. We'll get to see how well he's able to use Valda. We haven't seen Valda perform very well. Valda's been the target of the lobby for these past couple games. As soon as they see two Valdas in the end circle, they're getting targeted out because it's a sure thing win as soon as they get to end circle. So I don't know if the Valda game is going to be very beneficial for him. Hopefully he'll get a lot of kills in the early game. Hopefully he'll take Yang on Valda because you have that extra 2,000 hit points. It is a very versatile character in Yang. Yeah. Getting that stun and the combo potential off of it could be worth taking Yang's. He was talking about how he didn't like to go into the realm of Yang, how it was too risky, but he went into first Yang. He did come away with the victory against I believe it was TE Star or Bauda's Action, or it was TE Star in the first realm of Yang, and he was able to come away with the win. So we got a lot in store for him. He's got a lot in store for us in these next two games of the day. We're going to be taking a look at the ultimate and F ability variations, and it's going to be standard, ladies and gentlemen. No outliers here today. No V2s on the Liam. No F1s on the Justina, and it looks like AIS using his double pick for Justina. Interesting here. Wang Liang and Sha
Justina, honestly, I feel like the Justina has been weirdly the most impactful character today. I think Justina and Valda are actually been the ones that really stood out to me. I don't think I've seen, other than like TTG5 on the Hardy at the beginning of the day, I don't think I've seen the impact from Hardy that I was expecting, considering he is 100% first pick at the beginning of the day. Everyone is putting a lot of priority on him. Now, I understand he does offer a lot. I understand he has a lot of utility to himself. He has damage. He kind of, he does all of those things. But I feel like the ability to kind of get that lockdown and break away with the freeze on yourself or onto enemies, I'm starting to get sold on Justina being very, very impactful in the meta right now. As heading down to Holoroth. Actually, a pretty scattered start. I mean, it looks clustered because it's solo, so the map is smaller, but people are going to be able to at least grab gear before they get into a scrap. Once again, we see Wang Liang dropping onto the
podium.
Always dropping that podium, man.
Puzzle getting a gold weapon, not having to fight for it in the realm of Yang, especially when you are Wang Liang and you're not getting your wins. And yeah, it is something that does give him an advantage. He can't seem to capitalize on it though, because he keeps getting these games where he's running into these unfortunate situations.
To be fair, his best game was on Holoroth. It wasn't that great of a game, but his best game was on Holoroth, and came off the back of him running back into the zone, grabbing the weapon, and then running back in and taking a fight. Very impressive stuff from him. There we are, into the map. TTG5 already got himself the fist weapons. Hasn't got any armor though. Would like to get that, especially when Star's running around with blue armor. Could be a little dicey for him. Star making a break for it. TTG5 gonna find out the hard way, but there is blue armor on this guy. He does get himself some gray armor though, so he's gonna feel a little bit more comfortable juggling Star around. The problem is Wolves is in the area. The ballista shots are coming in, and they scatter the moment a ballista shot comes out. Do not want anything to do with that.
Yeah, ballista early game, definitely not something you want to die to. We saw in the solo finals, Mike went out to a ballista, and it basically cost him his chance at winning solo finals. It was very unfortunate, but we see that happening time and time again, and these players are not going to try and make that happen over and over again. We do see in the kill feed GG Shaw picking up the early game elimination. We haven't seen very much coming out from him early game. And now SS1 Pace picking up the elimination onto JDD's Chuzheng, now focusing his attention over to X1's Wufeng. as well as another player joining into the mix. Looks like Action jumping through. We are going to see the overhold come through. The 1.0 release onto Action is going to connect, losing all of his armor. Tries to flip over to the musket shot. Overhold going to come through to another overhold, and now Action dominating this fight right now, going to try and invest the ultimate to see if he can get out of this, but it looks like Action has the ultimate invested as well. Great dodge from Pace to be able to get around. Needs to go lower, otherwise that ultimate timer is going to burn out. Action trying to see if he can get one more freeze attack off before he loses the ult. Looks like Pace going to cancel that ultimate. I believe Action canceled the ultimate as well. Or no, we do have that one more freeze available for him, but he is very low on HP. Pace was able to get a reset. Wufang completely reset as well. Action getting his armor back, trying to go for a health bot. Cancels the ult at 30%, so he does have a little bit more of a rage advantage. There's 2 blue armor swaps, but it looks like they're both empty armors. None of these players are going to opt to go for that and go for the reset. They want the safety of having that armor available. We're going to see Fang versus, or Action versus Wufang in the Fan v Nunchuck scrap. 1-2 coming out from Wufang, trying to go for the overhold.
Parry.
Throws the blue, gets the parry, the bow shot into the 1.0 from Action. Interesting parry punish. Baiting out the F, but the F was off of cooldown. Wufang going to try and go for the Hottie ultimate now. Action having to deal with 2 Hottie ults in this fight. The one from Pace was able to get kited out because Action had ult. He does have ultimate almost back now. Wufang just going to go for the reset, and now Action in a bit of trouble. We're going to see the triple charge come through. Is going to connect onto the other Hottie. Hottie's going to lose ult. We're going to see the 1.0 come out from Action, dodging the 1.0 from the fist blades. The dodge is coming through into Prio. F ability coming out from Wufang. Uppercut gonna happen from Action. Tries to go for the 1.0. See if he can get the long distance grab. Unable to connect with it. Wufang gonna send the pistol shots flying. Trying to make a play with the fist blade. Seeing if he can scale rush away. But the overhold's gonna come through. And he gets a second one. Oh my goodness. Action with the bloom back to full HP. Tries to go for the parry. Now it's Pace versus Action with this blue dagger. Action, or blue fan. Action has been absolutely lethal. 1-2 into uppercut. Ultimate is going to come out from Action. F, both dashes available. Is going to get the first freeze into the 1. Is going to try and go for the 1-2. Gets a huge parry and Pace gets, oh my goodness, Pace brings it back around into the uppercut, into the 1.0. Needs one more jump element. Being Pace with 1 HP and a drain. Oh my goodness, he comes back from the brink of death.
I can't believe Pace brought that back. Action is going to be kicking himself. I saw in the player cam, he was not happy with that one. Now Wang Liang going up here versus TTD5. Does need to be careful of that thorny roller, which lines this area. So we are making like spiders and crawling along the ceiling just to evade getting caught out, as Wang Liang doesn't want to let TTD5 get away, but TTD5 able to get around the corner, get a full pot off, and he's quite scary right now. It's going to get the full reset in as well. Purple armor onto TT25 makes him very, very scary. No one has solved this yet. They're still trying to solve it. This has just been a constant scrap for Plume since spawn. I mean, there's multiple people in the area. Very hard to actually fully commit and get that one. They are just spinning the bits about. I think TT5 knows the puzzle solution. I think because he was in the tunnel, he must have had a look. But it is risky because if you don't get this right, you well, so not if you get this right and then someone slides in and takes it, you're gonna be rather annoyed. As looks like continuing to try and solve it. TD5 gets on a ballista though. Can he get him out of the sky? He can. Forces the ultimate out of Wang Liang. Looks for the spear. I don't know if that actually hit onto TD5. It didn't. As AIS, I don't know if AIS even has any weapon repairs. He's just been sitting still on that ballista threateningly for a while. Just sitting there menacingly. TD5 does for a brief second step away, but then decides to go back as AIS is in the area. He wants to get this treasure solved and grab himself a golden weapon as soon as possible.
Yeah, he's definitely looking for it, but the pressure that these other players are giving is GG Shot as well going to enter into the area. Bowda's Action. Everybody going to start hopping onto these ballistas, preventing the gold armor, or the gold weapon, sorry, from coming out. We do see the box has been opened, so the first player to make a run for this. It looks like TG25 might try and start to go. AIS is right on the ballista. GG Shot is ready and waiting. You see everybody waiting in the wings. the person to try and go for this gold armor is going to get absolutely decimated. We do see Kale with ult available
going
now.
for it.
Gonna try and make it happen. AIS first to go in is gonna get pummeled with shots, and TG25 might have the ability to sneak in here. We are gonna see the ultimate getting released. Nobody was able to get it yet. I believe AIS wasn't. I think he popped ult to get
made a
out
run
of there.
for it immediately. He did get in range. Like, he could have quickly grabbed it and run off.
There's a chance we won't get to know 100% until we see the inventory. And it looks like KLA making himself known by GG Shaw, letting him know that I'm not going to let you go for this. He goes. It looks like he might have gotten it here. Yes, gold dagger coming in. Shaw going to be able to pick up the scraps of the box. But the real prize going to T225 is he's able to get the gold dagger and get out of there as fast as possible. AIS was unable to get that. As we are going to take a look at who's got the kills. Shaw with 2. Shaw having a pretty good game right now. Frostivus in the Realm of Gang. I'm loving this aggression. Oh, T225. This is going to be a rough one for Shaw, or for Frostivus right now, as Kayla's T225 just picked up that golden dagger. It's going to be, dagger's a very difficult weapon to fight. And the fist blades, he does have purple fist blades, could be enough. Musket shot's going to come out from Frostivus, bow shots coming out from T225, unable to connect. Clank is going to come in off of both of these attacks, trying to go for the scale rush here is T225. We're going to see the 1.0 connect as the 1-2 is going to come through from this dagger. Dagger just so powerful, sharking so much health away. T225 able to get himself a little bit of ground. Ultimate is going to be popped now, and Frostivus just waiting for that first slash to come out. He baits out the ultimate here, able to get it to drop faster than Frostivus would have liked to pop that out. We are going to see the scale rush come through, the one into the ultimate, but now here we go. Frostivus is going to lose those purple dual blades, or purple fist blades, in a lot of trouble now. We are going to see that F proc come out from T225, and now one more ult charge, and there we go. Frostivus going to get sent back to the soul altar in need of a soul bloom to get himself cleansed of that Yang depletion. Very unfortunate to see that happen, especially in the mirror matchup against the Liam. Not the place he wanted to be, especially against the gold dagger. We're taking a look now. Chuzhang going for the 1-2 with the nunchucks on the Temi against Wu Feng, getting the double uppercut. Tries to go for the carousel, is going to end up dropping it, switching over to the pistol. Cryo going to get given over again to Wu Feng, but Chuzhang able to use that F ability to get out of dodge. We are going to see him try and go for the overhold here. Wu Feng able to go for the parry, as we are going to see the 2-1-1 come out into the one follow-up. Chuzhang on the Temi, not even needing the ultimate, coming away victorious in the Realm of Yang.
Really nice stuff there coming in from the Realm of Yangs. Did only see 2 Realm of Yangs get taken up though, so again, like the last game, we actually might have less players running around with debuffs, so it actually means we will probably have a potentially slower paced game again, just like we did in the last one. So it get a little bit dicey. TD25 taking a fight here versus Shark, considering TD25 does have that buff on him. Golden dual swords as well. Now, it's really, really scary. Shark trying to just break away from TD25, who actually kind of got himself a little bit stuck on the edge of the tower there, forcing Shah onto the low ground away from the ballista, looking to come in with a grapple, but Shah just using this ballista tower to give him as much mobility as possible, but it is starting to cost him because TD5 is caught up. He's stripped through the armor, and he's going to keep that pressure on with the dual swords. Bubble comes out. Shah, can he survive this? I think he might be in a little bit of danger here. Has to pop the ultimate. In comes the ultimate from TT5 as well. Goes to the uppercut, misses out on it, needs to tap dodge, is able to beautifully evade, getting caught out. There's going to be one of the charges of the F onto Shah, just to keep him pinned in place. He's got another one to come out, but this time Shah lands the spear, gets the follow-up damage, catches him with a bubble as well. Shah looking for the potential turnaround. No F charges available onto TT5 now, as Shah low HP. Can he make the great escape here? The golden jewels blades, I think, say no. Down goes Shah. He's eliminated from the lobby.
Shaw with 2 eliminations. His reign of terror is over. He was finally doing a little bit better than we've usually seen him do. One charge of the ultimate being used. He's almost got the elimination on a Chuzhang. He's going to be able to come away with it. Gets the soul bloom as well. And he's now back into this game. Gonna try and get out of here as fast as possible. But now the rest of the lobby going to shark onto him. They know he doesn't have ultimate here. getting a Liam out of the lobby this quickly could be very huge for them. And it looks like they're going to back off. Frosted is able to cure himself of the Yang depletion. We're not going to see him go into that second Yang. Don't believe he thinks the benefits are going to outweigh the risks as he's able to get out completely. Beautiful elimination onto Chuzhang on the Temi. Was able to take him out. Chuzhang does have that Vermilion's Bird Might, so he is going to be able to come back. And Chuzhang on Temi with a longsword, what he's got right now, gold longsword, is one of the most lethal combos that we've seen so far. The amount of carousels that he's able to hit when Temi ults onto you and you're perma-stuck in the Wind Wisp is absolutely mind-boggling. So hopefully we'll get to see some really cool stuff come out. We saw him win the Realm of Yang without even having to use his ultimate against X1's Wu Fang in that previous sequence. So and now Wu Fang with 1 minute and 30 seconds left.
Yeah, Wu Fang's starting to get a little bit nervous here. We'll see some people in the area, but it's kind of time to go do or die. Can he find Chuzhang? It looks like Arano actually just walks right in front of him as Wu Fang desperately trying to find the kill, but Arano overgeared versus him right now. Everyone's just going to come in. There's going to be the FUs just to get himself away, and Wu Fang being juggled around here by the Mataris. Having to make an escape for it, but not going to be able to go for long. They're keeping the grapple on. Arano's going to find him inside the building. Does get a lot of damage onto Arano, but he's struggling to get through that shield thanks to his blue weapon. And that's going to be Wu Fang forced to use the ultimate. Arano can't really get the full reset off, but it really doesn't matter because Wu Fang is just incredibly low here. Arano's going to keep the damage up onto him. Who secures the kill? It's Arano as into the realm of Yangs. TTD to 5 is going up versus Chuzhang. Going to go airborne for the moment. TTD 5 now just keeping his eye on the prize. He's going to eat a couple of cannon shots to open up golden jewel blades, but he is going up versus Chuzhang, who's also very geared up at this point. Both got golden weapons, looking for the parry, able to find... no, I thought he found the parry. He didn't. Just keeping the damage up. And oh my word, Chuzhang loses so much HP. Cannon fire is going to come through to try and stop him from potting, but the power of the ultimate doing so much. Thanks to the pillar, TD5 is actually able to line a little bit of damage up onto Chu. Doesn't let him get the full reset off, but he does get a partial one. There's the ultimate used by TD5. Misses out on the dashes onto him, but catches the uppercut into the grapple, into the follow-up. TD5, he is on fire today. An absolutely monstrous performance from this man.
It was the finals of the Realm of Yang #1. The winners were TG25 and Chuzhang, and they faced off against each other in this next Realm of Yang. And it looks like Wolves Wang Liang was able to beat out DRG Feng in this second Realm of Yang as well, making Feng and Chuzhang both Yang depletion as TG25 continues his reign of terror. 5 eliminations on the board for him so far. He is ready to go. Gold weapons, gold armor. He was able to get that gold dagger at the start of the game with the puzzle solve. And now Wolves Wang Liang, gold spear, gold armor. Went from not being very stacked at all because he had a very slow start to the game, no eliminations on the board, to absolutely popping off in this Realm of Yang, getting himself a very, very good stack of weapons. When I say popping off, I mean the 1 kill.
I love that the 2 White Tigers players are just doing shopping next to each other. They didn't want to fight each other. They saw they were both loaded and they were like, nah, we'll go find someone a bit weaker. So we are going to see a replay of this Realm of Yang between Wu Fang and Wang Liang. You can see great spear there coming in from Wu Fang. And like you said, he's super undergeared at this point. He's got a blue spear, but he's still able to make it work. Catches into the damage. Wu Fang did answer back with the uppercut and the spear throw there, but I believe there's still a spear available to Wang Liang. Oh no, it timed out. So just comes in fair and square, takes him out nice and easy. And Wu Fang now running around, looking for an opportunity to cleanse himself. I believe some Stardust ran underneath him. Yeah, there he is. All right. Are they going to fight?
The Mataris are going to play close to the family meta. They don't want to be fighting each other just yet. If it comes down to it, you might see him turn his attention, but it's not going to happen right away. Frostvis, late game strategy. Respect it. Love it. Good to see it. He's gonna hold to that bush so that Zhang doesn't turn his attention over to him. That would be the most brutal ending to his game here if we saw that happen. It looks like Zhang gonna try and go towards Salvation Podium where there are a lot of players. If he finds Feng out, he might be able to come away with this elimination. The only downside is Feng does have TE Star to be able to help peel for him, and at that point, it's just a very difficult situation to be in. As we are going to see now, Wolves Wang Liang getting targeted out by the whole lobby. KLA's T225 looks to focus the energy onto Baoda's action now. Looks like they don't want to come at the other White Tigers player. Here's the smart play, is you are sort of griefing yourself if you try to take out the other White Tigers player. You're taking a longer fight. It's going to end up costing you way more resources, way more ultimate charge, whereas if you try to fight one of these weaker players, you're at an advantage instead of having a level playing field. That's exactly why these players go for the buffs. They want the advantage in the game. Zhang now popping the F ability to get a little bit of extra movement. AIS getting dangerously low here. He needs this elimination. Tries to go for the jumping LMB. All he needs is the bloom. He's gonna pop the ult. He gets the bloom right off of the ultimate ability. Wang Liang is going to come away with the elimination. Prediction in the Twitch chat right now is going crazy, as we are going to see tied now Wang Liang and GG Shaw. We're going to see Wang Liang now taking a lot of damage, being the Valdo in the lobby. Action is going to go down. DRG Spong picking up the elimination, but TG25 steals the Soul Bloom. DRG Spong absolutely furious right now, going to try and keep gaming as hard as possible to be able to come away with this. Spong is going to end up getting dangerously low here, has one charge left, gets a decent amount of siphon off of that, trying to go for the reset now, has 2 teleports left on the ultimate, but doesn't want to fight Arano. Arano being the low target could be the ideal person to fight. It looks like Frostivus getting the brunt end of that, always being Frostivus, now turning his attention on everybody else, and it's always Frostivus. He gets caught out and he becomes the attention of the entire lobby because somebody has Yang depletion. And here we go, he's getting extremely low, getting a little bit of siphon off from KLA's T225. Rest of the lobby is going to start to turn their attention over to him. We see the Meteor come through as well. Frostivus able to get one pot, gets a second one as well. Meteor coming through from T225 onto these other players, and now T225 trying to block Feng from getting this elimination as well. We're going to see the overhold come through, but Frostivus taking so much damage. Now I don't even believe this is enough for his teammate to come through. Wang Liang gets the elimination, and oh my goodness, Arano gets the kill onto Frostivus here. Oh my goodness.
That was
Fong sees somebody low and decides, oh, I'm gonna go for this full health guy, and that's Frostivus, and just grief his game. Unlucky. This is not a skill issue. This is a luck issue, and it's very unfortunate to see Frostivus go out like this.
And Frosty able to get himself the turnaround though. That was the big thing there. Make sure that at spite he goes down with him. Did go down, I believe, second, so he gets a higher placement point off it as well. TT5 though, I mean, this guy, golden dagger, golden jewel sword, golden pole sword, and got the purple cannon. A backup cannon just in case, only a grey one. But that is a loadout, which is like old NARAKA. 2 golden soul jades, all the rest purple. That's some old loadout stuff, and actually same onto Wang Liang as well. Not quite as geared in the weapon department, but still pretty geared up. These two have kind of just become friends here in this one. They are actually looking to go for the Mystic Might here. TT5 is going to do his best to kind of keep Pace off it. Pace is trying to step forward with the dual swords, but getting absolutely clobbered here by that pole sword, making his life very hard. Dealing with the golden health bar of TT5. The fight continues though for this Rema Yang. Not this Rema Yang, sorry, the Spirit Well. And I mean, TT5's in his interest to cap it, not even for the buff, just to deny more golden armor. Just to make the rest of the lobby weaker. And there it is. He gets it. Golden armor's now his. Did he pick the armor up to armor swap?
No, I don't believe he did.
He just made the armor available to someone else to grab.
I don't believe he did.
Okay, I hope not. I really hope not.
I think at this level of play, they're pretty good at making sure they're not going to pick that. You're going to see now Pace taking a lot of attacks over onto the side of KLA's T225. We see the Octoslash come out, but now Pace forced to hit that ultimate. He's taking range shots from everybody else in the lobby. They want this hottie gone, They don't want to have to deal with him in end circle. It's T225, Arano, and Chuzhang giving chase. Looks like Wang Liang and Star as well on the other side. Ultimate is going to go down 9% on the ult. T225 with the follow-up from this pole sword, going to deal so much damage. Chuzhang going to try and make something happen as well. Sends his attention to T225 to tell him to back off. T225 goes for the reset. Chuzhang keeps up pursuit. Meteor coming in as well, dealing so much damage onto Pace. Pace able to find himself a really good spot for a reset. Everybody backing off for the time being, as only one without ultimate. Wang Liang, though, another part of the lobby. Oh my goodness, the ballista shots coming through, and Pace getting dangerously low. T225 trying to finish the elimination off, and T225 with his 6th kill of the game. Meteor on the cannon, able to come through, and it's wraps at this point. And T225 is just a force to be reckoned with. Nobody able to compete on the level that he is right now. 36.6 points. The closest player to him is SS1 Pace with 17. Oh my goodness. Everybody else is really close. Star with 15.5, Frostivus with 15, DRG with 13.6, Action with 12.5, Arano with 12.5, Chuzhang with 11.3, AIS with 11, and Wang Liang on 10.7. Everybody else is super close, but T225's in a league of his own.
Honestly, at the end of today, I think Saturday is just going to be about playing for the last 5 spots. I think he's done such good groundwork. He literally has to completely throw this to not make it to Worlds at this point. Like, as long as he has an average day, he doesn't even have to pop off. Just an average day and he's fine. So he is very, very set up at this point. And everyone else below him, I mean, it really is anybody's game. I mean, there is 11 points between second and last. That's how close it is on the rest of the standings. And it's kind of T225's fault. Like, he's just taking every point up. He's hoovering them up. They're not getting an opportunity to get near him. As T225, 5 players left in this lobby, just going to be playing for these final moments. He's definitely got this one in the bag here. Arano doing his best just to hold on. T225 batters him with a pole sword. Layers in the cannon. Does actually miss the cannon shot onto Arano there. But we still got 4 minutes until this final circle actually fully closes. There's still a building to work with, so a bit of verticality, a little bit of terrain to move with. Arano is being hunted down, though, by the rest of the lobby. Trying to find that pot. Is going to be able to get it, so the reset comes in. And Arano going to be feeling a little bit more comfortable now that he's been able to reset.
And for those of you listeners who speak American, not British, Hoover is a vacuum cleaner, I believe.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Oh,
just double checking. As
American, not English, made me so angry.
I'm sorry, I had to.
No, it's fine.
We're gonna take a look. Arano getting dangerously low. Chuzhang trying to come away with the elimination. It looks like he is able to take the kill, preventing the meteoric rise of KLA's T225 to jump even higher. Chuzhang is gonna bump himself up from 7th to 6th position now, as he passes Action for that qualifying spot. Action and Arano tied for 7th at 12.5, as Chuzhang doing a little bit of last-second looting. Maybe gonna grab the gold armor. It's gonna be a risky play, so we're gonna see if he's gonna do it. No, he doesn't. He doesn't go for the gold armor. Drops the health jades to expend less pots when resetting here, as we're gonna take a look now. T225 just hyper aggressive, not letting up the pressure onto anybody. How many repair kits does this guy have? I've seen hundreds of cannon shots getting thrown out, and now Star, almost all of his health gone. Oh my goodness, the huge full sword slash gonna come through, and now TE Star very, very low in health, forced to pop that ultimate out. We're gonna see him trying to kite everything. Teleport gonna come through, able to connect onto Wang Liang. We're gonna see the slash come through from the Matari-F, gets the teleport through, but T225 comes away with the kill, and there we go, the blistering edge coming out as well. Wang Liang taking the brunt of that damage. Chuzhang as well, and 7 eliminations. Wang Liang forced to burn that out a little bit too early. That burn tick from T225 was just a little bit too much, and he's set up for a 9-kill dub here. That could be another 12+ point game for him.
If he gets the kill multiplier, everyone in this lobby is going to be so upset, because any one of these two gets the kill multiplier, it just gives their life makes their life just a little bit easier, their chances of making it to Worlds. But T225 is just too much to handle right now. Ultimate burnt there as well by the Valda on Wang Liang is going to be so scary. Taking a pulse sword hit, just nothing too major. Cannon fire coming in as well. TT5 hasn't had the chance to get a reset off. We probably would like to get a pot off, and he is going to be able to do so, refreshing that armor back to full. Wang Liang now just evading and dipping and diving away, but taking so much damage from that pole sword. TT5 able to evade away from Chu Zheng and Wang Liang there, as it feels like it's the 2 versus 1. They're both trying to deal with him, knowing that this victory just almost cements him a spot at Worlds. It's going to be so impactful, the amount of points he could put together here off this game. Holding fast, getting himself aerial, catching onto Wang Liang, who's also up in the sky, but Wang Liang is just grapple cancelling onto him. Chu Zheng trying his best to keep the pressure up. The sandstorm breaks down. TT5 finds himself a little bit pinned here now. They're actually successfully been able to turn onto him. He does have the ultimate though, and TT5 has popped it now. Can he keep the damage onto Chu Zheng? Chu Zheng doing his best to hold fast here, but getting battered into the zone. The golden pole sword will do a lot of damage to him. TT5 looking for the potential turnaround. Wang Liang coming in, throws the bubble down. Chu Zheng low HP. TT5 is down. Wang Liang holds fast and saves the day. It's still TT5 who's going to win this game, but the kill multiplier denied.
Yeah, and that was the main objective of that end, and you can see him. He's a little bit disappointed, but you can't be disappointed with that. He, you know, the T225 curse, he did place second in the lobby, technically, but he does get the MVP because of the sheer amount of eliminations. He gets the last hit of damage onto Chu Zheng, and Wolves Wang Liang beats him out by a sliver of HP. If he gets one more pole sword slash onto Wang Liang, I believe he's able to come away with the win, especially if it's blistering edge with the burn damage. He would have had it. Wang Liang was able to outlast for just a second longer. Being able to take to the skies near the end was really Wang Liang's saving grace and KLA's downfall, as he kept trying to meet him up in the air, but Wang Liang was grapple checking him over and over and over again, forcing him to play to the ground, burning his F early and fighting Chu Zheng on the floor, whereas Wang Liang was getting to chill up top and third partying when he thought it was necessary.
I mean, it's been a bit of a miracle comeback from Wang Liang. You can see he's feeling quite good. They're having a chat about what they just did to him. Complete denial. But Wang Liang, you know, he's had a bad start to the day, and then 2 relatively decent games back to back. I don't think he's done it yet, but like realistically, what he's done is he's started to build a less rocky foundation for his Saturday. Saturday needs to be a big day for Wang Liang if he wants to pull this back, but ultimately he still performs relatively well towards the end of the day. Still got 1 game to go, and that could put him in a stronger setting for going forwards. Now, I believe we have a question for you guys at home, so let's bring that one up and see what we've got. So, who is leading the standings now? This is the easiest question ever. If you get this wrong, you're a plonker. Is it A, Star? Is it B, Paste? Is it C, T225? Or is it D, Frostiverse? A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat. Check that whisper box. Make sure you get your hands on all of these goodies. This is the easiest one you'll answer today, so go on.
I wonder who it is. Also, just watching back that final kill, he had it in the bag. He had prio. He dodges into Wang Liang's 1-2, and he finishes it off. It's not even a heal off finish. It's he makes a misplay on the dodge and gets caught by the 1-2 from the spear.
Yeah.
And that's going to be his downfall. Wang Liang, definitely happy that that happened. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to give you the TG25, because if you don't get this one correct, you haven't been watching. And so
guy's been on fire. Another 10 points on him as well. And the big thing is like Wang Liang, who's at the bottom of the table, is the next highest scorer. He gets 7.8 points. So that brings him up from the bottom end of the table. But like all the people that are closer to him in the standings, they freeze still. And the gap grows bigger and bigger between first and second. And it feels like at this point, it's an unclimbable mountain to catch up to TT25. And we'll have the standings right here. I mean, the big thing is Wang Liang, he was at the bottom of this table for a while. He was having a bit of a rough time, but he is now on that top end sitting pretty. And these are the 6 players who really need to get it together. And luckily for them, it is close. All the way from second it's still 11 points between pace and last place. So it really is catchable. I mean, we just saw 10 points go to KLA, well, to TD5. So it's really, really anybody's day still. It's really, well, not maybe day, but day 2 is going to be anybody's day. I think TD5 is probably going to Worlds, though. He is going to have a
I think so.
horrifically bad day. It has to be an unbelievably bad day.
It's crazy how quickly the tides can turn with the rest of the group, though, because Wang Liang, starting this game in dead last, is now in 5th place. And if we were finished after 6 games, you know, we have the 12 to play, but if we finish in 6 games, that one game changes the entire course, and he's now qualified for Worlds. We are going to take a look at some of the highlights of this game, brought to you by Thunder Robot. GG Shaw finally having a good start to the game, picking up 2 eliminations in the early game, but wasn't able to finish too much. Action as well, doing pretty good in the early game, but Pace with his brilliant 1 HP comeback onto Action. Action sold that. He had it in the bag and wasn't able to come away with it. Here we go. TT25's Reign of Terror starts with Frostivus in the realm of Yang on Lian Yu. See, Frostivus trying to make a play, but the ultimate is going to be in the favor of TT25. Here we go. Shaw getting fully eliminated, 12th out of 12. Not the best day for him so far. He still picked up 2 eliminations. We didn't finish 12th in the overall standings, but it was still unfortunate for him. TG25 winning his next from Liang. Feng able to pick up the kill on to Action, but the rest of these eliminations went almost completely into the way of T225. Here, he is able to get the kill on Chu Zhang, and I believe it's from the F ability here. You see the F come out, and the last tick of damage is from the F ability, and there you go. He misses the dodge, and Wang Liang gets a 1-2. He has that fight in the bag. I believe if he throws the blue attack, he's going to be able to come through with a clank, and Wang Liang will die. And, you know, you'd have to take a closer look at that to really see. But look at
41,000 damage? I've seen trio MVPs with less damage than that. That's high. That would be high for trios, and there's more people to hit. You're just hitting at loads of people. Absolutely bonkers amount of damage coming out from TT25 there. Had the Meteor as well as the Octaslash blade. Rupture Scale, Orb and Burn, of course. I mean, that makes so much sense. 12,000 damage with the cannon. I've said it time and time again, and I will continue to say it. Swap Meteor and Rupture Gale and Orb. Rupture Gale and Orb should be the Golden Soul Jade. Meteor should be a purple. I will never not say that. I think Rupture Gale Orb is absolutely broken. Huge game, though, from TT25. And this guy, we are 5 games in, and he's yet to not have a podium finish. 3rd has been his lowest scoring points, and he's had 2 firsts, 3 seconds, and a 4th now. No, 3rd, sorry. Like, this guy's been absolutely killing it.
Yeah, he's got 3 MVPs so far, and the other 2 games he's placed in the top 3 in the overall standings. Almost 40 points on the day. He's got 1 game left. He's most likely going to surpass that 40-point threshold unless he goes donut. I believe he's like a point away, 0.1 points away from coming away with the 40-point threshold, which would be absolutely amazing to see, showing exactly why he deserves his place. And it's sort of his redemption arc for the MVPL finals, as you know, he was very close to coming away the MVP over some of these other players like EWG's Arano and Mike and Spider, but he wasn't able to do it, and he's proving himself here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break, and we'll be right back with game number 6. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NBPL. This is the China Mainland Qualifier for the J Cup 2024. We're coming up on game number 6 of 6 today, 6 of 12 in total for this qualifier. We have one more game to play today, 6 more games to play on Saturday. I'm your host and caster, Seb. I'm joined alongside Hip Rain. We are absolutely dumbfounded at the performance of KLA's T225 today. He has come to prove himself, and he's just absolutely insane.
When you take Spider and Mike out of the lobby, it turns out T225 might be one of the top players in the in solos. This guy really has popped off, and the thing is right, I really don't want to dump on his performance because he has played absolutely amazing. He needs to start performing like this when the big boys are in the lobby as well, though, right? Like,
well, he
is
does.
still technically playing with the best of who's left over. So, like, we removed 3 players from solos. We've now got him playing here, and I'm sure he does play this well. But he didn't win a bi-weekly final, and he isn't already qualified, so or he didn't win the finals as well. At Worlds, if this guy starts playing like this, he could genuinely contest the World Championship title. Is my point. Like, there's so much potential in this guy. He is outclassed everybody else in this lobby, and like, you know, the lobby aren't playing bad. The lobby are not playing bad at all. These are some pretty good players. I mean, the fact we just saw Wang Liang got my throat today. By the way, I'm still recovering from Sunday. I don't know if anyone was watching on Sunday for the finals of trios. We went all the way to 8, and I blew my voice out in the final game. So if you're wondering why I keep making weird noises in my voice, it's because my throat's still on fire. Yeah, we saw, you know, Wang Liang jump up from last place or towards the bottom of the table into the top end of the table of one game. That's how tight it is. Everybody is playing very, very well. I mean, I know it's been a little bit disappointing for Shah. You saw as well the emotions kind of erupt in the replays where we had like the POV of him and like his camera, and you could see how annoyed he was at himself that he got caught off there. He got caught out, but it still is anybody's day. TD5 definitely has it in the bag, but everybody else can get enough points in this game to give themselves at least a decent starting off point. But the big thing for me is TD5 is the only person in a very, very good place for Saturday's games. Everyone else is so close that almost the points they score here kind of don't matter. It just gives you like a slight leg up over everyone else, but like it always low-key doesn't matter. Now moving into this last game, people have actually used up some of their heroes more than once. So we're seeing Arano getting the Hardy, but Feng isn't able to pick it up. So we're going to see potentially Hardy go through into the second round selection here. No. Okay, it's our first triple pick of the day.
We had triple Matari earlier. But yeah, Frostivus not able to pick the Hardy. So T225
back on the Hardy.
Frostivus going to be playing Valda. Pace could play Valda and give us triple Valda as well. This could bode really well for Frostivus. I believe Pace has already had his double pick. I'm not 100% sure. We're going to see what he's locking in. Justina. So yeah, we don't get to see Trip Valda. We do maybe get to see Trip Justina. I think we might see Matari coming out here. But I wanted to touch on GG Shaw. He definitely seems to be emotionally gaming here. He's getting very frustrated every single time he dies. He's making a few misplays, and he's not losing to things that are really under his skill level. He's losing to very high level plays, but he just seems to be getting outplayed every single time, again and again and again, and it's just really unfortunate for him, and it's taken a huge hit to his mental. You can totally tell by the look on his face when he's locking in for these games that he's not all there mentally right now. He needs to get his head back into the game if he wants to do anything for this last game and for the next 6 games coming on Saturday.
I think Friday is going to be a full reset day for him. Chill out, get your head back in the right place for Saturday. Otherwise, Worlds will slip away. And remember, GG, his organization, are already at Worlds. 2 back-to-back wins this year in the finals. They won both Spring and Summer Split and are going to the World Championship. So Shah would love to join the rest of his teammates and his organization as their solos player over there. Can he make an impact on this ACOS? Only ACOS in the lobby. a couple of triple picks coming in here. Obviously, Valda, I surprised we didn't see triple Valda. I assume they already picked it up. Justina made it quite late into the lobby as well. And TD5 getting his hands on that Hardy, considering he started the day on a Hardy win. This is a great way to potentially end the day for him.
Yeah, closing out with a Hardy win could be something that extremely upsetting for the rest of the lobby. We're seeing Trip Liam, which is going to be very difficult for the Hotties and the Valdas. Double Valda, double Hottie, triple Liam. So it's going to be a very interesting game. Just above Celestra, we're seeing Alliance Frostivus with T225, Fong, and I believe that's JL in the back there. It could be EWG. I think that's Arano. SS1 Pace can be spawning right by Celestra. EWG's Arano is actually... Arano is going to be closer to that eastern side of Celestra, and down by Shadow Jade and Gamma Mines is going to be Chuzhang, Wang Liang, Action, and JL's AIS. GG Sha going to be getting that gold zone close to Celestra almost all to himself there, as X1's Wu Fang going to be jumping in as well.
Alrighty, well,
pretty spread out.
It's going to be a big cluster at the beginning. I think we're going to see a lot of action.
Off the rip.
Ready to kick it off. Yeah. KLA CD5 grabs Fan, grabs dual swords. Those are pretty much the best go-to fight weapons. Got himself blue armor as well. So Star may find himself in a little bit of danger here. TD5 is going to be looking for him. Star hasn't actually been able to put any armor together. If TD5 can find this grapple and find this opener before Star gets armor, it is going to be over for him. But just looking for the cannon fire. Star trying to make an escape here. Does eat some of that cannon fire, though. Is going to immediately get hit up here. TD5 loses half of his armor, though, to Star, hitting him with the clank. Star actually able to turn this around onto TD5. Has to take the glider away to safety. Star's now going to put the pressure back onto TD5. He does have an armor pot or powder available to him, so he can go for the heal. Coming in for the knockup, but everybody's sliding in. TD5, it may be a bad start for him. The attention's been turned around. Down he goes. Wu Feng's able to take him out, and Feng now will be looking for Star. Down he goes. Pace looking for this fight as well. Wu Feng, the God Slayer at this point, taking down TD5 off drop. But honestly, TD5's performance doesn't really matter this game. He had an amazing day.
I want him to hit 40 at least. He needs 0.4. Meaning that he has to place and get at least 0.5 placement points, or he needs at least 1 elimination. Gray armor swap going to come in on Fong, but it's almost going to get completely destroyed immediately. We're going to see Paste and Wu Feng not giving up in this relentless chase. Fong going to try and break ankles. He's got purple katana in hand. Definitely doesn't want to lose that. So you're going to see him break these ankles of these players. Wu Feng and Paste are going to end up losing him here. And it looks like Fong is going to be able to get away. Pace might try to turn his attention onto Wu Feng in this instance, being that Wu Feng does have a little bit of a shield disadvantage. Frostivus picking up a bounty. We haven't seen any Valda gameplay from him yet, so I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to do. Lots of these other players have popped off very early in the games on Valda. We haven't seen the likes of him yet. I'm hoping he's got a little bit of but we're seeing purple armor on Action as well as a blue hung sword. Uppercut going to come through. GG shot onto Wang Liang, trying to go for that jump LMB. We're going to see the F1 invested from Wang Liang to be able to get a little bit of health and shield back from that F ability. Fan in hand. Action jumping into the mix as well. SS1 Paste being very low, and X1's Wu Fang going to pick up the elimination with a purple bull sword in hand.
It's nice to see, because I think we've had 2 very, very low tempo games. But already, we're starting to see a lot of these teams, these players just realize like the low tempo game isn't actually working for them. They're just kind of going neutral with the rest of the lobby, and they need to actually get an advantage over the lobby. A couple of points isn't great if everyone's getting a couple of points, because your standings don't change that way. So it's just kind of a big old aggression game coming in. I want to see max people entering into the realm of Yangs. I want to see people looking to try and snowball their advantages and get actual leads over the lobby. Because if you're Jin right now and you get 4 points, but the rest of the lobby also get around 4 points, it doesn't do anything for you. you stay in 8th place. You may move up to 7th, may move down to 9th. It doesn't really favor you here, so go aggressive, get those kills. Wu Feng able to pick up his purple pole sword after getting parried there. Lands the spear onto Feng, comes in with a pole sword damage, switches it out to the staff now just to put the pressure onto Feng. Still has another 2 spears to work with. Feng trying to make a run for it, dodges away. There's only one more chance to land a spear. He misses it onto Feng this time around as the zone closes in. It's going to be low damage on the zone tick at the moment, though, so not too much of a problem. Feng, though, very low HP, swaps that to the grey armor, but that armor does not last long. Throws the bubble down on the Feng. Feng absolutely obliterating him there. Beautiful performance from DRG's Feng.
And Feng's a player who at times has popped off in the LCQ or our last chance qualifier and a couple of these other instances of the NBPL tournament. We've seen some really great things come out from him, but in the NBPL finals we didn't see very much from Feng. We had high expectations, very high hopes for him, but he wasn't able to play to the best of his ability. It looked like he was kind of off and he wasn't putting up as many kills. He started going back to his old ways of grief, whereas he's a player who loves the third party. He really loves the play style of getting in these other players' heads, messing with their play style, and playing very unconventional compared to the way that most of these other players play. And oh my goodness, JL's AS might bring this back from 0 HP, bringing it around. The Mortal Defiance proc from the Z-Ping ult is going to help him a little bit, but the uppercut coming through, able to tap dodge out of that. And oh my goodness, JL's AIS able to bring that fight around from 1 HP in a dream. Wang Liang fully stacked, was ready for the fight. Parry's going to come out. Wang Liang going to get parried again. 2, 3 jumping LMBs. Slap going to come out from Wolves Wang Liang and a 1 into the jump LMB. And AIS dominating Wang Liang in that fight. What a beautiful elimination. GG Shaw looks to be contesting the Realm of Yang. Frostov is taking a lot of damage. All of that blue armor completely gone. Needs to back out of there. Does not want the smoke. Going out now would be very, very detrimental to his score. And it looks like Shaw going to find that little tiny corner to avoid getting hit by the rest of these players. And it looks like Frostov is not going to try and go for the Yang contest anymore. Doesn't want to risk losing his last 8 life in this pre-Yang fight. DRG's Feng now on the fight. KLA's T225.
Yeah, giving the pressure up there, Feng. Gonna get a pot off. Oh no, he got cancelled on the pot as well, actually, T225. Even though he's already lost his revive, doesn't care. He is just aggro as he likes. Feng losing his armor, losing his health, going incredibly low here. Forced to try and make the run for it, but he is eliminated from the lobby by TT25. That's his first kill, and there's the 40 points you wanted, mate. Able to put that on the board as the Realm of Yang spawn up, and TT25, he's going in. There's no way he's not going in. In he pops. Who's he going to be dealing with? It's going to be a Rano here. And considering how bad TT25's start was, he bounced back tremendously. Purple armor, purple weapons. Got the purple katanas out for this fight here. Going to get nice and aerial. See if Arano can handle him. Purple fan in hand for Arano, but only the blueberry on the armor. Could find himself a little bit squishy versus this katana here from TT5, especially when he keeps landing those pistol shots onto him. Coming down immediately, switching out for the pistol. Both looking for an opportunity to open up. The charge from the katana goes off as well. Arano can't deal with it. Both of them now going to take to the sky to deal with each other. Ultimates have been used. Dash comes in from TT5, looking for Arano. Arano wants to get a pot off if he can, but finding that opportunity, they both F into each other. Another dash available. Arano eats the charge as well, and he is getting absolutely mowed down here, trying to hold his life, but that is not going to work. TT25, one last hit from the katana is going to seal the deal here for Arano. Tries to tag him with a pistol. See if the potting can come in. Doesn't look like Arano is going to get that opportunity though, and he is gone down. TT25, beautiful pickup.
And a notable thing for all you NA fans out there, Alliance's Frostfist winning his Realm of Yang against GG Shaw. The earlier contest made it look like he might not have gone in. We are going to see that happen as Action fighting against TE Star here. Action looking to have the clear advantage in this fight. Misses the second dash though, could level the playing field here. Star, purple dual halberds in hand. All he needs is one big charge attack. Trying to throw it here. We're going to see Action just throwing the overhead again and again. Star trying to throw it. Follow up coming through. Huge parry coming through. Action going to be forced to pop that F. Pryo gonna get through, overhold into the 1.0, grapple bump combo coming out from TE Star. Beautiful comeback, and Bauda's action gets sent to the Soul Altar, where he's gonna need to find himself.
Now, I actually want to quickly just reverse a little bit and talk about TT25 and his recovery in this game. Because actually, I was talking about it a lot during Sunday's games, actually, when we were covering all of that action in the finals. So one of the things that we did see quite a lot, and I know that it has an impact on solos as well, hence why I'm talking about it, but is the timing of when you get your rebirth. So basically, when you go down in that first zone. What I find is a person who can recover typically recovers if they don't go down earlier. Because that gives you time to grab gear and then get into the realm Yang. That's exactly what we saw TT25 do. He dropped, died, and immediately re-geared himself up and was able to recover from this game. If he went down towards the end of the revive, he wouldn't have had the time to get all that gear for the realm Yang and would have been in trouble. Now, gonna have to hold this because Shah and Frostivus going toe-to-toe. Frostivus goes in for the spear, doesn't quite catch out onto the Tiger. Shah trying to make a run for it. Shah with the realm Yang debuff, avoiding the spears coming in. I believe there's still one more to come down. Is it going to make the connection? Yes, it is. Here comes the follow-up from Frostivus. And Shah, no ultimate, caught in the knock-up. Double time as well there from Frostivus. And Shah, his time today is coming to an end very quick. Does get some healing out, but he's taken out. You can see on his camera, he was not a happy boy. And AIS now looking to go toe-to-toe here with Frostivus. Frostivus trying to put some more kills on the board. He has that rebirth for another 50 seconds. So if you can take him out, it's going to be big. Catches him with a bubble. Looking for the damage on. Katana could come in huge. It's the Hong Sword, sorry. Could come in huge. AIS got 30 seconds to take him out. Able to do it. Vermilion Birthmark popped. And AIS stops Frostivus' snowball.
The movement diff that Frostivus just pulled onto Action or on Shah with that ult was absolutely insane. The initial part of that fight was insane. Arano here going to be able to get a huge parry onto TT25. TT25 is going to go down. That is Vermilion's, but two players stunned by the sign, and Star able to pick up 2 eliminations back to back onto Chuzhang and Arano, eliminating both of them from this game. From one hit of the sign. What a play. Oh my goodness. Star is the luckiest man in the world not getting hit by that sign. The biggest blessing there as he's able to come away with 3 eliminations. He gets the kill on to T225. He gets the kill onto Chuzhang, and he gets the kill onto Arano. What a beautiful finish with the fan there. As we're going to take a look now. SS1 Paste versus Baoda's Action. We're going to see the overhold come through. Action able to come away with the follow-up focus attack as well. We're going to see both of them going for the one. SS1 Paste is going to get the parry. Oh my goodness. Action with a beautiful finish onto that. Pace going out with 0 eliminations on the game. And is going to be his day today. Thanks for playing. We're moving on. Second Realm Yang starting to spawn. What a crazy play. I still can't get over the movement diff that Frostivus had. The jumping LMBs coming through, able to get a huge parry, finish off the elimination, and he almost took out AS. If he gets that Soul Bloom, I think he gets AIS there. But it's in the past now. Frostivus is still alive. 2 eliminations on the board. T225 with 2, Star with 3, Wang Liang with 0, Action with 1, Wufeng and AIS both with 2.
Really, really big stuff. T225. Just standing atop that pillar, waiting for an opportunity to drop down and jump into the Roma Yang. 7 players left in the game, so the tempo is definitely picked up going forwards. Xgen going to be jumping into this Roma Yang. He's actually going to wait a little bit, knowing that no one else is about, and there's a potential opportunity that he just gets a free Roma Yang. Frostivus doing the exact same thing as well, so expect him to be jumping in, maybe versus Xgen. Just waiting out the timer as long as possible. Don't know if anyone else has already gone inside. I'm going to make the assumption TD25 has just already yeeted himself inside. As Spiritwell also spawning up. So it looks like some people are going for it. Star going to take a fight here versus Wang Liang. Golden Fang. It's going to be a real nuisance for Wang Liang to deal with. Just got the blue fan. So not really going to be able to do too much. Looks like he's gone for a little escape. I think he's found the old switcheroon. Escape Star's Ire here. Gonna see TD5 versus Frostivus inside this Realm of Yang. It's gonna be an absolute banger. Both of these two are very geared up, and TT5 with the golden hung sword. Oh no, sorry, it's actually Frostivus with the golden hung sword. TT5, I believe that's a long sword on him. Looking just to open up. Both of them just playing the aerials for the moment here. TT5 looking for potential scale rush setup. Cancels it. Both, same for Frostivus. Both of them connecting on, but Frostivus is the one who gets that connect first. TT5 looks to try and make a breakaway from him. Frostivus actually has the advantage right now. Quickly takes the glider to break away. Ultimate still available to both of these players. TT5 gonna have to pop that ultimate nice and early here. Frostivus barely taking any damage, throws down the F, but TT5 is incredibly low here. Needs to find the spear. Can he connect? Nope. Misses out on the next one, comes in for the grapple. TT5 trying to get some hail off here for the moment, but he's just evading and avoiding these spears. It's his main goal for the moment. One more spear available to Frostivus. Can he make the connection? No, he cannot. TT5 has been able to reset his armor, drawing his ultimate now. Both ults are down. Frostivus going a little bit low, loses his armor. TT5 gets turned back onto here by Frostivus. They got 40 seconds to work with. Armor about to be stripped from TT5. Looking for that opportunity. A parry is going to be the difference maker. TT5 is low. Frostivus is going to take him down.
That's my go. Oh my goodness. Frostivus taking out KLA's T225, the dominating force of all of these lobbies, showing you exactly what the Tri-Region champ is made of. Alliance's Frostivus winning that second Realm of Yang. Oh my goodness, we've got it in the bag, ladies and gentlemen. White Tiger's prowess, gold armor, gold weapons. I could not be more excited right now. This is amazing, amazing news. As T225 now on Yang depletion. This is going to be very difficult for him to come away from this. 7 players remaining. This is the only player on Yang depletion, and I believe he's also the lone hottie in the lobby. Very, very quickly will he be focused onto if he tries to make a play. X1's Wufang on the Valda as well. Frostivus has a buddy. He is going to be able to have the family meta work in his favor. And Frostivus is gaming right now. You see the strat, the 3-man moves coming out with the hung sword, just absolutely cheesing on everybody, coming away with prio every single time. And it's just absolutely amazing. Now Frostivus and T225 going back at it outside of the Realm of Yang here, as we're going to see F ability pop. T225 trying to make something happen, going for a parry. The one going to come through into the wind wall. Wufang in the back end for the PL. Now T225 getting low is going to be on the defensive. Going to try and go for the scale rush into prio. 1-2 going to happen. Now Wufang coming in for the PL. Wind wall going to come through. Second wind wall coming out. Both of these players holding their ground very, very well with each other. Scale rush going to come through. One is invested. Alt F ability coming out. Now KLA T225 going to get dangerously low. Slap going to come out as well. Ultimate invested for T225. It's not looking good for him. Trying to go on the offensive here. Not going for the heal just yet. Able to get one pot off. Going to end up flipping his attention over on to X1's Wufang. But Frostivus doing a beautiful job of hiding out that situation and holding on for dear life. Usually we see him falter in these situations, but he's showing no fear and no sign of slowing down. T225 on the other hand only has 3 minutes to cure that Yang depletion, and Frostivus hot in pursuit now. X1's Wufang giving close trail behind Frostivus to make sure that they stick together. They don't want to get separated, otherwise it could go very, very poorly for them. There's 2 Liams in the lobby, 1 hottie. We've got 2 Valdas, and we also have a Zping and a Justina.
I kind of forgot about the Zip. The Zip's been very quiet in this one. But right now, Frostivus on the hunt. TT25 has a little bit of time left before his debuff comes off, but he is going to have to pop it, start getting into some action fairly soon. Valda's joining forces. TT25 going up versus Star here. Valda also sliding in the mix of it. And TT25, 2 minutes and 30 seconds to get the cleanse in. This might be his lowest place finish of the day. If he goes 5th, he's got 2 firsts, 2 seconds, and a 5th. So TT25.
3 firsts.
3 firsts. Oh yes, 3 firsts now. Ignore me. Of course he's got a 3rd since. Right. How long has he got? 2 minutes on him to make sure that he gets himself in this game. Anything less than a podium finish would be a bit upsetting for him today. He's had an absolute tear of a day. A whole day of podium finishes would be huge. Frostivus is in his line of sights. No ultimate available to TTD5, but I mean his time is ticking. He has to make a decision on who he's going to commit to. Frostivus may just be that player, but Wufeng also in the area. He's opening up on the Frostivus, coming in with the longsword. Frostivus switches out to the melee for a brief second. In jumps another player, though, to save the day for Frostivus. The Valders are grouped up, and that family meta starting to really cost out onto TTD5. Unless he finds a miracle soon, he's just going to whimper out of this game, and it'd be a real shame for the guy who's been absolutely dominating today. Finds Wang Liang, actually, and decides to open up onto him. Strips away half his armor, but it's a zip. You got a minute to kill a zip. I don't know if you've got that minute. It's going to have to be a beautiful find from him. Ultimate comes out from Wang Liang. Pins him against the wall again. Continues to apply that pressure. Wang Liang making a run for it, but somehow they've been able to save the zipping. The attention has just been so scattered. TTD5's got 45 seconds to get onto Wolves. Wang Liang, he's able to break his ankles. It's Celestia, it's a zip. It's the wrong target. You can't find the kill there. And I think TTD5 is just going to be going out of this game. And not in style.
26 seconds left. He's gonna pop ult for one last ditch effort onto Frostivus here, as we are gonna see him attempt to make this play. Frostivus doing a beautiful job at kiting these ults today. Oh my goodness, the movement right now from Frostivus, absolute insanity. He's got the fan, able to get the follow-up damage. 9 seconds. He might get the kill off of this too. Oh my goodness, please come on.
Oh, he's definitely getting the kill.
Get the kill. Get the kill.
It's too late.
No,
yeah.
it's AIS.
No,
it's AIS. Oh, Frostivus gets it. Frostivus got
what?
it. He got the
Okay,
elimination.
tapped in the nick of time.
Oh my goodness.
Damn.
4 kills onto Frostivus, leading the lobby right now in eliminations. TE Star was able to procure the White Tiger's prowess and get himself that Spirit Well buff, along with some beautiful gold armor swaps here, as it looks like they are going to start to target on to these Valdas. As a Liam's worst nightmare is 2 Valdas in this end circle. The Liams start to give pressure onto the Valdas, and this is the deciding factor. If the Liams come out victorious onto Wufeng right now, this could be dangerous. Wufeng might need to ult pretty early. Frostivus needs to come over to help. It's looking like he doesn't see where he is. He can't see him like he's a teammate in trios. He has to use his intuition. Wufeng doing a good job at kiting so far, but lost all of his armor. Is going to be able to get himself 1 pot out, as TE Star is starting to continue giving the push. 80% Bane starting to cover. Frostivus has found Wufeng now, kiting out every single attack, and now the Bane starting to lay waste to the grounds. Wufeng able to get himself a heal. Frostivus now starting to take a bit of damage as well. We're seeing a lot of burn tick coming through. Wufeng taking a bit of damage now. Star is going to be the main aggressor of this attack, sending repeat attacks over. Now the ultimate forced to be invested. We're going to see both of these players grouping up, the entire lobby focusing on the Valdas. Nobody wanting these guys in their final circle. They know the problems. They know exactly what will happen. Star now getting focused out. We do see him get hit with a spear. Another player is going to end up dodging it. Wufeng able to use that last spear of his ult to just keep the distance. All of these players are going to start rotating around. TE Star not going to give up pursuit of Wufeng right now. They do want this kill very, very badly. Having one in the lobby is going to be very, very difficult for them to lose. As now Frostivus starting to take a lot of damage, is going to be forced to pop that F. They might have to see Frostivus ulting too. Frostivus needs to get out of there really quickly, otherwise he's going to be in a lot of trouble. We're going to see him try and come over with an overhold now. Frostivus forced to ult as well. This is not the situation you want to be in. He needs to make something happen. Is going to end up getting dodged from this spear, and his teammate buddy system nowhere to be found. The family meta only working for Wufeng. Frostivus going to end up missing a scale rush here, hiding in the zone to be able to get a heal pot off. And now with his ultimate canceled, whole lobby chasing onto him. He needs his buddy, trying to find Wufeng. It looks like he has, but the movement is going to be very difficult for him here. It looks like he is struggling a little bit, finding himself a good place to go heal. Ends up canceling pot and scale rushing out. Like all of these players starting to find out where Frostivus is going, recognizing the movement patterns, F ability to prevent the full sword damage, but he's getting attacked by everybody. Gonna get himself
the parry.
And TE Star taking him out in 6th place, but 4 points, 20 kills, or 20 points, 4 kills. He's 3rd place on the leaderboard so far. 6 games and 20 points. Not bad at all. He's halfway to KLA's points, but at least he is in the top 6 right now. He's doing a phenomenal job. He had a great game, and it's just the unfortunate circumstance of being a Valda in this economy.
Yeah, we are seeing Star now as a potential threat to the lobby and to everyone else with 4 points under his belt, 4 kills. Gets a multiplier on that. He starts to close that gap to TTG5 and also starts to most crucially create a gap between him and Frostabus because they are only 1 point apart at the moment. As Wufeng, the lone Valda, finds themselves in danger, does get a little, I believe that was a parry actually. I couldn't really see exactly what happened, but doesn't really matter. They don't have the ultimate. They throw the F down. Running out of time here. Wufeng goes down. Our lone Valda doesn't really make much of a splash. They're taken out. That's going to be another kill over to Jin on the Valda. He's had a pretty good game. Well, pretty good day. A couple of really good games under his belt. Let's see if he can make this one count. All the big boys are gone. The opportunity to really pull ahead of everyone else. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on this game. Got one more time until the zone goes for that final move. And only 4 players left. I feel like the buddy system's probably going to come to an end about now.
It won't come to an end until we start to really get close and personal. I think that the Liams are going to take this unless if they're able to hold Wang Liang. They're starting to focus the zip right now. They want to get that zip ult out pretty early as well, and that's what they're starting to do. All the cannon shots, all the musket shots, all the pistol shots are getting sent into the direction of Wang Liang on the zipping. They don't want to have the zipping in the lobby. See, there we go. We're starting to take it out. Pole sword damage coming in. Very, very huge attacks coming through. Big scale rush to be able to dodge that. Standing in the top of the roof. TE Star going to try and make something happen. Dodges the attack with a beautiful scale rush. And it still manages to get the pot off. Switching over to the pole sword himself. AS trying to make something happen as well with these pole sword attacks. Fan in hand for the scale rush bonus. We are going to see TE Star trying to bring something around with that golden fan. One huge parry and it could all be over. 1.0 is going to get released and connected onto Star, forcing Star to go back for a heal. AIS up in the sky. Wang Liang taking to the sky as well. TE Star jumping into the air. Everybody going aerial. Everyone jumping back down. Grapple up, grapple down is the name of the game right now. As if Wang Liang stays alive for the next minute, he will be the lone survivor, but he gets knocked so far into the zone. This is where it ends for him. He's getting grapple canceled, and this could be it. He's gonna have to pop that ultimate early. F ability invested as well, so he gets that cooldown back faster. He could cancel ult fast here, but it could be a problem for him. He's going to be back at full HP. We're going to see, does he cancel ult or does he keep it going? I think the ultimate has been canceled. 88% on ult for Star. Star is going to knock him back into the zone again. Blistering Edge going to come through onto AIS. He's going to hit his buddy system player. Now they're going for Action. Action going to pop that Justina ultimate, trying to see if he can get the freezes. Goes up into the sky. Both of Liam's holding the bottom. Wang Liang able to kite around up at the top. Look at that. He's able to play. And now the Liam's going at it against each other. Stormform proc into the Blistering Edge, but we're going to see both of them stunned and silenced. TE Star is going to get the ultimate proc off. Wolves Wang Liang going to get parried. Everybody getting parried. F ability getting released. Action going to go down to Storm. Star gets both eliminations onto AIS and Wang Liang. 6 eliminations, and Star gets your MVP.
Huge victory there for Star right at the end. Poison Splash is coming out as well from both of them, so had there been another player alive, he probably would have just gone down to the tick and burned all that. What a win there. Star gets his opening with TTD5 losing to Frostiverse in the Realm of Yang on the second rotation, getting knocked out of the game off the back of that. And then Star takes his opportunity. This is actually going to put him significantly far ahead of, well, not significantly, but noticeably far ahead of the rest of the pack. Frostivus was very close. There was 1 point between him and Frostivus prior to all of the action that we just saw. So with the kill multiplier, placement points, everything, he's finally going to have himself a pretty substantial spot in second right now. No one's got close to TTT5. But it is going to be all to play for on Saturday. Saturday is going to be very, very exciting. We're going to have a whole bunch of action. I'm curious to see if the lobby looks to try and deal with TTT5, or they just accept that he's probably going to Worlds and everyone else is just going to be kind of competing with each other. It is going to be an absolutely insane day on Saturday, 100%.
Yeah, the Saturday is going to be 100% a wild one. We're going to get to see the players put it all on the line one last time. 6 more games on Saturday to see who will be qualifying for Worlds. We've got a little bit of a picture on who's going to be qualifying. Cough, cough, T225. Cough, cough. TE Star looking to be up there as well. Had a rough couple of games, but was able to pull it back near the end. 6 kills, first place finish is going to be over almost about 10 points, just a little bit over. So he's going to have himself a very good game there. And then he's going to be, we're going to be seeing the likes of Frostivus in 3rd or 4th place, being able to hold his own with everybody, just like we've been saying he's able to do all season. So
yeah, so here's my concern for like everybody who's not TT25 right now. The points are close, and we'll get a look at the actual standings late in a moment. But like the points themselves are strictly very, very close. And what that means is realistically, even Shah, who's in last place right now, could end 2nd on Saturday. Like that's how tight we are. Like we saw Wang Liang do that very thing. Like he shot up the standings off one very good game, and that's all it takes. Is Shah puts 10 points behind his name, walks away from that one, 10.2, 5 points to Frostivus, 4 to AIS, XGM 3.5. 3 to Wu Feng, 2.2 to TT5. I actually thought he had a better game than that, so I'm surprised. He got 1 kill in the Roma Yang. He took out Shah out of the lobby and then died. That was all he
lost the Roma
Yang.
He lost to Frostivus. Oh, I guess he won his first.
He won his first, and then went and killed Shah with the what do you call it, Vermilion Birthmite, and then Frostivus took him out in the second one. But yeah, that was really his game. Ultimately, though, Star had such a good game that has put him a big chunk. So he'll be what, 6 points ahead of Frostivus now?
Just about, I think.
Or is it 5 points? I can't
4
remember.
or 5, 4 to 6 points. We'll take a look at the overall standings in just a second. But yeah, unfortunate to see Shah with yet another donut. Wang Liang with only a 1.5 is also very unfortunate to see, given that he was one of the last players standing.
Oh,
Shah, 3 donuts on the day. Every single game, sub 4 points for a total of 6 on the day. Super unfortunate. Wu Feng has had decent games, but has just been a buddy to our protagonist for most of these games with only 10 points. And Wolves Wang Liang with 16, Action with 16, 17.5 to Paste. Frostivus is at 20, Stars at 26.2, and then 42.1 for KLA's TG25.
Here's the good news for Shah. It's 10 points between him and 6th place right now. Obviously, that changes because most people will probably be scoring and getting some points, but Wang Liang is very reachable. Technically, it's only 20 points between him and Star. It's a lot more points to put on together. I mean, that was literally how many points Star almost scored today. So it has to be a pretty big day, but Shah, it is doable. He could comfortably make it in. I think the big thing to talk about is Star, TT25, Frostivus. They've all given themselves a good foundation for Saturday. I don't think any of them are safe. I think TT25 is probably the most safe, but to say he's safe is probably wrong. Like, he could technically just donut all day on Saturday, and then everyone overtakes him and he loses his spot. He's given himself a fantastic foundation. I think 2 good games from him, and he's locked Worlds. I don't think it would be mathematically possible to knock him out, even if he donuts the last 4 games.
This kill right here. Oh my goodness, that is the most unfortunate elimination from both of those players.
Star was on fire.
Yeah, Star had a really great game. And, you know, the pickup from that elimination was one of the main deciding factors. And look at the movement, the hung sword play from Frostivus here, able to come through, doesn't even use his F ability. He wants to keep that close distance, and then unfortunately Star was able to come away with an elimination there, and then the blistering edge, wiping out both of those players near the end. Star picking up kills in pairs of 2 today. Able to pick up the 2 from the sign, the 2 at the end, and 2 other kills throughout the game. I thought Feng had a great game, but he only got 2 eliminations in that game. He went out very early to T225. 6 kills, 23,000 damage, 3 Jades. He only had Cav Bloom, Jabbing, and Blistering Edge. Blistering Edge being the only Jade I think we saw him use, we didn't really see the dual blades or the staff come out, and then the rest of it being the damage reduction Jades helping him survive into this game. Absolutely crazy. First MVP for Star in the CN Mainland qualifiers, and it was a well-deserved win. He played it
really
super
was.
smart. He took the Valdas out. Unfortunately, one of the Valdas had to be Frostivus, but he played the game how it was supposed to be played. He did a very, very good job at focusing down the targets that he needed to. His target selection was on point throughout the entire game, and kept a level head, came through, Blistering Edge to finish it off. Absolute.
Huge.
6
It was a
games
huge
done,
day.
6 to go. We're not doing those today, though, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 6 games coming to you on Saturday. Make sure you also check out Trios tomorrow. Right. That is going to be a big one. We've also got
Trios
Trios
is
again
going to be
on
super
Sunday.
fun. Trios is going to be
amazing.
unbelievably fun, mate. We've got some stacked teams over there. I mean, you got the likes of Wolves, who have been so close all year to being like an amazing team. They had that brilliant start to this split where they got 2 back-to-back bi-weekly finals, both of which utilizing the White Tigers final snap. You know, you've got. I'm like racking my brain of teams right now. There's so many good teams. They're like Wolves are the first one
GG,
that came to mind.
KLA.
Oh, GG aren't playing. GG already there.
Oh, they're qualified, right? Yeah.
KLA have been they've been all right. I don't actually think KLA have been that without on fire this year, which is sad because I've been a big KLA fan for a while. Alliance, how could I forget Alliance? These guys almost won the bi-weekly finals. So not the bi-weekly finals, the grand finals this year. Alliance have been the most amazing team to watch this year. Their growth over the last couple of years has been mind-boggling. They've been so good to watch. Anyway, we're going to throw ourselves over to our interview, and it'll be round the day out after that, so we'll see you in a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with Star and let him say hello to our audience. Hello, Star， 先和观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 T 的斯达。
Congratulations that you got the winner in the latest game, and I would like to know, so for the whole day, how you think about yourself right now? 那我首先问一下，今天一天呢，我们这个大陆赛区的预选赛打到现在怎么样？肖新凯，感觉今天的整体自己表现如何？
感觉除了第一局还有第4局，其他都挺好的。
也是自己马上进行了一个复盘和分享。Okay, so I think except like game 1 and game 4, I really have good status today. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 我们来看一下今天的题目是什么，来看一看。So the question for this turn, which is how many kills did TE Star get in game 6? 好的，这道题目是刚才这把比赛 Star 到底拿下了多少击败积分？说到刚才这把比赛啊，那我相信我们公布答案之前先讲一讲，刚才这把其实自己也是靠了我们的一个思想之力拿到了非常高的一个击败。那目前因为我们的选手其实大家也分为2派嘛，那怎么去平衡这个回阳镜的收益？能不能让 Star 给我们也来讲讲自己的理解？我先翻译一下，稍等一下啊。So because we talk about the latest game and you know that you have the buff, that's why you have really high kills in the latest game. And I would like to know, so how you think about the Realm of Beyond, because someone thinks that enter to the Realm of Beyond is really hard and don't have like too much benefit, and some of them think the buff is really strong. So how you think about this?
我觉得回阳这个东西就是第一点是要看自己的装备，然后看选择的英雄。就你觉得你这个英雄和装备你有把握能赢，你就进。如果说你觉得赢的几率很小，就不要进。
这是第一点，然后就没有然后了，是不是？就第一点是看装备，第二点是看英雄。
对
啊。
第二点的话，我觉得应该就是只要进了你就想着赢，不要想后果。
就是要有着这个必胜的决心，这个很重要，对不对 ？Okay, so first of all, I think it's depend on the which character you use in the game, and also how's your equipment in the game. And second one, I think if you enter to the Realm of Beyond, just keep confidence in the Realm of Beyond. Just think that you will win, and that's the key point, I think, how to win the Realm of Beyond 也是非常虽然很简单粗暴啊，但是我觉得非常有用的给到的我们的一个技巧，就是心理上面你做好了准备，那么你一定就会赢。好的，我相信这么欢乐的氛围当中 ，Star 应该已经准备好给我们发出福利了。那我们准备就进入倒计时。I think our players prepare and let's start counting.
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 也有请 Star 给我们公布一下正确答案到底是哪个。
3,
Yeah, the correct answer is C. And okay, that we are going to have the J-Cup. It's really an important time for everyone, I think, in the NBPL, in the NARAKA. And also, I think today, after today, that your points is you can qualify. And how I would like to know, so for the J-Cup, like, who is the opponent you really want to recognize in the future？ 那我这边要问一下，因为马上就到了我们一个节杯了嘛。今天其实 Star 打完应该是这个节杯，自己感觉怎么样？应该没问题的，是不是？
后天只要再拿10分就一定能。
一定可以。So I think for the J-Cup and I will qualify if I have like 10 more points in the day after today, after tomorrow. And also I still want to know so who you really want to recognize. 那我这边还是要问一下，在节杯当中有没有现在很期待想去认识的朋友或者想结识的对手呢？
北极星吧。
你们的 ID 也很像，一个是 Star， 一个是 Polaroid。那在中文当中，一个是星，一个是北极星，对不对 ？Okay, I really want to recognize our player is named the Polaroid. I really want to recognize him in the J-Cup. 那我们这边就要期待一下大家接下来的一个表现。虽然还有一重难关，但是应该没有问题，对不对？那就后天好好加油，祝你发挥一个正常水平，然后让我们一起节杯再见。Okay, I think Star, you will qualify for the J-Cup, and we are looking forward to your performance in J-Cup, and we are looking forward together. Thank you for today's interview, and we'll get back to our casters.
Thank you very much, Jaeger. It's nice to hear there from him for that game. I completely forgot his name for a brief second. Man, my brain is cooked. Like, we've had 2 pretty big days coming up. Obviously with the Saturday finals, and then obviously today. Done both of those days back to back. So I am ready to rest my voice. It has been an intense day, especially with the finals going all the way to 8. Tomorrow, we've just got the trios, which is going to be so good. I highlighted some of the teams. I'm really excited to see those teams play, especially Alliance and Wolves. I think those guys, if they don't make it to Worlds, I'll be shocked. They've been really, really high performing this year. But the thing is because they didn't do well enough during the main splits. I mean, I don't know, because technically 3 teams have gone through. So maybe with the fact that GG got both of the victories in the finals in both spring and summer, they could be 2 of the teams that have made it through. We'll have to have a look. I mean, we'll have a look when we bring up the graphics in a little bit, but there's some really, really stacked teams playing in trios, and you know, that's more my area of expertise than solos. It's been really nice to come back and see solos and see how the game and the meta has changed on solos. I think it's in a better place with the fact that you have like 2 of each heroes and occasionally 3, more than just the kind of like lobbies filled with 1 character like we used to get. I will never ever forget the 2 Holoroth games we used to have, and they both just used to be all zippings. It was awful, with the occasional Takeda showing up as well as like as a potential answer for the aggression. But yeah, this meta of solos is really, really exciting, and I think both solos and trios are in a really good place as far as like the kind of like diversity in the metas are. So it's really fun to watch. I'm excited to see what the international teams are going to pull out when they get to Worlds versus these guys as well, because the thing that I've noticed, and I've noticed it in solos as well here a little bit. I mean, I haven't had as much time on solos this year, but especially in trios, is we're seeing like, I feel like the NBPL's quality has gone up. Like, everybody is playing better. Like, the floor is higher than it used to be. A lot of these players are kind of hitting that ceiling, which a lot of the top teams are hitting. So you're seeing very competitive games. And like, let's be real, NBPL has won every World Championship. I don't expect that to change this year. I don't think we're going to see a massive upset unless, you know, some of these like Southeast Asian teams or the NA teams have cooked up anything absolutely incredible. But this World Championship, you know, is probably quite scary going into, because the increase of like skill and the increase of talent of the NBPL players has really skyrocketed this year in particular. Like, we're seeing so many teams step up, so many teams perform. I'm nervous. I'm genuinely nervous for like the EU teams and stuff. I think these guys have got they got their work cut out for them going forwards, and it's gonna be a good game. It's gonna be a good set of games tomorrow. Yeah,
when it comes to Worlds, with the EU and the NA teams, especially the solo players, they are gonna have their work cut out for them. It's gonna be difficult. Shout out to Yak, shout out to Taki, shout out Hypernova, Tryhard, and Misu, all of the solos players from NA and EU who are going to be representing at Worlds for us. And you know, they have the potential, but the amount of training, the amount of stuff that the NBPL players get, and the resources that they have, it is a huge advantage that they do have. So, you know, they've got to figure out how to work around that. And, you know, I definitely do think that we are going to get to see a rise, because the ceiling has lifted for not only the NBPL players, but for the players from the NAs and EU regions as well. So I think we do have a good chance here, but it is going to be a little bit difficult. Taking a look at the standings after 6 games, GG Shaw on the bottom with 6, Wufang with 10, 12.8 to Chuzhang, 14 for Rano, AIS is 15, and Fong in 7th place with 15.6. Now we're going to get to take a look at the top 6 here. KLA TG25 with 42.1, TE Star with 26.2, Frostivus with 20, 17.5 for Paste, Action with 16, tied with Wang Liang for 16 as well. It is very close. From 3rd place all the way down, it is extremely close. 3rd to about 10th place could change in the matter of 1 game. The rest in a matter of 2 games. KLA, he's got to go donuts on the entire day to falter from his 1st place position. There's no mistake that TG25 has to donut every single game. Every single player in the bottom 6 has to get 10-point games for him to not qualify at all.
Here's the big thing, right? It's 10 points between last and 5th right now.
Mm-hmm.
There is a very, very small gap. Like, that is a couple of decent games. So it's really not cooked yet. Shah just needs to kind of reassess his mental going into this last day if he wants to make it to Worlds. And like, he's very capable of it. We know Shah's an incredible player. In fact, for a while he was, you know, a kind of top end style player. Like, he used to play on the top end of the table. Again, this kind of goes in fact with the fact that the player base's skill, at least in the NBPL, has gone up. But yeah, there's definitely, you know, a lot of room for growth. There's a lot of opportunity to kind of come back into this game, into Saturday's games. But obviously tomorrow, as you can see, that was our rotation of maps we got coming up for Trios. Slightly different rotation. We're ending on Padoria. Trios does do it slightly differently, but yeah, tomorrow is going to be absolutely insane. I'm so excited for Trios. I'm really excited to see, you know, who's going to get themselves in a TCG5 position, like a team who set themselves a solid foundation, because both solos and trios have to play 12 games, and it's the highest 6 teams of those 12 games are the ones who are going to be at that top of the table. So it's all to play for. Anyway, we are going to round it out here. Thank you very much for watching us on our solos games. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, for those trios games. So until then, good night. We'll see you later.